Testicles, testicles. One, two, three, testicles. Right, I can hear myself. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me okay? Wait, hey up, Shy Ted. Good evening, Mickey. How you doing, my friend? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, WTF. Hello, Scar. Good evening, Rob. Good evening, Peter. Good evening, Mrs. W. Good evening, Alan. Good evening, Stuart. Good evening, Scott. Um, Good evening, Crafts. Good evening, Haibu. Good evening, Alan. I think I've said Alan, but I'll say it again. Good evening, Peter. If I missed Surf, good evening to you. Roger, good evening to you. Carol, good evening to you. Rob C, good evening to you. Justice for Innocent Parents, good evening to you. Who else have I missed? Anybody up there? Kaz, good evening to you. I think I said Kaz, but I'll say it again. Bleach Demon, good evening to you. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Yeah, well, that'll do for the moment. Welcome. You can see, just because it's such a popular thing at the moment today, I thought I would put these on the screen just so you can keep an eye on anything that might be going off this evening. So you've got, hang on, you've got, that's the Gaza skyline. That's also the Gaza skyline. From a different angle, obviously Jerusalem, and you've got Gaza from a different different viewpoint there as well. So I've just thought I'd chuck them on there. So if anybody is interested in this, in what's going on over there, at least you'll be able to see if anything's happening whilst we're on here. So anyway, yes, the hair. Well, the hair. To be honest, I'm starting to look like I've got mange, but that's part of the process because the hair will fall out. So that bit is not growing. The rest of the hair is. Then the bit that they transplanted will fall out, and then it will grow back through again. So at the moment, I look like a street dog with mange. So and my head, look how shiny it is, and that isn't because the light is bright. That is because of the color of my hair. That is shinier than when I shave my head bald. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. If I had a shaved head, it would be less shiny, but that is reflecting off of the white hairs on my fucking head. Hence the hat. I don't want people leaving here putting a claim in for losing their eyesight, because you're not going to get anything out of it. Good evening, Angie. Good evening. What else have I missed here? Gamer. Good evening. Good evening, Rex. Good evening, Lynn. Good evening, Peter. Good evening, Neil. No, definitely mange, not minge. Stuart B. I think I've said hello to Stuart, but hello again. Rex. I'm getting confused. I've not even had a drink tonight. And yes, I have alcohol tonight. I haven't started it yet. I'm still drinking a coffee at the moment. Still drinking coffee. Not a cup of tea. There's no tea bagging here. It's just coffee. But I do have a drink. I've gone 3 months without a drink. I thought fuck it, let's treat myself. So yeah. So there we go. Well, normally I only wear baseball caps normally. But I bought this a while back. I've got a couple of these actually. I've got a grey one. and the brown one. And I don't wear brown normally. I hate brown. Um, but a few years ago, I bought a pair of brown shoes, smart shoes, um, and that was the only brown thing that I ever wore, apart from a belt. And then I bought this, and I've not worn this until this year, and I've had this for about fucking 3 years. So, yeah, but it's brown. I don't normally do brown, but there we go. God bless. Good evening. Good evening, Michael. Good evening, Aid. Thank you all for joining us this evening. Good evening, Matt Walker. Nice to see you. So, yeah, obviously there's a lot of shit going on at the moment. I know a lot of people are wanting to keep an eye on what's going on in Gaza. To be honest, it's not something really that I bother following, like wars in other countries. Unless it's on my doorstep, I don't want to see people being killed and dragged their bodies around the street and stuff like that. It just doesn't do anything for me. In fact, it does do something for me, but it does a very bad thing, because this morning I was this morning I spoke to my kids this morning. I'm going to see them in a couple of weeks. Second time in 20 years that I'll have seen them. And I'm going to go and see them in a couple of weeks. And this morning I was going through X, or formerly known as Twitter, and I saw a stream of videos that people were uploading to Twitter, and with dead bodies everywhere. I thought I was pretty resilient to that kind of thing. I've seen stuff in the past, pretty resilient to it. Went to bed this afternoon and ended up having fucking nightmares. So yeah, wasn't impressed with that. But yeah, so this is one of the reasons why I don't really pay attention to what's going on elsewhere, unless it's on my doorstep or it's affecting me directly. But it fucked me up this afternoon. I had a shit horrible dream. But I know a lot of people are interested in what's going on, so I've got these here just in case anybody wants to keep an eye on, anything that may be going on overnight. They won't be on the screen all the time, and it's only on this screen. So when I go onto the phone-in screen, they'll be gone. So it's literally only on this screen that you're going to get to see if anything's happening there. I need to light a cigarette. It's a bit warm. This hat, it makes you warm, I've been saying today that there are now genuinely people who need to flee a war-torn place, right? There are people who need to flee because they're going to get killed, right? And guess what? We can't bring them over here now, because we've stacked all the hotels up with the same people that want to fucking kill them over there. Well done, UK government. So, over the past few years, what have we been doing? We have been turning hotels into barracks. We've been turning hotels into barracks. There's no two ways about it. They're not full of women and children. We know that. We know these hotels are not full of women and children. They are literally barracks, not hotels. Very posh barracks. They didn't want the ones in Wales, did they? The barracks, the proper barracks. Oh, no. They wanted fucking something a bit more fucking cushy and comfortable, and they got it. And now we've got nowhere to put any real refugees. That's just my view anyway. Some of you may disagree with me. Some of you may agree with me. But I think we're going to struggle. I mean, where's everybody going? Come on, let's go and save the Jewish people, whatever. Let's go save the refugees. Bring them over. Let's bring them over. No, government was all over it when fucking war happened with Ukraine and Russia. Government were like, "Oh, let's go and save the Ukrainians. Let's give them your homes. Let's give them your bedrooms." You know, but where's I've not seen fuck all about anything to do with. I mean, I might be wrong, but I've not seen the government turn around at all today and say, right, come on, let's go and get some of these, or let's go and get as many of these genuine now refugees to safety. No, I wonder why. Maybe they're not laundering them. Maybe they're not laundering the government's money. Maybe that's why they don't care so much about them. But anyway, that's an opinion. I don't really know a lot about it. I don't really follow all that stuff. It's all political as far as I mean, it's religious, but it's religious and political in it. So I don't really follow all that stuff. Um, so yeah, my opinion is my opinion, and you can agree or not. But yeah, we literally have barracks with thousands of fighting men in every major town and city now. Oops. But that's all right. That's fine, because the government will be protected. Government are always protected. They'll get into their fucking protective places, and they'll be surrounded by the army. They'll be surrounded by the police. It's the rest of us that will have to fucking deal with it and suffer it. But there we go. Anyway, moving on, because I don't want to dwell on that. I'm sure it's going to get brought up some more during this evening. Probably by people that know a lot more about it than I do. I'm just sharing an opinion based on what I know, which is pretty small amount, to be fair. And there's guaranteed people on here that will come and talk about this that know far more than I do. I'm not going to pretend I know any more than I do either. So, yes, God bless. That's something that I'm going to talk about shortly, because like I do with the last few live streams, what I do is at the beginning I'll go through a few stories that are in the newspaper and give a reaction to those stories, upon seeing them for the first time. I do have some stories. Or a story with 3 different articles, which I do know about, I have heard about, and I've seen a video about, but I've not read the article, so I don't know what's actually being said. So again, you'll be getting a sort of live reaction from me on those particular articles and situations. Bearded Vet, it's interesting what you say. Oh, hang on. Oh, wrong one. Oh, that one. It's interesting what you say about the effect the clips had on you. Imagine being around that for 6 months and knowing at any minute you could turn into a red mist from veterans. Yeah, I agree, mate. I genuinely agree. Totally agree. I mean, I've seen some sick shit on the internet. Don't get me wrong. I mean, look, fucking, we had some dickhead a few months ago, gore bomb the channel, as many of you know. Years ago, I used to look on ugrish.com. I used to go on there and watch some of the stuff. I mean, it was fucking disgusting, but it was just pure curiosity. And I was fine with all that stuff. I suppose as I've got older, I've turned into a fucking wet wipe. I think as I've got older, plus it's not just that either. I've got some personal stuff going on as well. I'm going to go see my kids in a couple of weeks. I've seen them once in about 20 years, twice in about 21 years, once in the last 20 years. I'm going to go see him in a couple of weeks. I'm fucking well chuffed with that. I've been talking to him on the phone. I was talking to him this morning, and I think that's part of the issue. I think my brain was trying to make sense of the whole going and seeing my kids and what I'd seen on the internet with the bodies and the death and all that stuff. And it was a fucking horrible dream. I'm not going to go into it. It was a fucking horrible dream. It was disturbing. Didn't like it at all. I think my brain was just trying to, work out what's been going on, today. So yeah, it wasn't particularly welcome. Let's put it that way. Um, so yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, Willow the Wisp as well. My kids live um, basically on the border of London. Uh, and I mean, you're going to see in a minute, you're going to see a video of what's going on in London or what's been going on in London today. And some of you have probably already seen it, but I'm going to show it anyway and talk about the story that goes along with it. Um, but my kids live near, well, a few miles from fucking London. Do you know what I mean? And if it's going to go off anywhere, it's going to go off in London properly. You know what I mean? And that bothers me. Do you know what I mean? Um, so yeah, it's hi, hello, fat. How you doing? Um, I normally just have a wank before bed. Normally tires me out. No, it doesn't. Not these days. Anyway, not that you need to know that. That's a bit TMI, isn't it? So let's get on with this then. So um, mm, mm, where's the first one? Right. Okay. First of all, I just need you to let me know that you can hear me once I hold on. Oh, that's not going to work. Right. I just need you to let me know you can hear me when I flip over the screen. Okay. Can you hear me? One, two, three. If you can hear me, say one, two, three. Just type one, two, three in the comments. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, this is, I don't know if you're going to be able to hear this, but if you've not seen this, I'll just explain to you what's going on anyway. I mean, let's pop that over. Now, Dr. Charlotte Proudman, I don't know who she is, but she's posted this video saying celebrating the murders and kidnapping of Israelis is quite possibly the most heinous act of public hate I've seen on the streets of London. Now, so you can see they're flying a Palestinian flag, windows, they're beeping their horns, they're clapping. Oh, hang on, that's it. Um, they're clapping, they're beeping their horns, they're smiling, they're cheering, they're flying flags. Now, can you imagine? And this is exactly what I put on it. Look, Section 5 of the Public Order Act would be used against Brits displaying Nazi flags. And that shit happened 80 years ago. Why are we allowing this behaviour by Muslims? Oh, yeah, because plodden politicians have been pussy whipped by the minorities and don't want to hurt their fifis. Right? These people, that Section 5 of the Public Order Act, okay, is if you are fucking what are the words? What are the words? I said this earlier. Let me just double check it for the words. Because I don't want to give the wrong right. Causing alarm and distress. Right now, there's going to be people. There's going to be people who. Oh shit! Where's all my pages have gone now? There's going to be people who are alarmed and distressed by that. Majorly alarmed and distressed by that. but the police won't do fuck all about it. They won't do a thing about it. That guaranteed, you're not going to find reports in the paper tomorrow of the police lifting people because they're flying their flags and they're cheering the death, kidnap, and torture of civilians. You're not going to find it, right? But if somebody was to drive down the road with a Nazi flag sticking out their window, not even beeping, not even cheering, not even smiling, just a flag, they'd get lifted, right? Guaranteed. Absolutely 100% guaranteed, right? And the problem is we have been allowing, as I've said recently, and I'm not trying to be fucking Islamophobic or anything, okay, but we have been allowing lots of Muslims into this country from various different places, okay, without background checks, without knowing who they are, without knowing where they're from, without knowing what they've done, if anything. And we're just been, come on in, come on in, come on in. We'll feed you, we'll pay you, we'll house you until you're ready to fight us. You know, fucking it's fucking ridiculous. Um, uh, you know, we've got a sleeper cell already. You know, we've got Sadiq Khan. You've got is it Hamza Yusuf up in Scotland? We've got lords. We've got we've got lords, Muslim lords. Now, again, I don't know these people. Never heard of them in my life. Okay, I don't know who they are, what they've done. You know, I don't know if they're nice people or not. Okay, but there are people that have infiltrated high positions in this country, and from what I know of the Muslim faith, which isn't a great deal, and I'm not going to pretend it is, but from what I know about it, it's a bit like the Freemasons. It's no matter what happens, you back your fellow Freemason, no matter what, right? So when it comes to this, it to me, it's like no matter what happens, no matter what privileges and what niceties we give certain people, when the shit hits the fan, they're going to turn on that. You know, they're going to bite the hand that's been feeding them, and they're not going to give two fucks about it, in my opinion. Again, I could be wrong, and I would love when we open a panel if there's anybody out there that wants to discuss this and put me right or educate me if I'm wrong. Please feel free to, because I'm not pretending for a single moment that I am versed in this entire subject. I can just give you an opinion based on what I know, as I always do. All right. So if I'm wrong, and I'm more than happy for people to set me straight. So yeah, so that's that. But let's move on to the story here. Where the fuck is it? Here it is. Right. Not that one. Not that one. Here it is. Right. So we've got we've got three stories here to do with London. Okay, the first one. London police patrols increase amid celebration claims. Well, they're not claims because we've seen them. A claim is where somebody says something and you can't back it up at that point. That's not a claim. We have seen with our eyes on video the celebration, and they are not just claims. That is factual. That is there for everybody to see. So for the BBC News, which we know is as biased as you can get anyway, but the BBC News are trying to play it down by saying that it's just claims when it's not. Oh, let me just turn the volume down on there. Right, so Home Secretary Suella Braverman has said she expects the police to use the full force of the law against displays of support for Hamas. Fuck off. They listen. The Metropolitan Police want to use the full force of the law against peaceful protesters. They will not go after people like that who are bigging up the murder, the death, the everything else that's going on over there. Right? They won't. Not going to do it. Right? You're not going to see stories in the paper tomorrow where people have been arrested for cheering and for showing their support for what essentially is a terrorist organisation. You're not going to see it. I'm telling you now, you're not going to see it. Um, Posting on X, formerly known as Twitter, Ms. Braverman said, whenever Israel is attacked, Islamists and other racists use Israel defensive measures as a pretext to stir up hatred against British Jews. So, posting on X, formerly known as Twitter, Ms. Braverman said, whenever Israel is attacked, Islamists and other racists use Israel defensive measures as a pretext to stir up hatred against British Jews. Now, what's interesting is this. Okay. Hamas terrorists use civilian residential buildings, schools, hospitals, and even mosques to launch rocket attacks on Israel. And when Israel retaliates against the terror attacks, they play the victim card. And I believe that's what she's talking about. I believe that's what Suella Braverman is talking about there. If you've got terrorists in hospitals or schools or whatever, and they are blowing people up, murdering people, all of that stuff, you can't just allow that shit to happen. I don't want to see anybody fucking dead. Do you know? I don't want to see anybody die because of some shitty war. But they have to retaliate. They have to retaliate. And Hamas are using these positions in hospitals, in schools, etc., purposely to prevent people from fighting back at them or trying to attack them back. There is only so much you can, unfortunately, and as horrible as it sounds, there is only so much that you can put up with before you have to take action. And that's a sad thing, that sometimes people have to die in order to save more people. It's a sad reality. It's disgusting. And no, let me put myself, because this, I just want to be like, I want you to see my face when I say this and know that I'm not trying to be a dick or anything like that. I genuinely think it's disgusting that anybody should have to die over land. I believe that's essentially what this is about, isn't it? I think that didn't they have like the UK government or somebody? Again, I'm not entirely versed in all this stuff, but wasn't that area split between Palestine and Israel? And the Palestinians weren't happy with it, and that's what this is about. Perhaps again, I'm not entirely educated on all of this. Again, I can only give you what I know and from the information that I've gathered. And again, so people out there might even know, or probably know way more, know way more than me. I don't. Well, I said, if you don't like either side, you're still fucked, aren't you? Because you're stuck in the middle. I don't want to get. I got no issues with people. What I do have issues with is assholes that are intent on fucking killing and murdering, kidnapping, maiming, raping, and all that stuff. That's the issue I've got. Israel invaded and stole their land. Again, I don't know. I honestly don't know. So I can only tell people, I can only tell you what I think I know, and hopefully some of you will put me straight if I'm wrong. Then I can learn. You can educate me, and I'm more than happy for that to happen. Well, you need to learn. Yeah, okay, Willow the Wisp. Hence what I've been saying for the past 10 minutes. I have an opinion based on what I know. Other people will know more than I do. It's just the same as any fucking topic, isn't it? Some people know stuff, some people don't know as much, and we talk and we learn things. So I'm not taking Israeli side. What I'm saying is you can't go in and start murdering, raping, kidnapping people off the streets, innocent people, by the way, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't the people that are being murdered, kidnapped, and raped who took the land. They were given the land by their government or by whoever's government, and they just went there to live. They just want to live their life. Yeah. So that's the way I see it. And now they're being murdered in the streets. If you think that's normal, if you think that's okay to do, then I think you're the one with the issue, mate. That's just, again, my opinion. Um, so yeah, anyway, moving on. Let's go back to, hang on a minute. Where's the, there it is. So Robert Jenrick has urged the Met to increase patrols, claiming that people were glorifying the terrorist activity of Hamas. They were blatantly, 100%. We could see it with our own eyes. But what they're going to do? They're going to do nothing. They're going to do nothing about it. Absolutely fuck all. Right? Jenrick said there is no place for this in the UK. But yet they're going to let it go on. Okay. Scotland Yard said we're aware of a number of incidents, including those that have been shared on social media in relation to the ongoing conflict in Israel and the border with Gaza. The Met has increased policing patrols across parts of London in order to provide a visible presence and reassurance to our communities. Anyone who experiences threatening behaviour or is worried about their safety is urged to contact the police. You notice there they don't say anybody that feels harassed. Fucking hell, my brain is playing up tonight. What's the words I used earlier? Alarmed and distressed. So they haven't used those. Isn't it funny how they haven't used those particular words? Anybody who feels alarmed, harassed, or distressed is urged to contact the police. No, they've just said if you experience threatening behaviour or you're worried about your safety, then contact the police. The rest of it's fine. It's fine. Oh, they're only waving a flag. Just, there's nothing we can do. Fuck off. Get out there and actually do something about it. But you won't, because, strangely enough, there's fucking more of them than there is police. No wonder they're not going to do anything. Anyway, what else have we got? Met Police increases patrol in London. The move aims to reassure and protect communities amidst the global unrest. Not going to do a thing. Police's commitment to collaborating with communities and partners, urging the public to report any concerning activities, particularly threatening behaviour. Again, nothing to do with being alarmed, harassed, or distressed, just threatening behaviour. In the last 24 hours, the Met Police responded to several minor public order incidents reported across different parts of London, as highlighted on social media. There we go. Swift police intervention resolved these incidents without any arrests made. I told you, they're not going to arrest them. And it says it right there. Intervention resolved these incidents. Okay, so if somebody was driving down the road, as I said earlier, if somebody was driving down the road with a Nazi flag attached to their fucking car aerial, do you think the police will stop you and go, listen, really not a good idea for you to, driving around with that Nazi flag flapping, because you might upset, certain people. No, they're not. They're going to pull you over. They're going to drag you out of the car. They're going to stick their knee in your spine. They're going to cuff you up, and they're going to fucking have you carted off. But they won't do it over this. Well, the police force is actively coordinating with protest organisers, including the upcoming Stop the War protest scheduled for Monday, October the 9th. that should be quite interesting to see. I will be looking out for live streams tomorrow. If I find any live streams tomorrow, not just one, I don't really just want to do the one. I know I have before with Place Welshman, but I don't just want to do. If I'm going to do a live stream of live streams, I want to talk about it and I want to have different angles of what's going on. So I think that could be quite an interesting day tomorrow in London. While officers' primary objective is to ensure peaceful protests, arrests will be made if there are suspicions of criminal offences. Yes, I pretty much guarantee that the arrests will be made against the people that are opposed to these people flying the Palestinian flag and cheering at the death of innocent people. If you're in a war, right, I'm not going to stand there and stick up for the people that the two sides that are fighting. Okay. Because they chose to be in that situation. They chose to be in that position. They chose to join the armed forces for their particular country and fight for their country, and they're doing what they think or what they're told to do. No offense to anybody that served in the armed forces, but that's a decision that you make yourself, and you go and you do that, right? So I'm not interested in picking sides when it comes to armed forces. We're talking about innocent people. We're talking about members of the public. We're talking about people going about their day and all of a sudden getting fucking rained down with hellfire, and then paragliders coming in, shooting people in the street, wagons rolling in and kidnapping people and shooting them in the streets. That is fucking disgusting. That is wrong. And that is what I will call out. So, yeah, that's that. Moving on. Again, and there's another one here, a number of incidents, including those that have been shared on social media, but no, a number of protests have been planned for the coming days. Scotland Yard said on Sunday it will take a zero tolerance approach to any activity that crosses the lines into criminality. But are we going to be using the police's, what's the word? What's the fucking word? Judgment. Do we let the police decide whether it's actually crossed, or do we use the law? What I mean by that is that, you know, the law, for example, if you cause alarm, harassment, or distress to somebody, that's a criminal offence. That's public Section 5 of the Public Order Act. If you do that, you've broken the law. Are we going to get the police using their discretion, or, you know, just not to have to engage with the people that are cheering on and praising what's going on? Again, I can't see that we're going to see many arrests at all, apart from the people that are actually opposed to what's going on. Actually, I might buy a Palestinian flag and stick it on my front window, and see if the police come round. That'd be interesting. Yeah, I'm not interested in what Rachel Riley's got to say, to be quite honest. She's one of those that should just, you know, be quiet and look good. So, well, that was very misogynistic of you, Dan. I know. So yeah, anyway, let me take that off because it's getting really fucking hot. God, look, I look like I've got fucking mange. So yeah, so I'm more than happy for people to come on. When I open a phone line shortly, I'm more than happy for people to phone up and tell me what they think, or to come onto the panel a bit later on and tell me what they think. If you think I'm wrong, if you want to educate me, then make sure you do it with some respect, as I'm trying to be respectful to people that are watching this and people that have got different opinions to me. If you can do all of that, then we can have a discussion. But if you're going to be a dick then you're not going to last very long on the phone or on the panel. So there we go. You've stumbled on a channel that actually educates people. What channel's that, Tic Tac? Can't be talking about me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I just give my opinion based on what I know, and sometimes that might not be a lot. Sometimes what I know may be misconstrued. Maybe I've got something wrong. So again, I'm more than happy for people to come and have an open discussion with me. Hi, Sherris. Sorry, I fucking zoned out for a moment there. Fuck's sake. Okay, so what? That's that. That's that out of the way for the time being, anyway. And do you know what? Actually, I think that's an. I did have two more things to talk about. One of them is Stephen Watson, Chief Constable Stephen Watson of Greater Manchester Police, says that crime is being driven by entitled generation that has never been told no, and who instead take pride in not respecting others. So, Greater Manchester Police Chief Constable Stephen Watson said that crime is being driven by an entitled generation that has never been told no. Whose fucking fault is that, Stephen Watson? Whose fault is that? We're not allowed to tell kids off anymore because the police come knocking at your door, don't they? Yeah. Don't use your discretion when it comes to things like that, though, do you? No. You come round, you'll nick the parents, you'll take the kids into care, or you'll get social services involved, rather than using using that so-called police discretion that no doubt is going to be used in London not to arrest people, when you could use that to actually arrest people, or not arrest people who tell their kids off or punish their kids. But no, can't do that now, can we? Um, are you all taking a piss out of me there or something? But yeah, so for Stephen Watson to sit there giving it all the big and about, oh, crime is the fault of an entitled generation that's never been told no. I suppose they're going to blame the parents now for not telling their kids no, even though when you tell your kids no, the kids these days turn around and go, fuck you, you can't do nothing about it because I'll call the police or Childline and you'll be fucked. That's why. That is fucking why. So cheeky fucking idiot, Chief Constable Stephen Watson, you absolute fucking ponce. You're an idiot. Fucking idiot. And the next one is the West Midlands Police found liable for sexual harassment and discrimination against a female officer with 75. Hang on a minute. 75 allegations made as part of an employment tribunal, with former West Midlands Police Constable being in line for a £1.2 million payout. Former female officer. Employment tribunals found West Midlands Police liable of incidents of sexual discrimination and harassment. West Midlands Police has admitted to 75 allegations made as part of the employment tribunal, and Mrs. Kalam is now in line for a record-breaking £1.2 million payout. Do you know what? I'm not even gonna read that because that's just absolute fucking horse shit. Absolute horse shit. Why do these people leave it so long if they're being harassed? Make a point when it starts happening. Get it dealt with. Why leave it so long? Is it because there's less fucking evidence apart from your word and you can make shit up? Perhaps. Who knows? But it's fucking wank. It's fucking wank. Anyway, guys, I need a fucking brandy after all that. Coffee gone. Brandy on its way. Yeah, guys, please don't take the piss. If a moderator I'll ask you not to do something in the comments, can you please not do it just to take the piss, please? I'm sure the moderators have asked you nicely, so you know, have a bit of respect, please, folks. Now, I've not had an alcoholic drink for about 3 months. I've not eaten properly today either. In fact, what have I eaten today? Some Pringles. That's all I've eaten today. So this could get messy. This could get messy. We'll see. We'll see. Well, Willow, you were taking a piss by asking why in capitals when you was asked not to use capitals. I don't want to fall out with people, but quite obviously, when somebody says, can you not use capitals? And then you ask, why can't you use capitals in capitals? That's taking a piss, isn't it? Let's be honest. Right. There doesn't seem to be a lot going on these Gaza live cams at the moment. I don't have anybody keeping an eye on it from my end to tell me if something's going on to bring it up when something happens. So so if I do see something, because it will be on another screen, if I do see something, I'll let you know. But chances are I'll be concentrating on what's going on this screen rather than that screen. So let me get ready for this. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. No, I can't sing before anybody points that out to me. I know. Right, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, can you let me know if you can hear this? Yep, lovely jubbly. Right, in that case, folks, I don't know how loud that was for you. I'm sure somebody would have said it was too loud if it was. Excuse me, pardon me. So let's now move over and let's get the call in on the go. So 01515289590. If you want to call in, you want to talk about something we've spoken about already, if you want to talk about something else, by all means, you're more than welcome to phone up and we can have a chat. You might talk about stuff that goes over my head. You know, again, I'm not phone up. I'm going to have a chat. Hello. Might talk about.
Hello, Dan. Me, Steve.
Hello. How you doing?
Turn that down a bit.
Well, I'm not phone up.
Sorry.
Hello. Might talk about.
Hello, Dan. Me, Steve. Yeah, very, very interesting tonight, mate.
Well, it's just my view on what I've seen. Again,
I know. I mean, what makes me laugh is that people you know, they're doing what they're doing, and yeah, but it's you know, when we were in that type of situation, people always moaning, we haven't got this, we haven't got that, we can't do that. But the United Nations about as much use as Chelsea football team, if you know what I mean. You know,
Yeah.
Apart from that, you're right. How do we know that there's like sleeper cells that sit in the country where they are, Israel and Lebanon? They've never been, how do we say, they've never been good neighbours, have they? Not going to play cricket or football or the rugby World Cup, if you know what I mean.
No.
It's the same thing. It's wherever you look at it. Look at Ukraine. There's another one that we might sort out. Look at Central Africa. They might sort it out. We don't know. But instead of we should be going forward in this 21st century. There should be no wars. People are going over for, we haven't got enough food in the world. Well, hang on. Ukraine's got all the wheat. We've got all these bits and pieces. But I just sit down and say, okay, there you go. And
the thing is, though, Steve, there is enough food to feed everybody. That's the problem.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
There's enough land for everybody. There's enough food for everybody. It's just that some people want to control it because it gives them the power. And that's the sad thing about it.
I spoke to your mate yesterday. Spoke to Simon yesterday. He was happy.
Yeah, I'm sure he was happy. He went to the pub, didn't he?
I think so, Dan, and it wasn't too bad. He said, "How am I getting on with the fridge and microwave?" I said, "Well, I did bread pudding yesterday," and he was a bit, it was about bread pudding and dripping. He has never had dripping in his life. I thought, you bad at, and must have a bad upbringing or what? I don't know what I do, you know. But it's like everything else. When's it going to end? It's going to end when somebody says they'll never go nuclear. Israel and Lebanon have just got to sort it out. Nothing to do with us. Just let them get on with it.
I mean, didn't Trump put a statement out today or something saying that they should just nuke them all? I mean, that's not going to fucking fix anything. If he did say that, that's not going to fix anything.
That ain't going to fix nothing. I mean, Trump, well, he's another. I don't know whether to have in power Trump or this one we got in now. You know, I don't know, the Americans. So the Americans have always been with us. You know, wherever they've gone, we've always had to go and help them bail them out. Basically, you know, that's why people today. I mean, well, the Americans, they'll do what they do. Countries will do what they do. Poland's getting fed up with helping Ukraine out. Ukraine's always on the scrounge. So, how many people in this country are married and are Ukrainian? So, hang on. Why don't you say, okay, we want you back. Okay, you'd have to go back. I mean, look at the Afghans in Pakistan. They just said, no, sorry, if you haven't got the right papers, they're deporting you back to Afghanistan.
Well, lots of countries are doing that, aren't they? You know, hasn't Denmark stopped taking people in? I think Denmark's turned around and said, right, fuck this, enough's enough. You know, not just Denmark. I believe there's others out there as well. Again, it's just things I've picked up on. You know, it's not something I've researched or anything. Again, I could be wrong, but
some of these people, like you said, some of these people know nothing about it because they've never been there. You say I bet you're gonna get some comments on what I'm not going to say, but I say, how many people you can say to these people? How many people have been to war in the last 20 years? Not many, not a few, not many civvies. All they're doing good as and saying, yeah, we do this, we do that. But what do? They jabber, and nothing's done. It's like someone's got to wait till someone either gets killed, like on the streets, like I did on that guy that they killed that soldier many years ago. But it's always the same. It's the same old. Why don't you get up and do it? We did it. We went outside. Oh, sorry, can't do that. Distress and what? Don't know what you're talking about. And do it. They just don't do it because they can't. I don't know. Yeah, but kids are getting educated. They're getting free lunches and all that. They're not complaining. You know.
No, of course they're not.
But when it comes to the my daughter needs this and needs that. Why they can't do it in their own country? That's why do they come to our country?
Yeah.
I mean, look at Afghanistan. They had an earthquake. They're not going to. They haven't got the infrastructure. It's like Lebanon. They haven't got the infrastructure to fight a war. Israel have, because they've got everything but a kitchen sink. They'll probably chuck that out and all. You know, but what does it? It's going to come down to that. Someone's going to say, well, not an our doorstep, but why don't they just sit there, go around the table, say, yeah, we're going to have a bit of this, bit of that, okay, boom, done. They're not, because there's always people that it's not armies that start wars, it's governments. And the quicker people learn about it, the better it is. You can only look at our history. It's been proven, and the police, the fire and ambulance, they do a good job. Don't get me wrong, but the police today, they're just not fit for purpose. It's as simple as that.
I mean, Tree Dude's just put a comment saying the problem is our governments who previously forced us into war are now our enemy. We have no infrastructure to fight them. They took it from us. The other thing as well is you know, people are being put at risk because of our governments wanting to get involved in stuff that's got fuck all to do with them. In my opinion,
just keep the nose out.
You know, if it's on our doorstep, then fine, we need to deal with it. Do you know what I mean? I know what it's all about. It's like, well, if somebody gets a bit too much power, then they're going to be, you know, a bit more fucking. It's going to be more of a problem for us. So we've got to help these other countries and all the rest of it. But then that makes us a target. Makes us a target. Look at the Ukraine thing. It's
like the other things. People, I know it sounds stupid. People argue over boundaries on neighbours' fences and all that. I just can't believe that. You know, my fence is bigger than yours.
Yeah, can you imagine if somebody puts a fence up and they take 6 inches of your garden? Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, that's it. He gives the arse monkeys. You know,
fuck it. Everybody just wants to fight and argue. It's just, I don't know. Yeah.
And when you can't, I mean, the Stop Hill protesters, you know, the guys are. I mean, I couldn't believe it. A couple of weeks back, Stop Hill protesters were on a tanker, and the geezer goes, "Oh no, that's not oil. It's cooking oil." And I just creased up. It's like, really? I swear, some of these people that drive down the road. There's a few truckies that've got has chem and all that. But some of these civvies drivers that will really start reading what the has chem signs is, and they'll be quite surprised. I'm not going near that, or I'm not going behind that. You know, oh, that's a bit dodgy. But why don't they try reading the has chem signs? Because some of them are so thick, they're unbelievable. It says corrosive. Well, what are you driving behind a corrosive tanker for?
Yeah.
You know, some of these drivers now. I mean, we've had a few drivers that are driving the dust carts. I mean, a lady last week, she had I think it was in somewhere over in Betchworth or somewhere over there. Someone had a classic car, and he put it in reverse and done the front of the car in about £30,000 worth of damage.
Yeah.
But what do you do? I mean, the drive. You know, my mate's just trying to take her driving test, cancelled. In Guildford, cancelled. All she wants to do is go and sit a driving test, do a test. She's got a little car, job's a good one, but no. And yet, some people shouldn't have an HGV license because they you know, doctors keep swinging it and all that. They want a couple of £100 here or £100 there, but sorry, but it doesn't. My brother's been waiting a year.
Yeah.
A year for a car license. A whole year.
I don't know. It's just fucking mental, isn't it? The whole thing is just.
He had cancer about 4 or 5 years ago. Hasn't had none at all. And he was saying they send the DVLA send them the same paperwork. You know, the same. How can he send the same paperwork for the last 4 years? And I can understand where DVLA are coming from, but they really want to start getting their rubbish together, because a lot of people, there's a lot of truck drivers, a lot of family companies, or people who've got small businesses are going out of business.
Yeah. Well, I think that's part of the plan, is to get the small businesses to fail,
Yeah.
So you have, you've got fewer bigger businesses that are dealing with everything, and it's less for the government to have to fucking keep an eye on, isn't there?
Well, it's like, I mean, they're going to have, I don't know if you see it, but if you're going to go to Europe in the next couple of years, you're going to have to have a visa to visit Europe. I mean, I've never heard so much nuts and bolts in all my life. It's going to cost you £6. You've got to do, say you've got to go there, say, a month's time. Well, you've got to submit the visa and the criminal record check as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not. I know it sounds stupid, but they'll be tagging it. They'll be chipping us next.
So we've got to do a criminal record check to leave the country and enter somewhere else.
Yeah.
But we just lay back and open the gates and go, come on in, everybody.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
It's absolutely stupid. Have you ever heard anything about moving down to where you wanted to go?
No, not yet. Unfortunately, I'm still working on dealing with the council down there at the moment.
Well, they're dragging their feet again as per usual.
They always do. But I do have some documents that should assist, which I was given the other day. So
I think someone, I think it was someone. I saw something on YouTube. These people went for a council flat, and it was the 10th council flat that they went to, and she turned it down.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this on last week's live stream, if I remember rightly. Yeah, because there was no parking space.
What about the servicemen that are sitting on the streets and the girls that are sitting on the street at home and all that?
Exactly.
I don't know. So, and there's a guy. I think he's a squaddy. He's currently serving, and he's single accommodation. Room. They charge him £60 a month. Now is that cheap or what?
That is cheap. Sorry, I've just flipped back to the other screen. If you're watching, you're still people can still hear you. It's just because I just had a heads up that something might be happening on there, so I've just flipped back over. But yeah, no, it's he
pays £60 a month for a rent in a barrack block accommodation. And it's sad that we've got all that accommodation sitting there, and that veterans can't go and live in them.
Yeah.
I mean, Capelcuric's down in South Wales, in Wales, and it's a training camp, lovely camp. It's on a bit of a hill. It's got a lovely little village, and yet if it was good enough for when we were in the TA or in the regulars, and that Costello ship. They had that just after the Falklands War, because we were out in Falklands putting the bloody place back together, building it. But they don't like it. I mean, I don't know.
As you've just said it right there, right? You've got people who are putting their lives on the line to defend the country. It's supposed to be, I'm not saying that's always what happens, because the government will use the armed forces for whatever fucking they want them to use them for. Yeah. But you've got people who are putting their lives on the line, right? They join the army, join the armed forces to put their lives on the line to protect their fellow man, to protect their countrymen, their country, whatever. And they get given a barracks to stay in. Okay. You would think that somebody that is potentially giving up their life, potentially, would be treated like a fucking king, right? But you get given a barracks, and you're doing all of that for your country. And you've got people coming who are doing fuck all for the country, who are given 4 5-star hotel fucking suites, swimming pools, gyms, 3 meals a day, proper, chef cooked meals, not, we're not talking about mass cooked in the army, although there's nothing wrong with army food, but, it's wrong. The whole fucking system is fucking wrong.
Prisoners, armed forces food's pretty good. You've got prisoners. Prison food's pretty good. National health is not too bad, but I mean,
about that.
Give them a compo box. There's your box. Comes in a cardboard box. Go and cook that.
Yeah.
I mean, how can these people? The only rights they've got is that we've got 3 meals a day. Got that? Yeah. So what else you want? Please, I tell you, you can see where it's going to go. It's going to come. Well, we've had enough of this. not me or you, are just going to say, sorry, we're not putting up with no more. I can't even get, and where I am, FDB's, I think it's 65 or 66 to get a bus pass. Now, why can't veterans get a bus pass? And I think that is a good thing, but they're not going to do it.
Yeah. Again, it just gets to a point where I get lost for words, because it's what more can you say other than what we've already been saying? I mean, there's stuff, there's more to do, but what more can you actually say? It just seems like we're constantly beating ourselves over the head with the same, things all the time.
Yeah, with the same hammer. But it's going to get worse when our school system's gone down the drain. Teachers and all that.
It has. Can you imagine if can you imagine when that, I want to be careful what I say here, because I don't want to be shut down. And I don't want to purposely upset people. I don't mind upsetting people if I'm, talking generally, but I don't want to purposely upset people.
All right, we'll just say A and B is equals C, but it's not going to happen.
Well, can you imagine if a certain group of people, just imagine, right? Let's just say what's going on now in Israel. Let's just say, I mean, that's obviously been planned. It was a planned attack, right? There's no way that just fucking happened off the cuff. That was a planned attack that's been being planned for a long time.
Yeah, of course.
How do we know that the planning of that doesn't involve people moving into different countries? Yeah, as I was saying earlier, it doesn't involve people moving into different countries, abusing the systems to get into those countries so that they are a sleeper cell, so to speak. Okay.
Yes, exactly where you're coming from, mate.
I said earlier that in the chat on here, I said earlier we've got thousands of people now in barracks hotels in every major city, right? And they're basically barracks now, because they're all men. In every major city in the country, basically, okay, thousands of them
speaking to each other on the phones and all that.
Thousands of them. That if this is a planned thing over, which it is in Gaza, we don't know that there's more plans behind the scenes. Like these people that have come over or gone to different countries, we don't know that they're not doing that to infiltrate the country. So they've got thousands of people already in towns and cities, ready to do something. And I'm not saying that is what's happening, because I don't want to say, look, that I'm not trying to suggest that every person that's come over is in that boat, because it's fucking, excuse the pun. I'm not trying to say that, but it's a possibility. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that could be happening. All right. And if it is, we are literally fucked. Literally fucked. As citizens of this country, we are literally fucked. Now, you imagine we have a takeover here, right? Let's imagine we've got. Imagine we have a, an Islamic takeover here, right?
Oh man!
Right? You know, with all the schools, with all their, pronoun teachings, and letting kids pretend to be what they want to fucking be, and all the rest of that kind of stuff. Can you imagine the fucking chaos and the I don't even want to say it, because I'll probably get told off by YouTube for saying it, but shit, it's going to go bad if that happens, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
The civil authorities have just, it'll go like Northern Ireland. They'll just bring back martial law. That's the last thing you want in this country. I don't agree that doctors or junior doctors and senior doctors should go on strike. They should be barred, because they should be like policemen. Senior doctors get paid a lot of wage. Train drivers 50, 60 grand a year. If you can't manage on 50 or 60 grand a year, cool, give me a job. I'll be there tomorrow. Everybody wants what we want. And all I want to do is go back to work, and I'm 64 years old.
Yeah.
So.
And so I just want to respond to Angela. I know it happens all the time. My point is that, people are still dying, and whether it happens all the time or not, it shouldn't be happening. That's what my point is. Shouldn't be happening. And just, it might have happened in the past, but it doesn't mean that things are going to change. Things aren't going to change in the future the way that it pans out. So if they're expecting,
if they don't start getting a grip of it around the table, where it's going to get, people won't be fighting over oil. Won't be fight. There's enough oil in the world to sink a battleship. It'll be water. It'll be water and the infrastructures of the countries where they haven't got the infrastructure. They'll be, we haven't got this because, why don't you sit down, stop fighting about it, and it's like everything else. Our prison system's broken. I mean, Serco lost the contract at Gatwick Airport, and there's a new security company that got it, and Mighty got it.
Mighty, the facilities management.
They're not brilliant. It's like everything else, But
none of them fucking are. None of them are. They're all shit.
Yeah, they're all. I mean, they even put who's a Kate Gourmet at the airport and all that lot. Who's a catering company that do the armed forces in the Compass.
Right.
They do all the chefing for the boys and girls in the army. You're thinking,
right. Fridge, give us 1 second. So, Angela, you're saying they aren't coming here. You've got Islamists going to war, killing people indiscriminately in the streets. Okay, they're not giving a shit about who they kill, who they kidnap, who they rape, who they murder, whatever. Right? How does anybody know that people that are involved in that have not already got into this country or any other country for that matter? There is a major lack of checking these people out when they get here, right? Throwing their passports overboard on their way over here, for example. They get here, they lie about who they are. We've got no way of checking. We've got no way of checking their background. We don't know whether they're part of Hamas or ISIS or whatever. We don't know. We're allowing people over. All countries are allowing people in out of the kindness of their hearts, right? Not just the kindness of their hearts to make themselves look good in the eyes of the world, but but we do not know. We do not know categorically. Cannot ever say that people that have been coming over are not part of Hamas or ISIS. We can't say that they're not.
No.
So we are in a situation now where we are all in potential or at potential risk. Look at all the people that are going through London, bibbing their horns, waving their flags, cheering and clapping at the murder and the rape and the kidnap and everything else that's going on at the moment. Okay, are they just I don't even know how to put it. They clearly agree with what Hamas are doing. Okay, so these are people, some of them may have been born here, but some of them would have probably come over here over the last few years, which proves that they are on the side of Hamas and Palestine and all the rest of it, which puts us in danger. So but they have been coming over. It's a dangerous situation to be in. Very dangerous situation to be in.
No, that is true, Dan. But what she doesn't realise is a lot of people, and there'll be thousands out there, millions. They say, you've got to look at it from our point of view, old school. We haven't had our 9/11 yet, but when they do, God help us, God help our country, because it's going to happen. It might happen tomorrow. It might happen next week. It might happen in 6 months or 2 years' time. We haven't had our 9/11 like the Americans have had. We've got away with murder when you think about it.
The biggest terror attacks here have all been through British-born Muslims so far. You've got to remember the past does not equate to what's going to happen in the future.
No,
okay,
no, not at all.
That's an important thing to remember. You know, just because it's been a certain way thus far, it doesn't mean that tactics aren't changing. It doesn't mean that plans aren't in place. We don't know. We can't say for sure. And people that are genuinely fleeing from war or persecution do deserve to be looked after. They do. Unfortunately, as we know, if that was the case, many of the people that have come over, the majority of the people that have come over would be women and children. We don't see that. We do not see that, unfortunately.
I mean, a lot of time. I mean, some of my best friends are Asian and black. You know, they're great, but it's where's it going to end? It's going to end where a policeman might get stabbed or shot. I didn't tell you much about the policeman that shot that guy in the car. We haven't heard much of that. All right, he's been charged and all that, but I don't know. If you're going to carry a gun, carry one. If you don't want to use it, and the gun in, and your licensing, get out of job and go and get another job. Because there's always someone there that's going to step into your shoes. It's as simple as that.
Listen, Fridge, I'm gonna have to call it there, I'm afraid.
Okay, mate.
See if we can get anyone else on. But listen, thanks for the call. Appreciate your input, man. Thank you.
And you, mate. Take care, man.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Ta-ra, mate.
Bye.
So lines back open 01515289590. Evening, Hugh. Up in court tomorrow. Jump on when we open a panel. Jump on and let us know what's going on, Hugh. Again, I'm not saying that everybody coming over or everybody leaving these countries is a danger. I'm not suggesting that whatsoever. There are genuine people. Unfortunately, people will abuse that and go, well, let's sneak in with the genuine people to get into these countries. It's like bank robbers. Bank robbers, I've known stories where bank robbers have held hostages and at the end, what they've done is they've got themselves changed. They've come out, taken their fucking balaclavas off, got and mingled with the hostages to leave the bank, right, to get out. It's a similar kind of thing. It's a Trojan horse. Guaranteed, 100% that there are 1,000,000%. There are people that are abusing this system to come over to different countries. For what reason? I wouldn't like to speculate on that. I think lots of us know a reason. And I don't really want to talk about it on here because it will get me into trouble. But I think we all know the reason why certain people would want to come to other countries and set themselves up. Angela, what about the British-born kids whose lineage is British, should we say? The ones who have been converted. I mean, how have they been converted if all these people coming over, you know? And I'm using Muslims as an example because that's the situation that's going on at the moment. Okay, how have white British people been converted to Islam and made to go and do some of these terrible things that they've gone and done? It's because we've had extremists that have got into the country and then have been allowed to teach them and indoctrinate them into doing these terrible things. Oh, 01515289590. if you want to call in, if you want to have a discussion, if you want to teach me something, if you want to educate me, please do. I'm more than open and willing to be educated if I have said something wrong, or if you believe that I'm wrong. Please feel free to use this opportunity. Or if you want to agree, I don't mind. Victoria, Mickey is Mickey's got bad eyesight at the moment. Mickey's the only one really that we allow to get away with the capital letters because of his eyes. And sorry, I don't mean to embarrass you or anything like that, Mickey. You know that I like you, I respect you there, so got no issues with you. But he's the only one, and that's because we know that he has an issue. If you tried to call in whilst I was on the other line, whilst I was talking to Fridge and Microwave there, then I wouldn't have been able to answer, obviously. But now you should be able to call in and get through now. Educated with a whip. Yes, please. I won't say no to that. Put my hat back on. There are refugee camps outside of Gaza for people wanting to flee. They don't want to leave Gaza as they fight for the Gaza Strip like people would fight for England. So what about the people not fighting for their other countries? Well, all the people that have been coming over here on boats that they don't, you know, fleeing war, all the men who should be fighting for their countries, not leaving their wives and kids behind to fight for their countries. You know, what about them? I don't understand. I don't want to fall out with you. I'm you know, genuine conversation here. Why are, you know, as you say there are people that don't want to leave Gaza because they want to fight for their country, but there are so many people leaving other countries saying, you know, they're fleeing from war and persecution, but they're leaving their wives and kids there. They're leaving their wives and kids in the refugee camps outside their cities. I doubt it. Where's my indie whip? I should get one, really, shouldn't I? The Indiana Jones whip. Ah, okay, right. If that's you phoning, give me a second. I do seem to be having an issue. So if you just bear with me, and I will try and fix that. I've just noticed that you're actually, my phone is lit up. However, on my computer, it is not. And I don't know why. What is going on? Why is that playing, silly buggers? What the hell? Come on. It's not even showing you. It's not even showing you ringing on my computer. It's showing you ringing on my phone, which is right in front of me, but it's not showing you ringing on the Skype on the computer, and I don't know why. I've just restarted it. This Rev done me an update. I don't know why. There's no reason why it shouldn't be lit up. I've just restarted Skype, so that should have fixed the issue. But then you was ringing and it weren't coming through on the computer. Come on. You playing silly bastards. I tell you what, wearing that hat, that's hot. Fucking, that is warm. It might have something to do with having hair now. Might be making it a bit warmer. Skype's been playing around all weekend. I had this. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello. Hello. Oh, look, no. It's frozen. Oh, come on, you silly bastard. What's the matter with you? Hello? Oh, no, it's gone. Oh, Jesus. I'm having a bit of an issue here. Updating conversation. All right, I'm having a bit of an issue with Skype here at the moment. My apologies to people that are trying to call in. Let's hope that it sorts itself out. Yeah, somebody's fucking playing. Shy said somebody's definitely playing. How annoying. Okay, here we go. Let's try it again. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello. My apologies. I don't know what was going on with Skype there, but it was playing silly buggers.
Yes, I don't know much about how this thing all works, but great show.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, and thank you for being part of the conversation there going on in the comments.
You're welcome. I don't know really what to talk about actually.
Talk about anything you like, mate. This isn't. We don't have a. I mean, we have a structure of how I run the evening, but when it comes to phone calls, you talk about anything you like.
Yeah. Well, go on then. Give us something to talk about. I don't know. Lahaina, Maui fires.
Yes.
Interesting. That what's happened out there.
Oh, you mean with Oprah Winfrey buying up loads of land?
Yeah. Maybe. Thank you. It's a great call. I'm going to shoot off now.
No worries, man. No worries.
I've not really got anything much to say, but thank you very much.
No problem at all, mate. No worries. Thank you for your call.
Bye-bye.
Bye, mate. Bye-bye. I'm sure that's probably a similar feeling that many people have when they want to phone in for the first time and they go, oh, I don't want to phone in. Just phone in. You see me, I'm quite a friendly person, providing you're friendly. You speak to me nice, I'll be nice to you. So don't be afraid to phone in, even if you haven't really got anything to talk about. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Don't be afraid to phone in, even if you...
Hello.
Dan.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Who's that?
Hugh Jorgen.
Oh, Hugh. How you doing, man?
Cool.
Good stuff. Not so bad. Let me just turn you up a little bit in my ears, because there we go. Let's try that.
Right.
Yeah, not too bad. Plodding along as we do.
Right. You keeping okay though? Yeah.
Well, again, just getting there.
Right.
It could be worse. Let's put it that way. I'm not gonna play a sob story. It could be worse. So I'm still breathing. I don't know what that was. Yeah, I'm still breathing. I'm still waking up each day. So it could be a lot worse. So, yeah.
Good, man. Good. I've not been on YouTube for a few months. My phone was fucked. So I just managed to obviously be able to get into my phone that obviously I had to YouTube a couple of days ago. That's why I obviously noticed that you were on there than that.
Right.
I'm not up court tomorrow. It's actually Tuesday.
Okay.
But well, how could you say I was appointed a solicitor by the court in March 2020.
Okay.
Right, so one of my cases, which you probably know about anyway, I'm still getting dragged into court about, which is going to be 5 years to the exact date. I'm back up court on Tuesday.
Okay.
About the police breaking into my car, right, while I videoed them. Right, because obviously I'm a registered carer, and I do free time care work.
Yes.
So this was to do with hate crime. You know how the police have got a fucking major vendetta campaign against me. Right, okay, so this was obviously like my daughter and my friends growing up as kids, and teenagers and other boyfriends and any groups they attended coming to my house to do with this guy's business.
Yeah.
Right, so basically the police had left voicemails like a way back for April, gone all the way into October 2018, still actually continuing. Right, but the police had broke into my car while I videoed them outside my Silborough police station. Right, it's going to be 5 years on Tuesday. Right, so I video them coming at the station. They break into my car, give me a beating, try to drag me at the car, I'm sitting with my seatbelt on. Right, so they're on the car, giving me a beating. My phone gets smashed to fuck. Get taken to Dalkeith headquarters. They cut the circulation off to my wrists. So soon it took them about 20 minutes to get the handcuffs off. That's how embedded the cuffs were into my wrist. Right. So I ended up in A&E for 6.5 hours. So I've been getting dragged in and out of court. So this sheriff, right, Adrian Cotton, right, in March 2020, he says, do you want the court to appoint you a lawyer? And I've been, yeah, that would be fantastic, as long as he's going to follow my instructions. Right, and basically, it ended up that it was a duty solicitor.
Yeah.
So I was due back up court, obviously, in June or July 2020. So I phoned the court, to say, well, I'm due back in court, here's the date and that. Then the clerk at the court stated to me, no, your lawyer acted for you. And I went, no, I acted for myself. Well, if you're not going to listen to me, I'll just terminate the call. So basically, he tells me about this lawyer that I didn't know about that's appointed by the court. So I spoke to him. Took me months to actually get them to speak to me, right? But you've got to remember, this is a duty solicitor. Now, the sheriff should have turned around and stated to me, well, you can get the duty solicitor, but see, because the court appointed that lawyer, they try to make out that you can't sack that lawyer, right? When they're not acting in the best interest for you. So basically, I'm getting dragged into the court. I've gave them the cyber technology laws, to do with like the police stealing your recording devices, yeah?
Right.
So we've got 28 days, to check your recordings, right, on your videos, if you go into cyber technology, in Scotland, it's obviously Police Scotland, right? So if you go into their laws and policies, so it basically explains everything. Obviously, even gives you like a picture, like a family tree, about the police seizing your recording devices. Then it goes into a family tree to the left or right. Yeah. Then it explains, obviously, if you've not committed an offence, then it goes to the right. The police have got to return your phones. So basically, I've explained to the lawyer what happened. Now, the so-called professional standards, right? They sent an email to advocates that were acting for me. So they stated that I couldn't video them with a mobile phone stuck in their face, sitting up at the side of the table, but I could use a dictaphone. So basically, when I went into this interview room, I stated, is that on the CCTV? That requested for the 5 CCTV cameras, and all the radio communication. They went, no, it was a phone call that you made to 101. Right, so that was the phone that I was videoing. I had 2 phones. Right, so that was the phone that I was videoing on. So basically, the police smashed my phone, right, that was videoing them on. I've been getting dragged into court. Every time I met this lawyer, I spoke to him, I went, where's my phones? And he went, well, I've not got them. Can you get them returned, at the end of your trial? And I went, well, I'm giving you the laws.
Yeah.
What I mean? And this, when you're getting a solicitor, it's actually meant to be acting in your defence, but it's not, but they're not. They're acting for the Crown.
Yeah.
So basically, he told me, well, when I stated about my human rights being breached, he stated, well, I'm not a human rights lawyer. And I went, well, you don't need to be a human rights lawyer. Can just go into the links, to do with Police Scotland.
Yeah.
So so basically, I was getting dragged into court about that one. The one where I've been put into prison for 23 days. I've been out in bail since the 8th of July 2019. So these two cases are together. I've got another case where I was arrested unlawfully for standing on a public pavement. But these two cases, so basically what's happened is they tried to get me to plead guilty way back in November 2021, but only to do with a deal with the Crown Office, and instead, if you plead guilty to charge 1 and 3, they'll drop the rest of the cases, right? So I stated to them, I heard them, and I stated, excuse me, could you repeat that again, please? So it stated, well, the PF, the Crown Office, are making you a deal. If you plead guilty to charge 1 and 3, they'll drop the rest of the cases. So I stated, do you want my honest answer? And he went, yeah. And I went, where's my fucking 2 mobile phones I was with? And the police breaking into my car and brutally assaulting me. So why the fuck would you be asking me to plead guilty? Yeah, you could understand that, Danny.
Yeah, it's just so they can get a charge, isn't it? It's just not a charge. It's just so they can get a conviction. They don't care what the conviction is. So they say to you, just admit to the lesser one, and we'll drop the others. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the whole point is if you're if I'm sitting in my car, the police are dealing with hate crime. I'm a registered carer by the government. I do free time care work, so they've got an obligation in law, to deal with me. Yeah, and get this obviously done as part of my job. Yeah, know what I mean. If I'm employed by the government as a carer, and I'm looking after these guys with disabilities and mental health issues, kids and teenagers and stuff, then they've got to deal with that. Hate crime's meant to be a number 1 priority for the police. No, the thinking fucking hate crime. Like real hate crime, to do with kids, like with issues where they're getting targeted, but not by kids, it's by grown people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Adults. So you expect the cops to do their job. Well, I can't exactly go out and give them a slap, because it's part of my job, what I mean? Right. So you've got to go through the process of going through the system. Right. So basically, I got dragged back in the court. The solicitor never done anything. I've managed to lodge a complaint against them now and get rid of them. Right. So I appeared back in court. Oh, that was May. So I appeared back in court on the 23rd of June. Right. So basically, the PF, right, the prosecutor Pascal, the Crown, stood up in front of the sheriff and stated that my 2 mobile phones were nothing to do with like that case, because I've sacked the lawyer, right. So I'm back to defending myself, right. So I stated to the sheriff, the judge, listen, Your Honour, I've got letters for the principal manager for where I try to lodge complaints against this so-called solicitor, and I've got documentation that states that my two mobile phones hold video evidence. Obviously in my defence. Now, the manager for that solicitor, right, he doesn't work there anymore because he's been appointed as a sheriff, like a judge. Sits behind the bed. So see the amount of shit that I've got on him, when I've been speaking to him on the phone and trying to lodge complaints, and the amount of shite that he's actually came out with. Well, I'll go for him to get stuck up because he doesn't belong behind the bench. If you're going into court, then the score. You get honest sheriffs and you get corrupt fucking sheriffs, just like the Crown Office and just like the police. So I sack him. So I'm back in court. So this, obviously, the PF, I've stated to the sheriff, I've went, listen, I've not got the paperwork today, but this manager, Paul Harron, right, the principal of the Sperm, is now one of your colleagues, He sits behind the bench, Sheriff Paul Harron. So the sheriff knew him, right, so I'm back. So my court case gets put off again. I'm back in August. This sheriff stated to me, have you got did you manage to find a solicitor? And I went, well, no, but I will explain that in a second, but I just need to ask you a question. You know how the PF stood up in front of you, because you stated that I appeared in front of you in June, yeah? And the PF stated that my 2 mobile phones have got nothing to do with my case, yeah?
Right.
Well, I've got the documentation with me today. So the sheriff agreed with me that the PF had stood up in front of him as the sheriff judge in that courtroom and stated that my mobile phones hadn't got anything to do with my case. Well, why would that be done? Right? So should the sheriff know I actually came down heavy, you know, kind of on the Crown Office and stated, well, why are you actually standing in this courtroom lying your face off?
Well,
Would you agree with that?
if it's got nothing to do with the case, and there's no reason for them to hold it onto it anyway, you know, that's just standard, you know.
Yeah, I know, but when I'm videoing the police sitting in my car, they come out the police station, they cross the road, come over to my car, and they break into my car,
Yeah.
right, and end up they're in my car giving me a beating. Well, if that's on my mobile phone, yeah,
Right,
then that's obviously evidence to prove that I'm not committed a crime. But
right.
you know, because of the radio communication, right? It's a small high street, right? But there's 5 CCTV cameras. So see, because there was an emergency radio call, yeah? Then usually, well, would you agree that all the CCTV would usually turn in and point to what's actually happening? You know, when you watch the TV and you see these police programs, yeah?
Yeah.
And it's all to do with the CCTV. You know, kind of, you get people that are obviously pissed and they're doing something, and the CCTV picks it up, yeah?
So they've got CCTV evidence.
Yeah. So basically, if I'm in the car, right, and the police break into my car, I'm videoing them, but there's a radio call for an emergency backup, yeah? So the gang, the Bacon gang, come with their blues and twos on, yeah?
Right.
So would all that CCTV actually turn in towards my car? You know, if there's something happening, yeah? Well, when you watch it on the TV, kind of the CCTV follows any member of the public, kind of if they smash the window or they smash a car window or anything, yeah?
Then it will track them, yeah.
Right, okay. So that means that when the police came at the station and broke into my car, then that means that the CCTV, when the emergency radio backup went, then all the CCTV cameras would have been focusing on my car, no?
If they've got, and again, I'm not trying to stick up for anybody here. I'm just trying to be honest. If they've got mechanical cameras that can turn and face, then yes, absolutely. If there's a call and it's outside the police station, for example, that's where what happened, isn't it? Outside the police station, you said.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, if they have a call and they say we've got got an emergency, need backup, then yes, the police station cameras would generally pan onto where that incident was happening outside. Yeah.
Aye, but there's a CCTV camera. It's council CCTV camera. There's one at the police station. There's one to the right of the bridge. Then there's another 3 on the street, going along. You know, so if there was any emergency, basically backup call, with the gang, the Bacon gang, then all the cameras turn, right, because they're council CCTV ones, on the high street.
I think, to be honest, that in order to for the council CCTV operators, they don't have unrelented access to the police comms. They don't hear it all. They have to be radioed specifically. So, and again, I'm not trying to stick up for anybody. I'm just trying to be honest with you, my opinion. And from what I know, if there's an incident, the police will radio the council separately. It's not on the same band that that all of their traffic, the radio traffic, goes on. So if they just put a call out and say we've got an incident, I need backup, the council wouldn't necessarily hear that. The council would have to either see it on their camera and watch it, or be told about it.
Right. Yeah, but if I see, because I went in and had a meeting with them, right, okay, to lodge criminal allegations, right, I'm allowed to record it on a dictaphone and an interview them. Right, I lodged further criminal allegations against the two sergeants for complaints at professional standards to do with that interview, right, in 2020. Now, the inspector was for that station. Now, he agreed with me that because I was in there getting interviewed, yeah, he thought that there would be CCTV, you know, Ken, in that interview room.
Yeah.
Now, they two sergeants are on criminal allegations with loads of other cops that went through to professional standards in 2020 about the police interfering in evidence and statements to do with both my cases.
Right.
But professional standards obviously haven't met me, right? You know, so I've got that through, right? I got it through and I've done a subject access request, right? And I got it through in December 2020. So it states basically, it names all the cops, states about interfering in evidence and statements and everything, but professional standards haven't met me. You know, Ken, so if there's any discrepancies in somebody's case and you've lodged the allegations against the police, which you're quite entitled to, yeah, Ken, in law, it doesn't matter whether you've been charged. If you're lodging criminal allegations about these cases, then the police have got to meet you and obviously go through that with you, which professional standards haven't met me. So basically, I sacked the lawyer, right? Okay, so this sheriff agrees with me, Ken, that he was the one, Ken, where the PF stood up in front of him and stated that my two mobile phones were nothing to do with my case. So I was back up court again in September. Now, the sheriff tried to tell me that they didn't need to appoint me a lawyer, right? Okay, that I'm not entitled to one. Well, they've already appointed a lawyer. When I got rid of that lawyer, I was back up the next again week, you know, Ken, the next again Friday, 7 days later, and I was asked if I had a lawyer then. And I stated, no, Ken, I should have been given months to obviously find a new lawyer. And that sheriff asked me, do you want the court to appoint a new lawyer for you? And I stated, no, I'll find my own. So see, when I was up court in September, this sheriff's tried to take me to trial on these two cases, right? But under your human rights, under Article 6, you're entitled to a fair defence. So see, because I've been put in prison for 23 days, I'm still out in bail, I can still go back to prison. So that means that by law, under my human rights, I'm entitled to a solicitor. Now, the reason that I can't get a solicitor lawyer is because the lawyer that got me found guilty was calling me by the wrong surname. He never produced any kind of defence, right, for my, obviously, trial. Now, he only met me the day of the trial, so all he needed to do was to take all that paperwork and evidence for me and state that this case was unlawful. Can you need to throw it out or ask for an adjournment? You know, Ken, to a later date to meet me to go through that evidence. Well, I never, so I got found guilty. He refused to appeal my guilty verdict, right? And when I phoned another solicitors, right, they basically stated to me, well, we can't appeal it because this is the last day to appeal. And it was a Friday. There's only 5 minutes left before the court. You know, Ken, like, you know, to appeal a case, Ken, you've got to put the paperwork in, right? So they couldn't appeal it, right? And the reason that I can't get a solicitor to actually defend me, Dan, is because this solicitor, Johnny Campbell, is the president of the Law Bar Society for every single lawyer in Scotland. So see, if a lawyer took my case on, right, and they won their cases, yeah, then they're going to put a blanker on Johnny Campbell, you know, who's the president of the Law Bar Society for Scotland that covers every single lawyer. So this is the reason that every time that I speak to a lawyer, right, and I'll pass to that, I can't get a solicitor to act for me. So I've now figured out why I can't get a solicitor, because I came across these articles about maybe 2 months ago, and this Johnny Campbell was the one that got me found guilty. Now, he admitted afterwards to calling me by a different name, Mr. Morrison, several times. And he stated that it wasn't his fault. that he never met me before my trial because he was on holiday to the day before my trial. So, you know, if you get found guilty, yeah, any court case that you go into, right, the defence has got to put a case across. And so is obviously the PF, can't make it a fair, obviously, like court case, a fair trial.
Yeah,
so
of
if
course.
my evidence never went forward and that solicitor was calling me by the wrong fucking surname, and he didn't use any of my evidence or my paperwork or the policies or the laws, right, or my criminal allegations against the police about interfering in evidence and statements, and that would make it a biased trial where I got found guilty.
Well, then you should be able to do you should be able to get a an appeal. You should be able to appeal that. So
exactly, but see when you go into Scotland, bro, right? See if you go into complaints against sheriffs and judges, right, in Scotland. There's one building in the centre of Edinburgh, and it's Parliament Square, right? So if you want to complain about a sheriff or a judge anywhere in Scotland, it goes to that one building in Parliament Square.
Okay.
But it states under the laws to do with sheriffs and judges that if there's any discrepancies in someone's case, then it's up to that sheriff or judge to instruct the proper authority. So I bring it up, you know, Ken, with the sheriff every time that I'm in court.
Right.
But the proper authority is if the police have fitted you up, under interfering in evidence and statements, conspiracy to prevent the courses of justice, that belongs with the criminal office. Because the minor criminal allegations against the police, they didn't belong with the police. It's the criminal office that it belongs with. You know, Ken, but see if a cop is on duty, right? You know, in Scotland, it's called the Police Independent Review Commissioner, PIRC.
PIRC, yeah.
PRIC, yeah. So I spoke to this Miss Burns the other day, and she's gone, but that's up to you to get in touch with professional standards. She's giving me the wrong answers, because see if you go and Google to do with criminality, to do with the police, if that police officer is on duty, it belongs with the Police Independent Review Commissioner.
Right. So
see, when you've no got organisations that are independent, if you look at that PIRC, that PIRC, right, there's a woman called Scotch Lass, and she done like a memorial thing to do with like all the members of the public that have been killed by Police Scotland in custody.
Right.
And she done a video because they done a memorial thing over in Fife outside one of the police stations. And she put up a letter that she'd done to PIRC, right? And she stated that the 60-something staff that worked for the Police Independent Review Commissioner, 48 of them are ex-Bacon Gang members.
Right.
So that wouldn't really make them an independent body, would it?
Listen, when anybody uses the word independent in the title, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I say when anybody, but I've got a channel called Independent Media Alliance. But when anybody in authority uses the word independent or truth in their title, you know straight away that they're talking shit, and there's none of either.
Yeah, they're all liars. So basically, what's happened the last time I was in court on the 12th of September, this sheriff, the judge, right, with the bigs, right, that sits behind the bench.
Yeah.
He's instructed me to go to the police station, to Dalkeith police station, to pick my 2 mobile phones up. And I had to ask him again, I think, what did you say? So why is he instructing me to go and pick up 2 mobile phones that the police have had? I know that the phone that I videoed them on is smashed, because I seen it that night when we were in the police station. It was the screen was all smashed to bits, but my phone was obviously working because I made a phone call with it, right, and I videoed the police. Ken. So how does my phone end up smashed, right? But why did I have a solicitor for 3.5 years? And I've got letters for basically when they acted for me about applying to get my mobile phones because they hold video evidence on them. So why ever now, it's coming up 5 years now, right, on Tuesday. And when I was up in September, this sheriff's asking me to go to the police station and pick my phones up. And I went, well, why do I want to go to a police station and pick my phones up? Well, one, there's not going to be any power in them. Yeah. Even if I take a power pack over with me, right? See the phone that I've had the police breaking into my car? It's smashed. It's obviously smashed to bits, isn't it? So see that phone, if it's not got any power or anything in it, right? Then why am I going to go to a police station and pick up my 2 mobile phones when they could have deleted all my videos, right, off both phones for that evening or any other videos that I've taken? Because originally, the original plan on my solicitor asking for my 2 mobile phones was so that they went to his office, and he had a private investigator that came in to see me in 2021 in October. Right. You can look him up, Dan. His name's George Thompson, right? So I'd never heard of this guy before, and he stated, I just get this phone call out of the blue. I've not had any communication from my lawyer. Can he state, right, well, we're going to get a private investigator called George Thompson. Can he get in touch with you? I just get this phone call. And I stated to him, well, what do you mean private investigator? Because I'm obviously just wary who's phoning me. And I asked him what he'd investigated. And he used to be a cop. And the investigation that he'd done was Pan Am bombing, at Lockerbie.
Right.
Right, you know how the plane came down?
Yeah.
And killed all the people, obviously, on the plane, and obviously in Lockerbie. There was hundreds of lives lost there. Right. Now, they jailed the guy for Libya, right, for the Pan Am bombing, right, in Lockerbie. Well, he was fitted up by the police, wasn't he? Because he got out. Right, he was dying of cancer, and that George Thompson got him out. Right, if you Google him today with the Pan Am bombing, you'll see him on BBC News and STV, right. And he's over in Libya to obviously go and visit the guy before he dies, because he's going to prison, right, after being locked up for, I can't remember how many years it was. Was it about 20 or 30 years? And it was a miscarriage of justice. So this George Thompson had stated to me when he was at my family home, it doesn't matter whether the police have obviously smashed your phones. We've got a company that we can send your phones to, even though the police have smashed them, and they'll be able to get your videos obviously out, kind of what happened in that evening. Right. So see if I'm videoing the police breaking into my car, yeah, and they're in my car giving me a beating and trying to get that phone out of my hand.
Yeah.
Well, that's on my video, yeah. So why did that lawyer, right, get my 2 mobile phones? Ken, what I mean? He was acting for me for 3.5 years.
Yeah, but they're not. Yeah, but if it's the guy was given to you by the court. Yeah, the court. Put, what's the word? Directed this solicitor to act for you, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Solicitors, right? Their allegiance isn't to you.
Yep.
Right. Their allegiance is to the court first. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's to you. Right. So if there are very few solicitors out there that actually I think there are very few solicitors out there that actually give a shit about the person that they're representing. Okay. Most of them, they're not interested in fucking what's the word? Truth. They're not interested in justice. They're interested in how much money they can fucking make, okay, from a particular case. Right. So especially when it comes to a duty solicitor that is issued to you by the court, that's not somebody that you've gone to. It's not somebody that you're paying who potentially would be acting on your behalf because they want to make money out of you. If it's been issued by the court, they don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah.
But you're saying that the police have got. I'm going to have to wrap this up in a minute because we've been on for half an hour. But no, it's all right. One of the things, you're saying you're going to have to go get your phone, right? And even if you take a power pack, you're not going to be able to look at the videos to see if they're still there, for example. I would suggest you go down there, take a power pack with you, you sit in the reception, you get your phones and you sit your ass down in the reception. So you're on their cameras in the reception, and you plug your phone in, give it 10 minutes, and that's enough for it to power on and to have a look to see if the videos are still on there. And you do it all while you're on camera.
Yeah, right. But the thing that you're going to find now is when I was in court on the 12th of September, I've been instructed to pick my phones up. I stated to the sheriff, "Oh, can you give me a letter?" He refused to give me a letter. Right. So basically, he stated he was going to charge me with contempt of court. Right. Because basically, I'm speaking the truth. Yeah. Right. So he stated if you say another word, you'll get charged with contempt. Now, I'm only using the law, right? Okay, so he can't make these threats, right? Okay, so I'll lodge a complaint against him, but I got a phone call 7 days later to Fetish Police Scotland headquarters in Edinburgh, right? And it was a sergeant file, right? And I stayed, what did you say your name was and what you want? And so he was instructed by the prosecutor fiscal for the Crown Office and the sheriff to get in touch with me, right, 7 days later on the 19th. Now, he came on the phone and he stated to me, I've had an email, right, from the Crown Office to make contact with you about that you've got video evidence of the police breaking into your car and assaulting you. And I've went, well, why is that? Because you've got my phones. Okay, so they're on my mobile phones that you've held for 5, obviously, years. I'll go through about all my criminal allegations again, right, that he's been instructed to deal with me on the 19th of September, that's 7 days later. So I'm going through everything with him, and he stated, well, could we just stick to the phones? Then we'll speak about your other allegations. So see, once I went through about what had happened, my meetings obviously in the interview room, and obviously all my recordings and stuff like that, right, And basically, when I tried to bring up my criminal allegations that went through, now these two sergeants that were dealing with these cases are own criminal allegations that went through to professional standards by an inspector that they've no met me. So this sergeant stated to me that he'd get in touch with professional standards to make contact with me. Now, I tell him that I was due back in court, but I never tell him when in front of the same sheriff. So I'm back on Tuesday. I've made 4 phone calls to 101, right, okay, and I've asked for that sergeant to be emailed with more, obviously, criminal allegations against the police that I hold on video. The assaulting members of the public this year, Ken, and there's members of the public in my video stating that the police used excessive force, right? 101 have refused to send the emails to the sergeant, and I'm saying, well, if he's been instructed by the Crown Office to make contact with me, regarding criminal allegations against the police. So basically, I've no help for professional standards. I'm back up court, obviously, on Tuesday, so we'll see what happens with the sheriff. But why the fuck is the PF, the Crown Office, and the sheriff instructed Police Scotland meant to be at their main headquarters, right, to get in touch with me regarding this? And this sergeant hasn't got any answers for me. He's stating, well, I don't know, because this is the first I'm hearing that. I'm passing this through to professional standards and they'll be in touch with you. Well, they've not made any fucking contact with me. So that's how corrupt the system is, bro. So I'll leave it at that, because you say we were on for, obviously, over 30 minutes there.
This is one of the things that they do, though, Hugh, right? They want you to give up. So they will drag it out, and they will make things as difficult and fucking pointless as possible. So you go, oh, fuck it, what's the point? That they do it all the time. That's what they do. I mean, look at me. I got arrested over a year and a half ago in London, because I was asked to go and film an event that was going on. I didn't know what was going to happen. All I knew was that the guy has done protests before. Went down there to film a protest, and then what happened with the BBC statue. I got nicked. They've got my camera. They've had it all this time. I've been emailing them for fuck knows how long, saying to them I want my shit back, Right, they've given me some of it back, but they've got my phone and they've got all of my body camera footage, all of my memory cards. I said, I want my shit back. Right, you've had plenty of time to download that shit onto your computer, onto your own memory sticks, and give me my stuff back. Give it to me. Oh, yeah. We'll sort something out soon. I've been trying to get in touch with my solicitor. I've not been able to get in touch with my solicitor for almost a year. Right. So,
Yeah.
and this isn't HNK, by the way, who lots of people use. This is somebody else. This is, HNK aren't dealing with the type of thing that I'm dealing with at the moment. They deal with action against police. So the solicitor I've got is somebody different, and they're shit. Right? I've not heard from them because it's what's the word? Duty solicitor. What's it called? Fucking legal aid. Because it's legal aid, they don't give a shit. Right? They don't get paid for the extra paperwork and stuff like that they do. So they're not interested. So they've not bothered to contact me. They've not bothered to be in touch with the police to say, why haven't you given this stuff back yet? I'm having to do it. They do this on purpose to make things as difficult as possible for you. So you go, fuck it, I'm going to give up. What's the fucking point? It's all about dragging. It's all about breaking you down, man. It's about fucking knocking you down and hoping that you just give up.
Bro, listen, I've Kenson, I've been getting dragged in the court, but I've been out there videoing every day. I've never stuck anything on since 2020 because the police were fucking obviously getting my videos taken down off my YouTube channel. I had 2 phones that were registered to my YouTube channel. Both of them got shut fucking down on the exact same fucking day, right? And I kind of the same, right? So I've probably got about 3,000 videos waiting to go on. I've came across a guy the last couple of weeks, and it's meant to be like dynamite at the video and editing. Right, so once I go up to court, I tell the sheriff the last time when I was in court, I went, listen, I'm sick of getting dragged into court. So either this gets sorted out with the malice and malicious prosecution between the police and the Crown Office, right, or I'm just going to start sticking everything online, right? So basically, I'll see what happens, obviously, on Tuesday. But see the amount of police stations that I've been in, and I've videoed with the police. The police have fucking threatened to arrest me, like on numerous occasions. I was assaulted with the police in August. I've videoed with the cops. They've not done their fucking job, kind of about all these registered companies, bus companies and taxi companies driving through the red lights and everything, kind of like while I'm videoing with them. You know, kind of in uniform and members of the public. So I've been videoing in the centre of Edinburgh now for the last 16 months, practically solid. Right, okay, but especially during the festivals, right? Yeah. So that's what I've basically been doing. I've been trying to shut down the biggest bus company, right? And Lothian Buses are called, but you know who's on the board of directors, Lothian Buses. So I've got 41,000 vehicles, right? Okay, right, in the last 16 months, but I've videoed with a gang in uniform on fucking like probably about 30 occasions this year, numerous occasions last year. So I went down to Lothian Buses, right, and obviously like the CEO gets paid £180,000, right, of taxpayers' money. So I've caught over 1,800 of their buses now, right, and well, she gets paid 180 grand, right. The operations manager gets paid £114,000 of taxpayers' money, right? And I found out who's on the board. There's Susan Deacon. Susan Deacon used to be the governess of the Scottish Police Authority, who had to resign in 2018, about all the misconduct in public office, right? So now we know why today we load in buses, right, and why the police have been standing there with me on video. Well, if you drove through the red lights, Dan, or I did, or anybody else did, yeah, look at all the videos on YouTube where the police are just making up bullshit. So why would the police be standing on a public pavement with me, with witnesses, and all these buses are driving through the red lights and nobody gets charged?
Mate, as I say, it's, you know, the plan, right? The plan, CPS or whatever it's called up there, I can't remember. the police, the entire judicial system these days is nothing to do with getting fucking justice for people. The entire thing now is designed to make the judicial system look good. That's it, right? And statistics and shit like that. They don't care about fucking evidence anymore. They don't care about who's right, who's wrong. All they want to do is up their statistics, pop that into government, so government can turn around and say, "Oh, we've had this amount of fucking hurty word crimes this year that we've dealt with," while completely overlooking the serious things against the police, right? Yeah. They don't give a fuck. They don't want people to know that shit. So they just make it as difficult as possible for people to get any kind of justice in the hope that people just go, "Do you know what? Fuck it. I give up. I'm not bothering anymore." And then they stop talking about it. And that's why we've got to keep doing what we do and keep talking about it.
Well, that's why your MSP, members of Scottish Parliament, I've got a subject access request through Paul McLennan. Right, he's actually like a housing minister, so he's getting paid more than the £70,000 of taxpayers' money.
Right.
See the MSP, it covers the centre of Edinburgh where I've been videoing. Well, he's one of his gang, the Scottish National Party, So you've got wee Cranky, right, the First Minister. You've got her husband. You've got the fucking treasurer, Colin Beattie. They've all been getting arrested for fucking fraud. Right, and this is, the SNP party, man, they're like the fucking magic roundabout, man. They just swap positions, kind of all the time, from Transport Minister to Justice Cabinet Secretary to Health Secretary to fucking Education Secretary and that, kind of ministers. And they're all just swapping positions, but they've not got a fucking clue. So, see that MSP that covers that area, Angus Robertson? I've got emails from him for last year stating about police issues. But you know how the SNP party, right, they've been getting arrested for fraud. See, if you look up that MSP Angus Robertson, he used to be an MP, right? So I've been asking everybody on video, right, when I'm videoing in the centre of Edinburgh, because the SNP party, they've all been getting arrested for fraud, yeah?
Right.
If MSP Angus Robertson used to be an MP, he was getting paid secretly £33,500 extra secretly with taxpayers' money.
Mate, they all do. Yeah, but we know this. We know this happens, man. This is the thing. We know this happens, and we could say this about every single fucking politician, every single judge, every single fucking copper, everybody in the system. Okay, takes backhanders. And and it all comes out of the public purse, and we are left wondering where the money's been spent, and we never get fucking answers because nobody wants to be truthful or honest about it. And but we all know, we already know what goes on. They just don't want to admit. They just don't want to admit it. Do you know what I mean? But we all know, and this is why we hate them. This is why we've got no trust in the system.
Yeah, but everything's to do with MSPs, MPs, councillors. Or everything that they've got has got to be in the public domain. Kind of, if they get any kind of money or they get anything,
it's meant to be
in the public domain.
There's a difference between things actually being done and meant to be being done. And unfortunately, there's a huge difference in how that's perceived by the people that are supposed to be reporting that shit.
So what does £33,500 taxpayers' money is getting paid $33,500 extra secretly? What does that mean then? Does that not mean that MSP Angus Robertson should be getting arrested for fraud for when he was an MP? Because he can't be getting paid £33,500.
Every single fucking politician should be getting arrested for fraud. Every single one of them. Listen, Hugh, man, I've got to go for a piss, man. I'm literally just at the tie and not in the end of it.
We Cranky, right, and her husband and the treasurer, MSP Colin Beattie, have all been arrested for fraud. Yeah, right. So that means that there's fraud in the Scottish National Party fucking gang.
Well, alleged.
Right. So, why the fuck is MSP Angus Robertson, who's also a minister for the Scottish government, he's not just an MSP, he's a minister, but why the fuck's he not getting arrested for fraud? if he was getting paid an extra £33.5 fucking thousand secretly extra, well, that's fraud. You don't agree with that?
No, I agree. Listen, I think every single one of them should be lined up and fuck. Well, I'll need to be very careful what I say. I was about to get cancelled then.
It's all right. I say it in my videos when I'm out in Edinburgh and I'm speaking to people. I say it how it is. Because I've no same way. See the baking gang, man. I've been calling them baking gang and scum and everything on video.
I know, but I was about to say something that would definitely have got me cancelled. You know, I think you know what I was getting at. They need to be lined up, and I don't need to say any more than that. But listen, man, I genuinely am going to piss myself in a minute, so I've really got to go, man.
It's nice to speak to you.
Yeah, Andrew, it's been a while.
Before I go, it's always video the fucking baking gang.
Fucking hell. Oh, man. Say, hang on, say that last bit again. What?
Always video.
Always, yeah, absolutely. Always video. Absolutely.
Well, I've videoed and I'm still getting dragged in and out of court, bro. Kid, when you video, and that video is meant to protect you, you know, and prove that you've not done anything wrong. Well, my court cases, I've videoed all the way through them, and I'm getting dragged into court. That's how corrupt the fucking motherfuckers are. So I'll put them online shortly. Kind of, if I didn't get this resolved on Tuesday when I go up, and they're going to sort of basically go forward on the malicious malice prosecution between the cops and the Crown Office. I tell them when I was up in September, I'll just put them on fucking line. And I think that's why Professional Standards got in touch with me. Right, I'll leave you to it.
I'm sorry. I'm literally going to piss myself in this.
Take it easy, man.
You look after yourself, my man. Right. Fuck. Quick. Where's the buttons? There it is. Right. There's that. Right, guys. I will be back in just a second. I might not even make it to the toilet. Oh shit! Where's the button?
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host Dan is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless of course their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan Pap as the contact. That's Dan P-A-P.
And but fucking hell. And we're back. I just realised I could have used my invention. My hat for bald people that want to get a tan on their head. I could have just pissed in that. Oh dear. Oh man, that was That was close. I can assure you of that. That was very, very close. Right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all had a good laugh at my expense there. So now we are going to open the panel up. We're going to get some people on. If you want to, if you've not been on before, I need, and I'm saying this now so I don't have to repeat this later. If you want to come on, you have to show your face in the background. You have to do a little trick. You have to dance for me, monkey. That's what you have to do. I will ask you to do something whilst you're in the green room, so to speak, of StreamYard, so that I know you are a genuine person. I will let you up. If you are somebody who has never been on this panel before, or if your username does not match your authenticated by YouTube name, it is going to be unlikely that I let you up. For the simple fact, I had some dickhead last week porn bomb me, and strangely enough, I've had an email this evening from somebody who calls themselves Dr. Henry Kringle that asks if I want a dick pic. It says, do you fancy a dick pic? Love, Kringle. And there's actually an attachment. I'm not going to open it on my phone, however. Let's have a look at it on YouTube. Let's see if I can, not YouTube, on Google. And let me see if it, because it should show me a, yeah. I'm not opening that picture. Any further than it's already been opened in the attachment on my Gmail. Yeah. In fact, I think I might just forward that one on to the police. Yeah, I think I'll forward that one on to the police with the email address that it's been sent from. Because that's not an image that I have asked for. It's not an image that I want. And without opening it fully, I don't really care what fucking image it is. That's yeah, I'm not fucking opening it. But I will be sending that off to somebody who might want to have a look, such as the police. So there we go. Anyway, there's a StreamYard link, guys. Replace pinned comment. Yeah, I think I'll let the I'll let somebody else look at that picture. I don't want to. God bless, your camera's not working. If that is you, I just got a blank screen at the moment. Roger, do us a favour. Just I don't know, just pretend to polish your head. There we go. I know that's you, my friend.
Good evening,
Hello.
all. Fucking hell, that's right, isn't it?
Let me playing live. Let me change my live screen. There we go. God bless the UK. Take that fucking hat off. Right.
It's not the MAGA one, is it, again?
Did it? Yeah. At least I know it's him. At least I know it's him after saying that, because he reacted.
It's my Katie Hopkins hat. I'm going to wear it. I'm going on front of. Yeah, I'm going. I'm going to see it.
No, I mean, are you going to go? Are you going to go see those strippers I booked your ticket for afterwards?
I don't do sloppy seconds, mate.
Is she going to do a video link with Alex Belfield?
No, I told you. Listen, they're high class hookers, man. I couldn't afford 2 tickets, so I just got one for you.
What was that? 2 bags of fucking was it spice?
One in each saddlebag. One in each saddlebag.
Roger. Good evening, Roger, sir.
Good evening, Simon.
Good to see you, mate.
It's good to be here.
I've struggled to stay up this late because I get up early now. I'm like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I get up, and that's why I've been off.
Me and Dan have struggled so much this weekend with our fucking sleep patterns. It's unreal.
I'm back on track.
Mine's been fucked, but there we go. Just got to keep plodding on, and we at the end of the day, just got to keep doing what we can.
Right,
I was up at 1 o'clock this morning. Yeah, I got a couple of hours this afternoon, but
what was it? I think I got to bed about 4:30 this morning. Woke up at 8 o'clock. Went back to bed. What time was that? I went back to bed about fucking 12 o'clock or something, wasn't it?
yeah. Well, you were still responding to me at about 3 o'clock on Facebook.
Oh, hang on a minute. Good evening, Mrs. Whittington.
Whitington.
Right, come on, I told you it's late, but at least I made the effort. I'm sure she appreciated it.
It's not your daughters you got to worry about, Shy Ted. It's your grandmothers.
Is the guy at the bottom in a boat? Are you in a boat? God bless.
What do you mean?
Somebody's asked a question. Is the guy at the bottom in a boat?
What guy? Oh, what are you talking about?
You're at the fucking bottom, aren't you, you penis?
Yeah, you wish. In the boat? How's he in the boat?
Boat. Are you in a boat or on a boat?
No. I'm not getting no fucking 5-star hotel or council house or fuck all.
Okay, now, what's the bad news, Sean? What's the bad news? So anyway, yeah, it's been an interesting fucking day, isn't it, really, with everything that's going on?
The weekend, yeah. So, yeah, I'm glad you brought that at the beginning. Because I don't know if people realise how serious this really is. Tina!
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Not so bad.
Still on my bloody phone because the computers have all got to be reset back 2 months.
Oh, God.
I've had an apology from Windows. It was 2 corrupt files they put in, and I've got loads of people saying, what do I do? My computer's not working. Sort it out, you fuck yourself. So I'm doing my own. So, yeah, I don't know what to do. Yeah, it's definitely Windows.
Updates a couple of weeks back that screwed a lot of computers up.
Well, this one goes back to, hang on, where are we now? October, August. And they put 2 files in which corrupted people's speakers and microphones. No matter what you tried by turning things off, none of it would work. So I got peed off with it. So back on the phone.
That's all right. I've just literally, as we're speaking, since the show started and well before that, I've got given 14 Microsoft Surface Pros that I've got to format and install in Windows. It's okay. It's been all right so far.
Yeah, it's just really bad at the moment because it's just 2 particular updates they put on. It just crashed everybody's computers. I'm getting loads of calls from people. And I'm like, look, you got to do this. You got to reset it. So it's like, oh my God. So, yeah.
Is this connected to the website, I presume?
Are you drinking again, young man?
Mm-hmm.
That's the first time for about a month and a half.
I don't care. Cut that out.
Well, I'm not going to
What do you mean cut it out? I've only had a sip. Look, that's all I've only had. A sip.
Yeah, the size of that fucking bottle. You've had a sip.
From me.
No, I'm going to see my boys in 2 weeks and my dad because it's my dad's 80th birthday.
And what's that got to do with you drinking?
He's got to get his alcohol tolerance up.
Because my boys will be able to out drink me. I can't have that.
It wouldn't matter if you put yourself in hospital, would it, Dan? It wouldn't matter how much you can fucking drink.
The last time I saw my boys, right, they was high as my fucking kneecap, right?
Stop making excuses.
No, I'm not making excuses. I'm going to go see my kids, right? And the last time I saw them, they was like that tall, right?
I know. You're looking forward to it.
Now I've got to take them for a fucking pint.
That doesn't mean you have to drink. You've got health issues you need to worry about.
I know, but see, I forget about the health issues. Don't bother me.
Bullshit.
I can't take him a bit of slack. He has been good, hasn't he? It's been like good 6 weeks.
No.
All right, okay.
No, because whenever he's done the drinking, he's had another problem. He's had several strokes. You're on stroke number 5 now. You're taking a risk with your own life. Your choice.
5. Yeah, it is 5. Yeah, you're right.
Sorry,
It is
Dan.
5.
I would back you up, bro, but I'm more scared of Tina than you.
Thanks, Simon. That's good to know.
So am I. But by the time I get to see Tina in person, I'll have apologised.
No, you won't. Hopefully it'll be in the new year, Dan. So I was hoping to get you down before Christmas, but I've got to get that office sorted out so you can actually work from here. So
well, if I'm back, you know, hopefully I will be back sort of doing my shit by then. That this whole thing is just doing my head in. I mean, Roger knows what it's like. You know, Roger sometimes isn't able to put videos out, and it's stressful. That actually winds up more than anything else. Like today, I couldn't get to sleep till 4:30 this morning or so. Right?
Jesus.
Woke up at 8 o'clock. Went back into bed about midday. I was still awake at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Then I fell asleep, and I've been in bed all that time from 12 till about 4:30.
Well, a lot of that's your conditions as well, don't forget, because when you miss a certain amount of sleep, your fibro kicks in, your chronic pain, chronic fatigue. It's not going to be affecting your breathing anyway, so all of that kicks in. So the less time you get in bed, the worse your conditions will get, and then you won't sleep. You get to the point where the body won't sleep.
Yeah. Get overtired. I mean, I try and push through sometimes. Sometimes I don't want to. Sometimes I want to sleep, but I'll push through it. And I know I shouldn't, but I don't do it often.
If the body's relaxing to the point where you're dozing off, sleep. Doesn't matter what time of the day it is, sleep. Your body needs that amount of sleep. The minimum, which I do, is between 4 and 6 hours. That's the bare minimum. But for somebody with your health conditions, you're going to need at least 8 hours. Even if it's split during the day, try and get that amount. Because you're not well and you're pushing your body too far.
This is what I know. If I'm that tired that I'm sort of nodding off on the sofa, I don't get to that point. But if I was, I would go to sleep. But I rarely get to that point because I normally get into bed beforehand.
Yeah, so I know. There are benefits to getting a recliner, but I can assure you when you get comfortable in one of these things with your legs up, it's doze off time. You just do it automatic.
I just sometimes, and again, it's not all the time. It's like if you're on a diet, occasionally you'll have a cheat day. So occasionally, what I do is I just push through it a little bit, right? And I just go as long as I can before I can physically go on any longer. But that's only occasionally. I don't do that every day. I don't even do it.
Alexa, front room 50%. Well, what sort of diet are you on?
A non-existent one.
A see it and eat it, or see it and drink it?
Let's not go there today.
Right, people make mistakes on diets, okay? You do not have to give up a takeaway every now and again. You don't have to give up the cream bun if you want one. Stop cutting out your favorite foods. That's what makes people desperate to give up. It's the amount of food you eat throughout the day. Have a good breakfast. If it's a fry up, not literally a fry up, but a cooked breakfast, most of it can be done in the oven. Have that. And then you have your main meal for lunch, and you have something small to eat before 7 o'clock at night. The trick is the body gets it during the day where your energy is. So when you need to go to bed, eating late at night is bad because you can't sleep because your stomach's full.
Yeah, it sits on your stomach. Yeah.
So I don't have anything to eat from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. It's what's called intentional fasting.
Yeah, the fasting period. Yeah,
yes, now, it works. I've lost 2 stone now.
The thing for me is I don't know when I'm going to wake up. I could wake up at 8 o'clock. I might not wake up till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I don't know when I'm going to wake up. If I have a day where I wake up late and I miss breakfast and lunch,
that's the worst part you're doing but I know that's your conditions. So you can then adjust yours. If you've had sleep, then you've got to eat for the next every 2 to 3 hours. You've got to eat and then stop and then sleep again. As long as you get between 6 and 7 hours with no food, going to bed late at night, because we're human beings. Daytime is daytime in here. Nighttime is nighttime.
Yeah. Nocturnal.
Well, I've been since yesterday after. I've been since yesterday 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon without food until about 7 o'clock tonight when I had some Pringles.
That's not food.
MSG.
That's not food.
Tell him, Tina. Tell him. Go on, get it.
I had 2 of my breakfast muffins, which contained hash browns, bacon, and sausage with egg on top with cheese. I had 2 of those for breakfast. Lunchtime, I had a friend come round. I made a homemade cottage pie with cheese on top. People might think that's yuck, but it's fucking good. It's
Yummy.
nice. So for my tea this evening, I had a small sandwich and I had a couple of yogurts, and that was it. And I've not eaten since 7 o'clock. So
it's not my fault though, because these Pringles, you know what they say?
Once you pop.
once you pop your I know, I used to eat tons of them, Dan. I really did. So what I do now is I don't allow myself any kind of food other than a cup of coffee, glasses of water, and that refreshes the kidneys as well. So it's about going to sleep without a full stomach, because that's bad. It just stays on the body. But I'm down 2 stone now over 6 months.
Well, I spoke to the doctor beginning of the week. I don't know if I've mentioned it to you yet. So I spoke to the doctor at the beginning of the week, and I said to him, it was last Sunday. Last Sunday, I stayed up all night, didn't sleep all last Sunday night because I knew that I wouldn't be up in time to phone the doctors. To phone them at 8 o'clock in the morning.
I had tonight's snacks set aside in the fridge in case.
Oh, nice! Look at that, yummy.
So I had to stay awake last Sunday night. I had to stay awake all night so that I could be up at 8 o'clock in the morning to phone the doctors, because I would not have been able to get up otherwise.
Yeah, sure.
So I phoned the doctor at 8 o'clock. They said to me, the receptionist goes to me, "And what would you like to speak to the doctor about?" I said, "About a private medical issue." "Yes, but you need to tell me what you need to talk to the doctor."
They're just receptionists.
A private. I want to speak to the doctor about a private medical matter.
Yeah.
"Yes, but we need to put you in touch with the right doctor." And I was like, "But they're GPs.
They're all the same.
Any fucking issue."
Yeah.
So, anyway, I said to her, in the end, I was fucking tired. I just said to her, "Look, I want to talk to the doctor to do with a follow up to do with my stroke." I didn't go into detail. Anyway, doctor called me back about 3 o'clock. And he said, "What's the matter?" And I said, "Right." I explained the situation. "I'm tired. I've got high blood pressure. I'm overweight. I've got sleep apnea. I'm borderline diabetic. I've got, all of these fucking problems." I said, I want to speak to somebody about weight loss surgery."
Right. So
he said, "Okay." So he's had a look at my fucking records and he's gone to me, "Right, yeah, so you've got high blood pressure, you've got borderline." I said, "I've just told you all this." And he was like, I'm just looking on your record." I was like, "Okay." Now, instead of saying to me, "Right, come on in and we'll have a proper chat and we'll see if you're an ideal candidate to be referred," he just goes, "Okay, I'll refer you."
Wow.
Right. But there's multiple different types. Surely we need to discuss.
No, because they don't deal with it. The doctor can refer you straight to the bariatric team. Basically, that's what they do. They refer you to the stomach, and then they look at your BMI, your health, and all that kind of stuff.
But the doctor should still be determining whether I'm an ideal candidate to be.
If he says he's going to refer you, he's already determined that by looking at your chart and seeing what your BMI is.
I think he just couldn't be asked. I think he just said, "Yeah."
No, they have to check your BMI. Your BMI is what gets the bariatric team involved, because when I was first diagnosed with my thyroid, I thought I had Irish AIDS or something because I was blowing upwards instead of going down. So and I went from a size 9 to 10 to a size 22 in 12 months. And I thought, what the fuck is going on here? I was doing hiking, weightlifting, all kinds of exercise. Went doctor, said, "Oh, you got an underactive thyroid." I went, "What the hell is that?" So it took me quite a while to get a lot of the weight off. But once I got rid of my ex, I got rid of 8 stone in 12 months. That was fucking great.
That was just getting rid of your ex, wasn't it?
It was. He weighed 18 stone, so he knocked 8 stone off. So the next time he saw me in the shops, he went, "You look good." I said, "You look like a pile of shit." So, and then his missus come around the corner, "Don't talk to my partner like that." I said, "Tell your dog to fuck off and leave us alone while we're talking. You can't speak to me like that." So we've got kids together. You don't. Piss off. So I had a chat with him for 10 minutes. He said, "You're still as rude as always." I went, "Yeah, I tell you as it is. You're a twat."
Right. Jack, I can see you. Don't walk off. Get back here now. Right. Thank you. Fucking walk off when I'm about to talk to you. How dare you? I know it's you, but just do us a favour. Just do that for me.
Just show us your shaven balls.
I don't want to see any balls. That wasn't me, bud. Look, I'll tell you what.
Hi, Jack. How you doing, mate?
I'm all right.
I'm going to put you over there with God Bless the UK. It seems he's got a thing for
don't.
you.
Oh, because I'm good. He's got to have his nads in my face. I don't want that.
Yeah, you like that? You, like it's like a pair of Telly Savalas. Who loves you, baby? Where you going to sit that lollipop?
I apologise again to the chat box. I can't see it on my mobile, so because it doesn't rotate the screen on the panel. So on this phone, I don't know why, but it won't rotate it, so I can see the chat.
Well, if there's any questions for you, I'll pop them up on the screen like that. Can you see that one?
Thanks, Dan. Yeah. Yeah, doctors are not very useful in the sense of what they say and do, and they don't check records, Dan. It's true, because I had a call from the gastro team because I got Crohn's, and the first word she said is, "Your gallbladder's not working." I went, "What? Your gallbladder's not working? You've got a problem with bile, we understand." I went, "Well, I know it's not working." "Well, how do you know that?" "Because I ain't fucking got one. I had it taken out 25 years ago." Whose file are you reading? That's scary. She said, "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I got the scar. I think I know. I had surgery. I was there."
Heather managed to crack the codes, as it were, on that disc I got on my MRIs and that yesterday. So I'm going to start looking through that and get some pictures.
Oh, good. Yeah. They do send it through to you because it's yours, but that security stuff they put on it is ridiculous.
It's not security. It's got loads and loads of other files on it, including doctors' reports, because it wasn't a freedom of information request, but they just gave me everything because I work there.
Yeah, but you're allowed to see all of it. So why is it restricted?
Yeah. It's not restricted. I just couldn't work out what files were which. And
I got you. Yeah.
Some lets you into it.
Yeah, because I got my X-ray sent through for my leg and I couldn't open it, so I contacted the hospital with it. It's security. Well, how am I supposed to know the code? Do I magic it? You sent it to me, to my email.
There's no code on mine. It's just.
So she had to unlock it. She unlocked it her end. She said, "Oh, you should have got an email." Well, I haven't had one.
Yeah. Mine's all on a disc.
Yep.
Right. Well, what they tend to do now is on USB with a password.
Oh, okay.
Tend to do now because if it gets sent, especially if it gets handed to you, it's different. They can do it without any protection. If they're sending it through the post, they tend to do it on USB with a passcode.
Right. Okay.
So I actually got that from the X-ray department while I was in there having an X-ray done. I said, "Can you download it all?" And I don't mind waiting for a couple of minutes to get today's either.
Well, I'm on the doctors and My Care, which is the NHS one, and they link together, so I can see all files on there, letters, any treatments I've had. When I had to have an MRI to see what was wrong with my chest, and it turned out to be that costochondritis, the actual specialist said, "Tina didn't do this, Tina didn't do that. She didn't tolerate the MRI." I was in there for 50 minutes. I told them I can't lay on my back because I got fractures all the way down, breastplate, top of the neck, and the base of my spine. And I said, "It hurts." So they pulled me out after 45 minutes. "We're so sorry, we forgot to put the dye in. Can we do another 45 minutes? I can't even move. And they had to get 2 people to get me off the bed. My back had blocked out. He said, "Why can't you move?" "I have fractures all over my body, asshole." You should have read the notes. "Can you do any more then?" "No, forget it. Couldn't get it right the first time round. On you."
Right, I want because I said I'm going to bring up some comments if they're for you, Taylor, because you can't see them. So
yeah.
Sean asked if you had a divorce party.
Yes, a fucking big one. I did. A load of friends came round to my old house. We had about 60 people there, and we did get rat-assed. Well, they did. I was drinking like coffee and stuff because I don't drink. But no, they got rat-assed on my behalf. So yeah, it was good fun.
Shy Ted says, "Pap, tell Tina we love her."
Oh, thanks. I love you too.
Have we got any more? Let's have a look. Oh God. Oh, police abuse and powers. Do you have experience with police overseas? And if so, how would you say they compare to the UK? I don't have a lot of experience with police overseas. I do watch a lot of American stuff. To be honest, my opinion is that a lot of American police that I've seen will actually report a colleague that fucks up.
Yeah, most of them do.
I've seen a lot of them
frightened of being involved themselves and getting big fines levied against them.
I watched a video today of a bloke, a copper in America, whose chief. It was his police chief. They was effecting an arrest, and the police chief grabbed a guy round the throat, squeezed it, and pushed him into a car. Now, this guy had to go to an internal affairs interview, and it was internal affairs that tried to get this guy to stop, to forget about the complaint. But the guy was like, hang on a minute. I done what I thought I should do based on policy, based on what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's telling me that I'm fucking wrong. Yeah. And then he left the force and fucked off and went and got a job for a 3-letter, a three
It
letter.
depends on the state that you're in, because in Texas they're quite corrupt. So in Texas itself, you can see videos on YouTube down where the chief constables are off their fucking head. One was on a bike and he fell off a bike. And he was like, oh, I'm such and such, such and such. So they didn't touch him. They turned the cameras off and they found out they'd sent him home in a taxi rather than arrest him for DUI. So there's a lot of backhanders going on over there. The worst police force I'm aware of is Thailand.
Well, so I don't know. I've never dealt with any
I've seen videos from Thailand. They're so corrupt. Most of the Thai police are basically involved in drug gangs, human trafficking, prostitution, all sorts, mate. So
one thing I watched, a couple of things I watched when it comes to American police and UK police. Just to go back to that particular question, I have never seen or heard of that I can think of. Maybe there has been, but I can't think of any off the top of my head at the moment, of a UK cop going to a supervisor and saying, I've got a problem with what they have done. You need to do something about it.
I agree, Dan. There's very few.
Say, hand on heart, I cannot say off the top of my head that I recall any of those incidents. But I see a lot of them on YouTube.
Yes.
And when I say a lot, I mean maybe 2 or 3 a week. That's a lot when you have none coming from this fucking country.
Yes.
And I have seen ones where they've the police in America, they have their body cameras on. They're not supposed to turn them off. If they do turn them off, they do get into trouble. But what they do instead is they mute them instead.
This is why there's policy changing, I think, in both countries, but it's state by state in America, whether or not they'll pay for it. But in the UK, I know there is talks about having a non-police controlled body cam. Once it clicks into the centre and locks in for their duty, they can't touch the mic, they can't turn it off. And they have to go and dock it where it's downloaded to a supercomputer of that particular unit that no one can see other than the officials at the top. They review the cameras. So they store it.
Yeah,
and that's what it should be. Yes.
Yeah, which you would think would have been implemented from the start. I mean,
it's been available for the docking system's been available for years where you can't turn it off.
There are several places in America that use it, and they have seen an 80% reduction in crime and cases brought against the police.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly my point. And I've said this for the last few years, right? The police should not be allowed to turn off their body. Let's face it, the public don't get to see the body cam footage until it's been censored by the police. So why should they have to, or why should they be allowed to turn it off, to mute it, when it's only the police that are going to see it as it is in its entirety anyway?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
you give it to somebody. They give it to somebody to censor.
Arizona, that make all body cam footage available to the public if they have a complaint. Unedited, raw body cam footage.
I can understand, don't get me wrong, I can understand why the police might, if it's an ongoing investigation, why they might censor some of the information. I can understand that. But it should not be down to the PC to censor it themselves by pressing mute or turning it off.
No.
And also, if they put their hands under their jackets, as they do, and they do it so the camera points up away from what they're doing, right, that should be a disciplinary as well.
But it's tampering with evidence.
I believe it is. Yeah, I think it is. Thank you, Mickey. Much appreciated, my man. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jack. Go on, mate.
No, it's okay. It's all right. It was about it was about one of the things that Tina and you lot were talking about before regarding the hospitals. Now, you've obviously got lots of different specializations in the hospital, lots of different areas in the hospital that deal with different things, like ear, nose, and throat surgery, eye clinic, all that kind of stuff, right? You've got different areas of different things, right? Now, obviously,
Gynecology. I used to be a gynecologist. Don't do it so much now, but I do like to keep my hand in. No, I want to give it up completely. Sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
it's okay. It's all right. Just a bit of humor goes a long way, doesn't it? So because of my mum's issues, it's a neurological thing because it's to do with the brain, right? And you'd expect that
But the
even
gynecologist wouldn't be looking in there. Well, mind you, some of the brains where people keep them nowadays.
you'd expect them to know the basic phrases or the basic terms. They're not looking over everything because no one knows everything. But they're obviously they're going to specialize in that. It's because they know a considerable amount more than the normal doctors or nurses or whatever, right? Now, a while back, when we went to the hospital for I think it was something for to do in neurology or whatever.
Fine.
And the MS nurse, whoever was just having a review, you know, seeing how the medication's doing, you know, how her seizures are doing and whatnot. Like she's having a lot or that kind of thing, which she's not, by the way, which is good, which is a good thing. But she also, because she has MS, she has what you call an MS hug. So imagine like being hugged very tightly, right? And to the point where you cannot breathe. Like it's like your ribs are being crushed, kind of thing. That's what it feels
I think
like.
we spoke about this last week, didn't we, Jack? Briefly.
I think so. I'll be honest, my brain is mush, so I probably can't remember.
Join the club.
So the annoying thing is the fact that doctors, at least doctors that specialize in those areas, should know those basic terms, what they mean and what it does to the body. I mean, they're not going to experience it themselves unless they've got it themselves, but you know, and it's like, I don't know if any of you get this as well, but it's like every time you either visit the doctor or you get a phone consultation, you always have to explain to them, like when you tell them what, you know, what's going on or whatever, and you have to explain these phrases to them, and you have to keep doing it over and over again. I think to myself, you should know this. You're a doctor, you know. And they're not going to know everything, of course not, but they should know these basic phrases that, you know, and it's on the notes, it's on the system, you know.
They
It's
don't
on
read
these
it, Jack.
notes.
That's the problem. They do not read your notes. If you ask for a telephone call, like Dan mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
and he had to wait till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that GP should have looked at his notes. But they don't, because according to them, they're overworked. Yet when I go down the doctor's surgery, it's bloody empty. So what the fuck
Yeah.
are they doing?
Yeah.
Mine mine's empty a lot of the time. In fact, you probably get a few people going there, but it's never full. It used to be full, now it ain't.
The only time it's full for my doctor's surgery is when they do the flu jabs.
Yeah, that's true.
Everybody turns up.
Everything you said there, Tina, I absolutely 100% agree with you.
Thank you, Simon.
Do me a favour, Blair. Do that for us, Blair.
But since COVID, they're using it as an excuse to say that they don't like people coming down unless there's a real issue. So they want to do these telephone calls. But like Boris Johnson did during COVID, he sent a letter out in 2020 and 2021, and it was a warning to all GP practices: if you do not see your patients at request face to face, you will lose your license to actually be a GP. We will shut your practice down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing is, you just mentioned. Sorry, Blair. And I'll let you speak afterwards. I'm going to forget
That's
otherwise.
kind of you, Jack.
I'm going to forget otherwise. So you just mentioned.
I'm going to go off about. I'm going to go about our topic. So you get on.
You just mentioned flu jab, right? Now, I don't know how true this is. I think it is. I mean, Roger will probably know more on it because he's done a lot of research about it in the past. and knows a lot about it. I was looking online recently. It just popped up. It's not like I was looking for Pfizer specifically, but that you know what I'm referring to. Apparently, they actually switched out the jab with something else, so it wasn't actually what they said it was.
What it was, Jack, what they tested and they deemed to be safe wasn't what was actually dealt out to the public.
Yeah.
They
Was it
changed
like
the formula
mRNA or
issued.
something or other?
Yeah, I don't know quite what was in it and what was changed,
Not sure.
but they did admit that it was changed.
It's still going on with the flu jabs, the COVID jab, and all that kind of stuff. People are still having COVID jabs. They convinced the pensioners of this world that you have to have it every year. I went down to get my B12 back along.
The NHS announced themselves in an advertising campaign, and I've seen the posters. Those that have been inoculated, I'll say, there's a word that's can be used. Over 50 and have had subsequent inoculations are at most risk from catching it.
Really? Yeah, okay.
So they advise you to go in and have the new one.
My mum has never had a COVID jab, and she stopped having the flu jab about 12 years ago because she kept getting flu. She's not had flu since, same as me. I stopped the flu jab 14 years ago, went down for my B12 2 weeks ago. She had the flu jab ready and a COVID jab. I said, you can take that out the bloody tray because you're not sticking that in me, ever.
Am I right in saying that the different jabs...
Hang on. I've got something really important to say.
Okay, go on then.
It must be a really serious incident if Jesus is attending the Stratford Park Hotel.
There's a lot of them down there got
Sorry, I mean, things get really bad if the Son of God is getting himself involved in things.
I'll have a word with him later.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah, make sure you do, Simon. Tell him that the Houses of Parliament needs to have a big mark on it and make it go poof. So
is that when are you going to have a word with him when you black out from self asphyxiation?
Can you put both your hands on the screen when you talk like that?
I still don't. I hate the fact that they're still trying to push the jabs. They're still trying to push it. And I hate
they're pushing, Jack, but they've only got a limited supply in this country this year. They've only ordered a certain amount because of the big drop in the uptake of it.
If anybody comes in halfway through that conversation, Sean, they're going to wonder what you're talking about.
I don't want anything to
it is a personal choice. There is no medical service that can force you to have any treatment that you choose to say no to. Okay, that's on their website. You cannot coerce, persuade, or bully someone to have a procedure you don't want. And that includes mental health. The laws were changed on mental health a few years ago. A mental health patient can refuse treatment unless they're put into a mental health unit. They can refuse any treatment.
If they try and
Geneva Convention.
They can't.
Sorry?
It's in the Geneva Convention.
It's to do with human rights, the human rights laws.
There is, but there was a change during COVID, and I don't think it's been changed back yet.
Yes,
and that it used to be 2 doctors used to have to say if you refuse treatment, 2 doctors had to had to say that you needed it in order for it to be forced upon you. Now, or at least during COVID, that went down to 1 doctor.
In mental health circumstances, if they want to give you mental health sedation, say, they have to have a police officer, a social worker, and a psychiatrist. For normal people like us, as you know, my experience going up that hospital last year, I went up to the hospital with a condition, waiting to see a rheumatologist. A matron came in and said, I actually believe you got COVID. I said, well, where's the results of the test? The other 5 I took over the past 24 hours, there's been no sign of COVID. I'm telling you it is, and you're going to stay here. And I was like, no, I'm fucking not.
9 years ago, there was a test case that was heard in the High Court about these people that can refuse to have blood transfusions. The medical wanted the law to be changed so they could force them to.
Yes.
And the High Court and the Supreme Court, whatever it was here, said no, everybody has the right to refuse anything being introduced into their body. And that was the
Well, we
words they
can't
used.
do anything against
Anything
your
being
free will.
introduced into their bodies.
Yep.
Is
You're right, Blair.
if I'm correct, that's section. I think it's section 6 of the European Convention of Bioethics and
Yeah.
Human Rights.
And human rights, yes.
Rightly.
But it's clearly marked on the NHS website. You cannot do that. This nurse told me she wasn't going to let me leave. The next thing I see, 2 police officers have turned up and one's waving at me. And I thought, who the hell is that? And it was one of the police officers I used to work with at the council, and he's waving at me through the window. She tried to get me held on a section 136 mental health, and I was laughing at her. She said, what are you laughing at? I said, are you some sort of idiot? I said, you've got 10 seconds to move. I'm going to pick you up and throw you on the bed. Well, then you'll be done for assault.
The other thing is,
Nobody threatens me with that. Nobody threatens me with a good time like that.
I did not say that.
You can't leave. I came home. The only thing I left with was the Norwalk virus, the vomiting and diarrhea. Oh, that was bad. But I took a COVID test the next day, negative. And I took 4 of them in 4 days in a row, sent it to my GP and said she lied. All the other jabs I'd had, they showed me the results. Negative, negative, negative. She just kept saying, I know 100% you've got it. We're going to put you on a COVID ward for 14 days. Kiss my ass, are you? I'm going home.
What would be the best route to take a medical neglect claim?
That's got to be a medical lawyer, and there are lots out there which do it for free. So you'd have to seek out a lawyer that does the NHS challenges, because that's a big minefield, Blair. Essentially, they'll get the documents you need. A friend of mine lost his wife. She was taken into hospital just for checkups. He gets a call at 7 o'clock in the morning. Somebody didn't read her red armbands and gave her penicillin, and she died from it, and she had a massive bleed in her stomach because of it. He's still fighting, and that was 9 years ago.
And don't forget these NHS claim lawyers that advertise everywhere. Even if you're in the right, if your claim doesn't,
Yeah, no, that's why I'm looking for someone who's independent,
they will.
who is in the system. You know what I mean? That's why I'm asking.
If it's a strong case, they will fight it. Yeah, they will fight it if it's a strong case. Some people do win, but the majority of us don't. The one thing you don't do is never, ever use the patient advisory liaison service in a hospital, because they work for the NHS. They will not handle it. They'll tell you they're dealing with it. Then 6 weeks later, you get a letter saying no action required, and they'll close your case. So don't bother.
The whole country, Mickey, has got a rat problem. If you look into it, mate, it all exploded during COVID, during lockdown.
It did.
Yeah, powers are wank. Powers are shit at the hospital. Powers are shit.
My condition I've had for 7 years. It's only been the past year and a half they're trying to tell me I've got rheumatoid arthritis. I'm still debating that fact. And at the minute, they've stopped my medication, and it's been pretty much over a week. Now, they shouldn't be doing that. They should have tried to reduce my dose, although that's what they wanted me to do. I've been on 15 milligrams a day. I've told them that. I've made them aware of that. My doctors have done nothing about that fact. They've just tried to stop me taking them up. Now, is that a neglect of their duty of care to their patients?
Yeah, I do think that. If they've given you the medication for a specific purpose, now they want to withdraw it, that's not correct. They have to tell you why. They have to go into alternatives if there's something else you can take in the meantime, but they shouldn't just stop medication. That's dangerous.
Fucking hell, Blair, what are you doing? Give it some sympathy or something? Fuck off.
At the minute, I'm starting to get cramps, and all my muscles are starting to cramp up, and I know how it's going to go, but I'm done with my doctors. I want to make a proper complaint, and I want to get it looked at and investigated properly. And it's
start with your GP, get them to fight your corner, get them to write to the consultant, and see where you go from there. But there are a large number now of
the GPs.
Right, there are a lot of news services that have come up. These are really big solicitors, and they're taking on cases across the country since COVID, because a lot of those, as you know, that in the NHS and other public services had to take the jab. There's over 4.5 million people now who can no longer work because they've been given 3 or 4 jabs because of their job, and they can no longer work. You got a young man who was 38, he was a triathlon specialist. He's now got myocarditis because he was forced to have it as a mental health worker. And now the government's saying they can't apply for PIP. So I wrote a letter to him and I said, yes, you can apply for it and get the documents.
For those that don't believe what it was doing, look at New Zealand's figures for the last 2 years. Now, they've done a survey. Birth rates, now bear in mind, New Zealand, both islands are basically 99.9% fully inoculated with everything else that goes along with it.
Yeah.
Their birth rate has dropped by 93% in 2 years.
Yep.
And that's an excuse for more refugees then.
Well, that's the issue. We don't know anything about these drugs. We do not know anything about these drugs. There was a story many years ago, and I thought it was fake, but when I looked into it, it wasn't. Bill Gates was involved in helping countries like India with like birth control, like the pill and all those, and they started giving them jabs. The investigation went into it, and they were in the jab was a sterilization product. The women were not told. They were not told they were being sterilized. That is a total breach of their human rights.
Yeah, and it was similar with Africa and the Ebola vaccinations and all the vaccines were there for that. After that, they were pumping it to fund babies with clefts left, right, and centre, all sorts of.
Yeah, that's got big cleft palates. Yeah,
that again was Bill Gates. A lot of things that Bill Gates is connected to. If you look back over time, there's been problems. And that's where you should open your eyes up to Bill Gates coming up to here. Like I said a while back, there was a TED talk that he was in something like 5 years ago to 7 years ago, and he was talking about this virus that was going to take over the world, and he would be the one prepared by a vaccination for it. That was him telling you about COVID. He knew it was going to happen.
Well, our governments knew that this was going to happen. We weren't told about the COVID issue until January, February 2021. So how did nearly 90 countries hold a conversation through video link around the world in September 2019 to start the pandemic plan? How did they know?
It was all done at the Bilderberg group meeting.
But they knew.
I just want to respond something to Roger. Roger was talking about New Zealand figures. Did you mention New Zealand figures a minute ago?
Yeah.
There's a New Zealand figure for you. Show them about the face.
Yeah, but don't forget when you travel up into the mountains, there's the orcs and.
Well, that's a horse. That's a horse face bitch. That one. Shouldn't really say that. I'll get in trouble for that.
Right. I want to ask a question to the panel. Rishi Sunak made a statement that he's going to ban smoking right across the United Kingdom, and he wants tobacco removed from this country by 2040. What are your thoughts?
How?
Depends on how many people that smoke now live to when it ends.
So they're going to ban. He wants an outright ban. You're not allowed to smoke in your home. You can't smoke anywhere.
No, it isn't. I'm sorry, Tina.
Yes.
How did you
done
in 2040?
From 2000 and
you get hit with a bus tomorrow.
If you're 14 now, it will be illegal for you to smoke, buy cigarettes or smoke anywhere. The following year, the people who were born the year before becomes illegal. So it progresses every year, but those that smoke now will never, ever be made illegal to smoke.
Well, he's talking about banning tobacco. He's talking about banning tobacco.
They've done it the last 2 years in New Zealand. Sugar put it in before she left.
Yeah,
if he bans tobacco imports coming in from any country, where are you supposed to get it from?
No, he can't. Because those of us that smoke now will still be legal.
You'll still be able to get if the guy to the road who's selling the cheap vodka and the cheap fags anyway. He'll still be getting them imported.
Two things are going to happen. Number one, you're going to have dodgy cigarettes being floating around everywhere.
Yeah.
And Lee, there was a second to that, but I've forgotten it. But number one is going to be dodgy cigarettes floating around fucking everywhere. Number two, they're going to lose all their fucking revenue for it.
Of course they will.
A lot of that pays towards the NHS, doesn't it?
Hang on, Simon. If you actually go back
just
and watch the video
the
I did
alcohol
last
though.
week, the government will lose 10 million a year as it stands now with what they earned this year on tobacco and cigarette tax. That has dropped by 2/3 in the last 2 years. So previously they were earning 30 million. Now you put that against booze, which there are far more people drink alcohol than smoke.
Yeah.
The projected revenue tax for booze ending this year will only be 13,000.
I do both.
Wow.
I did a video on the
That's
whole
really
thing.
dropped, Rich. That's dropped. Honestly, mate, that's really dropped.
Yeah.
But it's
And
the same with this.
reason the booze
It's the
one
same
has
with this
dropped
car
is-
thing, isn't it? They want everybody like us, ordinary everyday folks, not to own a car by
Yeah, the
2035 to
reason the,
2040.
booze tax income has dropped is because where they restructured the taxing of it last year.
Yeah, but cars are the same. If they get rid of all the public's cars, look at the revenue for that. That's got to be in the billions for car tax.
Yeah, but Roger,
Yeah,
right,
but they'll
that
do the
10
same with
million.
tobacco as they're doing with cars. They'll price people out of being able to afford it.
Yeah,
Well,
but
they want
Roger,
you-
that 10 million, how many of those people, right, have now, I mean, me as well, I don't know about you,
Oh my God.
we buy it on the black market.
That was
Yeah,
funny.
but what a lot of people don't realise, Patriot, is that she's actually working in our government over here now.
Who is?
Sugar Arden from New Zealand.
Wow.
When she stepped down as the Prime Minister over there, she is now working as an advisor for our fucking government in this country.
Oh, great.
Wow. That's looking good for us then. Not.
Loafer, do us a favour. Put your willy away.
Give us a beer. Give us a homebrew.
Jacinda is a bloke, yeah.
What do you want?
No, I followed what they did in New Zealand very, very closely during the episodes that we had a couple of years back. And yeah, she's got some very strange ideas.
Yes, she
Yeah,
has.
she does.
All the millions she gave. She gave a load of millions to Hammers as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Wasn't
And
she one
she
of those?
was
Wasn't she one of those? Roger,
Terrorist
with Trudeau, the dictator over in Canada as well.
didn't Jacinda Ardern? She was one of the ones during COVID that wanted to introduce a microchip for people under their skin.
She followed the WEF and the WHO to the letter.
Yeah. She was like WEF in that hand, WHO in that hand.
Yeah.
And they
Isn't
wonder
it
why it all has
strange?
a long face.
Isn't it strange that all these former prime ministers and presidents and what have you, once they resign power or they are voted out of office, they immediately go to better paid jobs working for some multinational corporation? What about that Nick Clegg that lost his Sheffield seat, Hallamshire seat, in the last election? And he immediately got the golden handshake of going working for the Truth and whatever Google. He went working. He was straight off over to California and ended up working for Google.
Yeah, but didn't the same thing happen to Blair?
Blair's different. I mean, he's a multi-millionaire. He's multi-millionaire. I think
billionaire.
I thought you were talking about the Blair, like
Ewan Blair is a multi-millionaire as well.
Yeah, but there's one thing. There's one thing that links them all together. They're all cunts.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, we agree with that. The one thing that the one thing I find really bad about some of these people in Parliament currently, let's take Rishi Sunak. He's got a personal fortune of 100 million, but he's still taking the wages of 150 grand per year from us. If he's so passionate about politics, why doesn't he fucking stop giving it out for himself and give it back to the people? He doesn't need that frigging money. That is just greed.
Sunak's
He's worth a lot more than that.
Well, they've said about 100 million. His wife's worth a few billion, I think, or maybe a billion.
She's a billionaire, yeah.
But
she's
he's
got
taking
non-dog
wages.
status as well, so she's not paying tax.
And he's got a green card as well.
Yeah,
you know, he can fuck off whenever he wants when his shit hits the fan.
Yeah, he can
Yeah.
go back to New
Sunak
York
hits
and
the
You all
fan.
will. Listen, I guarantee. Listen, they've all got fucking
He's just
green
finished
cards.
having his
Don't
Californian mansion built, and he.
Don't be fooled into thinking every single one of them, every single person in fucking Parliament at the moment can just fuck off when the shit hits the fan. Don't be fooled into thinking they can't do that because they
Oh,
can.
they
and
can. They can
already
go
got-
anywhere they want.
You
And
know,
leave
but
us to suffer.
as Tina said, right? As Tina said quite rightly, and I totally agree with that, right? He's sitting there taking money that he doesn't fucking need, okay, for a job that he, you know, oh, I believe in what I do. Yes, I do this for the greater good of the country. Yeah, of course you do. And lying in your fucking pocket, you greedy little toss bag.
They don't need
believe
it.
What we do, but we don't get under a grand for sitting on our ass remembering it and thinking about it, do we?
No, we don't. They couldn't organise a piss of a brewery if they tried. They really couldn't. If you watch the question times on a Wednesday, it's like watching 5-year-olds running around a fucking playgroup.
I know. See, no, but when there's such a Houses of Parliaments when they were debating that, what a bunch of little twats screaming and shouting and laughing. They're supposed to be running our country.
Yeah, calling each other tomatoes and lettuces and idiots and all this kind of stuff. There's a Japanese TV show that I watch, and they laugh every time they see Prime Minister's question times because it's like watching children in the playground.
It is.
Yeah.
It's worse than fucking children in a playground because these people are fucking adults.
And they're running
I
the
know.
country.
The thing is, the questions time in the House is all scripted. They're pre-asked questions, pre-written answers, and all they do is put their little bit of backbiting in to make good viewing. It went that way ever since they put cameras in.
I know, it's crazy. They're all playing to the cameras, aren't they, to get their faces up there.
Yep. I mean, if you look
Anyway,
at the Tories now, I mean, I didn't follow the conference that closely because I knew it was just going to be a backstabbing and butt plugging fest, as I said in the video.
Just
literally, all I see is a political party with someone at the top saying what he's going to do, and the others are saying you ain't going to fucking do it without running it by us first.
Yeah,
and they're just pulling each other apart.
Just to change the subject slightly. What do you think of the hairline now?
Looks good, mate.
Pink. It's pink.
It's getting
too
good.
much like Sam Smith.
He has a fluorescent green beard.
It's looking good.
It gives me the willies every time I see it. Have you got
So
blue trousers on?
can I ask a question about it, Dan?
I look like I've got mange, but at the moment.
Can I ask a question about it?
Minge.
Go ahead.
So how long is it going to take to actually start producing?
Well, it's starting to fall out now, which it's meant to do.
Right, okay.
So what happens is when they take it from the back and put it somewhere new, what happens is it will heal. It will heal in place, but then it's this thing called shock loss. Okay,
it's very clever.
The shock of moving it will cause it to fall out, and then it will grow back, and it will grow back a little bit thicker, and then on the next cycle it will grow back, and it should be its full thickness. And
oh wow, that's cool. You won't be able to recognise yourself, Dan. You won't be able to do the smackhead bit, will you?
Like that, and hold your fingers as if you're holding a rolling pin.
Oh, do I look like that? Do I look like that?
There you go, grippy hands action man with realistic hair. I had one of them.
You won't be able to say anymore, Dan, that you were a solar panel for a sex machine. It's gone, isn't it?
I wore that T-shirt last week, and I said that's the last time I'm going to be able to wear that for the time being.
I know.
I mean, look at how shiny this is now, and that's
it's looking good. Yeah.
My hair's coming through. It's shinier now than when I don't have hair.
Yeah, that's only because he's running his fingers through his hair with a bit of baby oil on him afterwards.
Look how great.
Well, it's new roots, isn't it? It's new growth, so it's going to be a lot shinier and a lot healthier.
No, not on here. It's not. All this at the back side's not. This is just where it's gone grey. That's how shiny.
Oh, well, nothing wrong with that. Shows your age. It's good. Never worry about your hair colour. We're all getting old. Can I bring up a more serious topic for the listeners, with your permission, Dan?
By all means.
Right. There is on Facebook a company saying that they will assist you in taking your council to court for any disrepair that you have. They will send people into your house called surveyors. They will then attach you to a solicitor. And they will then fight your corner. I'm telling people again, this is a scam, okay? It is a 100% scam. The reason I know this is because in 2019, they produced the Fitness for Human Habitations Act that every landlord in this country has to comply to. So what you do as a person, the first thing you do is get a file started. Number one, take pictures of any fault in your property, be it a private landlord, housing association or council. They all have to comply. Then what you do not phone your council. You get your email for your housing officer. You email it. You give them 10 days in which to respond. You send the photographs with it. You keep that file up to date. If they don't contact you within 10 days, you go to the manager above them until you get to the CEO at the top. If you go through this scam, how they do it, people that are coming into your house are not qualified. They're random people off the streets wearing a badge. I've checked this company out on Company House. There's only one employee, and that's the director.
And are they DBS checked as well? You don't know who you're letting in your house. Are they DBS checked?
They don't. No, not as far as I know.
So you don't know who you're letting in your house.
So basically, what I'm saying is, you follow the rules of the Fitness for Human Habitation. You can download it. It's a very simple form to read through. It gives you a list of all the laws your council must comply with. All right. You take pictures of where the problem is. You send it in with all the stuff. You email, I want a response within 10 working days. If they don't come back to you, you go back on their website, find out who the next manager is, and you keep putting up the page. If you do go through this company, all you're going to do is drain money. They start off by doing things for free. Then it will come in that we've reached your limit. You're going to have to pay for this. You're going to have to pay for that. And you're going to have to pay for that. Please don't do this. People are getting ripped off.
They also tell you that you can claim the money back off the council, which you can't.
You can't. No. Because of this legend.
Tina, don't confuse those with the ones that are advertising to sue the councils on your behalf.
Oh, yes, the ones that are suing, yes, but this is a repair one that's turned up on Facebook. Are you having any repair issues with your landlord? We can take councils on, blah, blah, blah. That's the one you need to avoid.
Yeah, it's everywhere, that one.
Yeah, just get rid of it.
They're even phoning people asking if you're the owner and do you
yeah, this is how I found out about it 2 years ago, because they made a mistake of phoning me. Stupid assholes.
Yeah, it's been
you're doing a what? Oh, can we come and see you? For what? What do you do? Well, can we get some details from you? No, you tell me what you're going to do. Oh, we can help you. Fight the council. Get us. I said, you're talking out your ass. What are you talking about? There's a law that came out in 2019. Every individual tenant can take their landlord through the courts. They can get rebuttal and they can get payments without going through you. So don't ring me again. So I gave them a what for down the phone.
So while I'm sitting here, I just thought, you know what? Fuck it. Google scan attachments for viruses anyway, right? So I thought, you know what? Let's just have a look at that picture.
Ask you that to Brandy.
It's fucking tiny. It's fucking tiny.
It's called a selfie, Dan. It's called a selfie.
If that's crinkled penis, it is fucking tiny.
Oh God.
You ain't had any notifications from takeaways tonight, then?
Oh, don't start that, Rog. Yeah, now you've done it, haven't you? Oh, my word.
No, I won't get any more. I've now got an agreement with the delivery companies. They will only accept if paid up front. Other than
that's good. Yeah.
Or a code. Or if you say a code.
No, because I never order and pay cash. Never, ever.
No, I don't. I always pay by card.
So I always do it. Pay by card when I'm ordering something off of one of these apps.
That's the verification you go through, and that's what they do with the two-step verification with me. I make an order, I got to put a PIN in to access it from my bank, and it goes through, so that it's all pretty straightforward.
In that case,
I have to do that as well. You have to put a 6-digit code in.
That's right, yeah.
That's a pain in the arse, man.
Yes, Chris, it is.
Sorry if you're ordering on your phone.
It's not even a chode. It's not even thick and short. So I can't even call it a chode. and even a button mushroom is being fucking generous. Whoever it was, it's a Gmail account, which means that the person has to have registered it, which means that Google have got their fucking IP address and know where they are.
Yeah.
And they've sent me a picture of their penis. Thank you. Thank you very much.
People think it's too difficult to track an IP. It ain't. It's not difficult. Not at all. I used to have a program. I still got the program. I had a government program. If somebody tried to access my machine, a warning would come up, and I had a box where I could write a ping. And I used to send a ping back, saying the police are on the way to your address, and I give them their postcode, and I never heard from them again. This is you. I've had all sorts with working for the government. It's like, oh, that's a useful thing to have.
Did Blair just say Count Dankula? I mentioned it earlier in the chat, but I think I've got away with it.
People like sending he likes sending pictures of his balls and that to people. He might have sent you that email.
I've got no way of fucking explain. I can't show you because then I'm just as bad as that dick or whoever sent me that. But it is.
We could get your private emails. You could do it that way.
But it's not even a chode. You know, if it was thick, then fair enough. You know, the length isn't quite so much an issue if you've got a wide one. Do you know what I mean? But it's not even fucking wide. It's just fucking tiny.
So whoever's the owner of that one, then they've got to sit down to pee.
Well, yeah. It's an enlarged clitoris.
Yeah, it's not big enough to piss through. Yeah, I know what you mean.
A swollen clit.
Oh my god.
Sorry, people. Oh, fuck's sake.
Russell and Hamilton.
Right, the conversation is, since you've just come here, Claire just walked in here, by the way, Dan. And she's going, what the fuck?
Claire.
Well, what it is, he's been sent a dick.
No, don't you say. I'll say it because then that way she knows it's coming from me, and you're not bullshit. I had an email from Dr. Henry Kringle with an attachment, and the email said the email said the exact words were, do you want to see my penis? Oh, fancy a dick pic. Love, Kringle. And it's a photograph of a penis.
Well, a large clitoris.
It's a swollen clitoris. It is that small. It is classed as a swollen clitoris rather than a penis.
Wow. That's desperate. Has he still got any websites up, or is he on YouTube or whatever?
He's about something.
AI stuff in it at the moment. It's quite clever. What he does is, Tina, he goes on as a woman or something, and he's got his AI.
No, he's not clever. Don't fucking give him any more credit than he. Don't give him credit. He's more than he deserves.
But it's
Right,
got AI
You're
stuff.
giving him what he wants by sitting here talking about the idiot.
Yeah.
Right, Tina. This is. Let me find it.
Yes, when I get done.
Let me find it. Fuck's sake. That's it. Hang on. No, it wasn't pictures. It was fucking video, wasn't it? Videos. There we go. Right.
I can't see that. I'm on my phone.
I'm going to bring it up. Right. He's trying to pretend.
We've seen that last week, man.
Yeah,
Right.
that was the one that came up last week.
Right. You can blatantly tell that's him.
Yeah.
Even though he's using something to try and disguise himself.
Oh.
He's got a good eye.
He's using another
blonde
username.
one,
He's using
yeah.
Vincent's
Oh my
username as well
God.
to try and get him into trouble.
Vincent's
him.
a young guy, by the way. I know Vincent. He's a good bloke, and well, I know when you listen to him, he sounds like he's a mature, but he's only about 25.
That picture must have been her clit.
I know there are programs that the kids seem to be using these days where you can change your face from what you are. It beautifies
Yes, Jack.
you, gives you a different
Jack.
image. It's a what?
Yes, Jack.
But
Why
the
is
younger
it rain?
generation are using these apps on TikTok, I think, and something else, or Snapchat. and they're changing their faces to make them look like models.
Yeah, the filters. And...
Yeah, there's all sorts, isn't there?
The problem is, as I've just shown you, it doesn't hide your face enough for you not to know that it's someone.
Well, no.
I looked into one and it just kept coming up, impossible task.
For entertainment purposes, I'll tell you a true story. My neighbours at my old house across the road, they had 2 teenage sons, 2 years apart, and they were, I think one was 17 and one was 19, and they decided to go on a night out. And this is the thing for ladies. I'm sorry, ladies, but makeup is bad because, you know, well, so that's my opinion. If the people can't accept you for who you are, why are you putting paint on? So anyway, the next morning, before their parents were due home that evening, both of the lads were knocking on my door. And I was like, what's going on? We're in real serious trouble here. You got to help us out. I said, what's going on? Well, they picked up 2 ladies the night before. Got pissed, woke up to the ladies the next morning to discover at 17 and 19, they were in bed with 2 pensioners. One of them had 2 sets of false teeth on the side of his cupboard. And I'm pissing myself laughing, saying, what the fuck do you expect me to do?
Oh, it's all right. He got the smallest model then.
Nothing wrong with a couple of pensioners.
Oh, my God. And they said, it's really bad. They won't leave the house. They won't leave the house. She's even got a pension book. And I'm like, what the fuck do you expect me to do? Anyway, they managed to get him out about an hour before the parents came home. Well, the dad came over to see me. He said, you know something. So I sat down and told him. He pissed himself laughing in the front room. But I tell you what, he made those 2 boys' lives really bad for the next 6 months. He really whacked punishment on them. Yeah, because they looked nice with the makeup on. They'd gone to the bathroom, took the makeup off. And because they were pissed, they didn't take any notice. When they woke up, it's like, oh, what the fuck is that? So,
I've done it myself. I woke up, I had to do the hyena and chew my own fucking arm off so I don't wake her up. Your arm off so you can get away without waking her fucking up. Done that before.
I just don't like the way women. I don't like the way.
Actually, Dano, she only had 1 leg.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
It doesn't matter what society says you should do. If you're happy with who you are, you don't need to put crap on your face.
Yeah, do you know what, Tina? That's one of the things when I went out and pulled a bird nap, one thing that attracted me to that girl is that she's got no makeup on, because you've got to wake up in the next morning and it's the same person.
Exactly, it is.
It does show.
I'm only 14. They would even gone like a shot.
It's I got rosea on my face, which is why my cheeks are quite red and this bit's red here. It's called rosea. And I was told by a consultant one day, oh, you should get some specialist makeup. And I was like, why? What the fuck is that? We can give you these cream to put on, you know? And I was like, why? There's nothing wrong with my fucking face. I don't see it all day, so I don't give a shit. If it offends you, I don't give a fuck. So, and that's what I say to people when they say, you should try makeup. No, fuck off. If you don't like it, don't look. Shut your eyes when you walk past.
Simon, I think it should be a little bit more, perhaps subtle.
It's getting towards midnight, isn't it? Here he goes. He's had more than 1 sherry.
Yeah. It is a personal choice what you do with your body, but they shouldn't force it on people. They're now trying to get children as young as 12 to start injecting Botox into their lips to get the big fat lips.
Really?
12 and 13 years old.
There was mothers making their kids do these suntans and stuff today.
Yeah, that's right.
You know where they are.
Do you know what? Actually, really weird that you should bring that up, right? Very weird you should bring that up, because I'm on dating apps, right? I know, sad. But I changed my profile today, this evening. I changed my profile
on Grindr.
You would know, you fucking see it. I changed my profile literally to say, please don't look like you belong stuck to a window with inflatable lips. That semi-permanent pout looks fucking ridiculous. I swear to God, that's what I put. I swear to God, I wrote that on there.
Good for you. Because I think it's Snapchat where most of the problem. They're encouraged
afterwards, and you got to slide them to the corner to get them off.
But you've got girls at 18 asking for surgery to change their body so they fit in with society. It's fucking ridiculous.
This is for you, Simon.
Oh, he goes. It's shaving balls. Oh, he goes.
that was for you, the lawnmower.
Oh man.
and you've even got some board urine.
Look, this fucker Jack, he was talking about this months and months ago, right? And I typed in, because he said, have a look on the website. And I looked on there, and I kept on getting these pop-ups all the time. And always when I'm on my PC, my missus walks in. She goes, oh, what's that about them?
Well, do you know what? I think with Jack with his balaclava on there, I think he belongs on top of you. With that balaclava on.
Dan, if you want to see some freak pics, I've just put a name in the chat. Jocelyn Wildenstein. Look up
Do you know
that
what,
name.
Oath? I forgot you was here, mate.
It's a rich woman, very, very rich woman. It was when plastic surgery was in its infancy. You want to see some of the pictures of that woman. Good grief. She looks like a scared cat.
Mr. Fantastic, apparently, in the back room of StreamYard. Mr. Fantastic is the name, but his authenticated with YouTube name is Dad Day, as in DADDAY. Mr. Fantastic, you need to show your face, I'm afraid. I can't let anybody up on the panel who doesn't show their face in the background. And there's just absolutely no reason why you can't show your face. And I will ask you to do something like touch your nose or touch your ear or touch your head or something in order to prove that you are a real person. And if you can't do that, then I would suggest that you leave the StreamYard because I've never heard your name before. You are completely random. And I can't trust anybody that doesn't show their face. You're not showing your face, you're showing an eyeball.
That's Crinkle doing that, isn't it?
Eyeball or a Jack's eye?
Hey, Simon, why are you on the screen for?
You can't.
Well, whoever you are, you don't look anything like the picture that's on your profile. You have just shown the face, granted, but I can't let somebody up who is showing this much of their face or this much of their face. I can't do that. I'm afraid.
We've had that before, and we know where it leads.
Simon, this is you. I've found some leaked images of you.
So I know you sit on top of your bunk bed, so your mum can't see you watching that later on. Tina, going back to what he's on about just briefly about women with all these when I drive around sometimes I see some you think at first they're young girls as well, and you think tell straight away you've had too much work done, and you're only young kids. I mean, you got to remember I service these type of machines and medical.
I found a picture of you as well, Simon.
Is that you like gingers, don't you?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Simon. But what you got when you visit I used to work with teenagers from the age of 14 to 16 in schools to teach them about what they'd face when they were leaving school, and we'd go through things like budgeting, cooking, cleaning, the basics that they need to survive. And the first question, I gave them a questionnaire. First question was, are you going to get somewhere to live? Oh, the council's got to give me a free flat. And they're going to put in the widescreen TV, the Xbox. This is their thought. And then the girls started. And a girl wouldn't leave her makeup alone. I said, can you put that down? She was only 14. And she had a bag of makeup. And I asked her to explain how much it cost. Her parents had filled her makeup bag with over £1,000 worth of very expensive makeup.
Oh, my word.
This girl was she was making herself look like she was 20 because of the makeup. And I said to her, you've got spots. She said, oh, I have a spot problem, so I covered up. The reason you got spots is because you put makeup on, which is blocking your pores. Stop doing that, and you'll stop getting spots. She just, well, you got to give us everything if we want a flat. I'm entitled to a council flat. Nobody's entitled to a council flat. Nobody. You go bidding like anybody else, but you're not entitled to it. It's not a given. Oh, they were going to pay for their food, everything. And this is what teenagers think about. It's like, really? So, no.
I fucking hate it. I hate it. That's what honest to God. Right? It looks like if you lick their fucking face and stick them to a window. Honest to God. They've got these big fucking rubber lips. You lick their face, stick them to a window, you'll never get the fuckers off again. I'm telling you.
Well, they're currently promoting a lip gloss online through Snapchat and main TV for young girls. You paint it on and it swells the lips up.
Yeah.
And eyebrows as well. Girls' eyebrows when they like backcomb them, so there's like, the eyes are almost touching their fucking forehead. What's that about?
I'm sorry, but perfect pout has been around for years.
Did you say purple pout? You said purple pout. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said purple pout.
The perfect pouch.
I thought you said purple pouch.
Purple pouch.
Jack, you just reminded me. I need to empty my sack in a minute.
Let's
I've got to take. That's my takeaway I got earlier on, and I haven't eaten it yet, so I'm going to go in about 5 minutes and start eating some
You're going to be emptying your sack. How dare you?
What you got?
I don't want to tell you. It's a big fat bastard food. I'm not telling you when Tina's on it. No fucking way.
It's probably
my case.
Yeah, but do you want me to forward that email to you?
Simon.
Yeah.
You're like a beanpole. I'm sure you can eat a whole dustbin load and you wouldn't put on any weight.
I've lost what 4 stone in 8 weeks, haven't I?
Well, keep eating.
Yeah, I will.
Actually, you said that lip gloss stuff makes her lips swell up. Maybe I can send it to Crinkle.
Yeah. If you want to apply it, don't make out.
It's some kind of lip paint they put on. I don't think it's lipstick, but they put this white stuff on their lips and they wait, and you can see the lips have swelled twice the size. It looks ridiculous.
It's got cinnamon in it, apparently.
Is it? Oh, I'm allergic to that. I won't get in there. But what was that thing years ago that they did, and they were having the butt size. Remember that years ago? All the girls were having silicone put in their butts to make them look bigger.
The implants in their ass, yeah.
They were, yeah.
You can shut down that. New baby.
Some still do.
Preserver, ball deodorant. Jack, why have you got that? Why have you got that?
I haven't got it.
Well, of course you have. You just shown it to us.
No, I just took a picture online. Oh yeah, like I'm gonna have stuff like that around in my house.
I think it's sad these days that our kids can't be kids, and I'm afraid it's pushy parents. They want their kids to go into modelling groups. They want them to have a life of modelling, get the money in. They want them to go on stage. This is what it's all about. They're painting their kids to look like themselves as they were, and that's wrong.
Thing is, Tina, I know someone that has got a child that does all that modelling and stuff like that, and they've done quite well. But the school let them have loads of time off. They're only like 9-10 years of age, and they're letting them have loads of time off. Yeah, you want to go on a fucking holiday where it's like thousands of pounds cheaper after the school break.
That's exactly right. It's double fold. But with a lot of these kids that are forced into it by their parents, they end up having real mental health issues when they get older. They're not in it for the kid. They're not in it for the children. The parents keep the bloody money.
Yeah.
Can I just point out, Jack, if you're ever going to put anything on your balls, make sure it is what you've just shown us and not Sauvage, because that stuff stings. It smells good, but it fucking stings. Trust me.
Yeah, it's like that green invigorating body wash shit.
Oh my god, isn't it? That's like rubbing Vicks on your dick.
Tea tree, yep.
Yeah, I'm sure you must have tried that though, Simon. I'm sure you must have tried that though.
What was that?
Vicks
Jack.
on your.
Oh.
What? You put Vicks on your bar?
No, I'm talking about Simon. I've never.
You must always wash your hands when dealing with any kind of deep heat, because if you fucking don't, you're gonna have a problem. Like my old man did. He put some Ralgex on my son's shoulder, then forgot and went for a pee, and he had a red hot willy for about 2 hours.
Yeah, but it's quite arousing, to be honest. I have done that. It is quite arousing.
Yeah, for a few seconds, then it's not quite so arousing.
Yeah, in your case, Dan.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's not even midnight. We got there already.
Yeah.
After a few seconds, it becomes dangerous.
I now identify as a baby.
Once again, I'd like to apologise to those that are waiting for communication from me. I have been dealing with my mum quite a bit lately. I've had to go down there more than 1 or 2 times. She's causing major problems with her dementia, bless. And now it's not good. She's going downhill very quickly. And I got to deal with an older sister who thinks she can beat me. So she's been turning up at the house uninvited. So now she's been told she's barred. You can't do that. I said, watch this space. Don't come back. She's after the house. So
you to hear all that, Tina.
I'm sorry to hear about your mum, Tina, not the house
It's,
thing.
yeah, she's 87. She's had a good life. My sister made me laugh. I'm going to put mum on a diet. Why? She's 87 years old. If she wants to eat shit, she eats shit. Give it to her. Stop freaking moaning. God. Yeah,
And
she's going down there.
That's how you should look at Dan.
No.
On the comment you
No.
put up, Dan, what do you think?
Sorry, let me
Women's
just,
expectations for men are a bit too high. Do you not think so? They're looking for supermodels and not a real man.
Stop that, Dan.
That's a problem.
Stop what? You're asking me questions. You're asking me things in your fucking subtitle thing.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
you're trying to make me bigger than
No.
you want me to be, and enlarging me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if any of you ever experience it with your family members, the one thing I can specify is get help in. If social services aren't available, get private care in, which your parent can pay for through their benefits. Don't leave it too long, because it goes downhill very quickly. Now she's onto the sexual connotations. Whenever she's a man in the house, it's like, stop telling him he's got a big dick. Pack it in. So, I like him. I'll take him to bed. It's like, Mum, just stop it. I mean, it really is embarrassing. We don't take her out anymore because she's racist and very, very sexually orientated. So we have to keep her in the house. So.
Simon's going through the same problem at the moment.
Yeah.
I was going to ask for a request.
But they do regress quite quickly, and she's gone back to being about 5 in her mindset. So,
Tina, let me just apologize. I didn't mean, I wasn't taking the piss out of your mother there, by the way.
oh no, I know. Don't worry. No, you have to laugh at it though, Dan. It's sad. You don't.
I know. Of course it is. I just don't want people thinking I'm taking a piss out of your mum.
No, not offended. The thing is, one minute she's not well. The next minute, when we're talking, she's got that cheeky grin in her face, and she looks at me. She said, "I don't know who you are." I said, "You know, you've only got one biker bitch for a daughter." I said, "Hello, Tina," and she gets that gummy grin, and it's like, "Ooh, you ow." So yeah, she wants chocolate. I take chocolate down. She can eat what she wants. I don't care. She's 87, for God's sake.
My nana was doing something fairly similar to your mum. She is accusing of my granddad of basically sexual activity and stuff like that, saying that, you know, that the reason why he never sleeps in the same room as her is because, you know, this and that. And she social services was told about it or whatever, because obviously she isn't in a capacity to have sex, right? And so she accused my granddad of having sex with her when without consent, when he hasn't, right? And he wouldn't do
True
that
statement,
anyway.
Matt Walker.
But it's just a dementia.
That's why, in my opinion, I don't have social services in that house, because they take reports and they will try and basically go over what your wishes are for your parent. So what I did, I very sneakily got an LPA, lasting power of attorney, on her health, hygiene and welfare, and on her finance and property. So they can't make any decisions for our mother. We've got the paperwork. We're in control, not them. They can't change her drugs. They can't do anything.
Terrible situation.
At the moment, Tina, hold on, let me take this off. I can't be serious when I've got that on. At the moment, my auntie and my granddad we've been trying to sort out respite for my granddad, but not for my granddad, but for my nana, right? So it also gives granddad a break as well for 2 weeks plus, right? And eventually, as time will go on, the time will get longer and longer and longer there, to the point where it'll eventually become permanent, right? Now, everything was going to go ahead, but my granddad decided to cancel, right? And my auntie got a phone call from the social worker. It's basically saying that either there's a miscommunication or someone's cancelled. Either way, basically, my granddad had cancelled the respite, so all that work had been put in. Apparently, he'd cancelled, but when they confronted him, he said no, he didn't cancel. So either there's been wires crossed and there's been a miscommunication, or he has and he's lying, right? Now they're gonna have to go through that all again, unfortunately. But when eventually it does happen, and she goes to the respite, I mean, he can see her whenever he wants.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. and she'll certainly be in a good place because, to be honest, she's in her room all day every day, smoking. I mean, the entire room, you can tell as soon as you walk in the room, it's just filled with nicotine. You can just feel it.
Yeah, but it's difficult to give up when you're a partner of someone or a
No,
family member who's
no,
got
yeah.
dementia. All right.
Yeah.
The reason that we want to do the care at home is because I've done work in nursing homes and I've seen the abuse towards dementia patients. And in our area in Devon, they have shut down the majority of state-run nursing homes because the patients are being abused by the staff, stealing money, hitting them, dragging them off the bed, dropping them onto the floor, kicking them. And I've not yet seen anybody arrested or charged for elder abuse. Okay, this is what gets me. It's bigger than people think. So when I spoke to a social worker, you are not going to put my mother in a state nursing home. We will get carers in. And that's what we're doing. We're having morning care and nighttime care to put her to bed. The morning care is 7 days a week to get her a shower. She's paying for it out of her pension. Now, because she's below, hang on, let me get this right. She's below the limit of 25,000. If it's below the limit of 25,000 of savings, you're entitled to the free care. You don't have to pay. Okay. So that's what's happening at the moment. But I have told them, rather than her going to nursing home, when she gets really ill, we're going to bring a bed downstairs and we're going to have carers coming in to do the nighttime care and the daytime care. That'll cost more money, but we don't care. I have seen video after video of horrific violence against people who can't take care of themselves. And when they're being punched and hit and spat on and having hot water poured over them, they don't know what's happening. They have no clue why they're doing this to them. They're so confused. And that's why a lot of the state homes down here have been shut.
Yeah, and Mary, and what's the percentage of those abusers are not called Mary or John? You understand what I'm saying? You've seen it as well, haven't you?
Yes, but they also bring in people that can't speak English well, Polish, Lithuanian, all those groups, and they don't give a crap about these patients.
That's what I'm saying. They're not called John or Mary, are they? You know,
no,
they're not brought up with our values.
No, they're not.
Sadly, unfortunately,
it's a sad state of affairs when all they want to do is take the money from the elderly, but they don't want to give the care. It's scary. Unless you've got lots of money and you can pay for private care, you're not going to get your loved ones looked after. I've actually made it clear in my mindset, if I start to get any signs of dementia, it's a bottle of Jack Daniels and packets of pills and I'm out of here.
I've always said to people, if I start showing signs of dementia, I want a hot bath and a coat hanger.
I'm not going to live with that. There's no way I'm going to do it. If I start to get any signs, I'm out.
No, I got mixed up with something else. I got mixed up with something else there.
I would not. The band is speaking now.
Seeing what you see, Dan, when you go through this, it's heartbreaking. And I never want to be in that spot myself. It's my life, my choice, and I'll take it my way.
I agree.
Well, I've got to go, guys, and have my food. Right?
Dan, bye, Simon. Take it easy.
Thank you very much.
I forwarded that email for you, so you've got something to pleasure yourself to after you've eaten.
Did it include a free sample of a coat hanger? We'll explore that another night.
Catch up soon, Simon. Take care, mate.
Simon.
Take care.
Don't forget to like and share.
Don't be slapping the monkey or choking the chicken.
Do you just want to give me a kiss goodnight, Jack? You do, don't you?
Don't be slapping the monkey or choking the chicken.
Simon, do us a favour, Simon. Give Claire a kiss goodnight for me.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I empathise, Jack, with the grandparents having it, and it's hard for the partner to let go because they're scared too. They're scared about what's going to happen with that respite.
Thing is, as well, though, he's not doing it on purpose, but he is in a way neglecting her. But not
in a way, yes, but it's his wife, and it's his. Yeah. They believe in that old-fashioned way that it's their job to protect them. It's not the job of an outsider who doesn't know them. They know them. Yeah. They've lived together all those years, and it's their responsibility. My mum is on her own. My father died 26 years ago, thank God, because he was a fucking wanker. So so he's gone. So all he got is my brother and sister that are there, and I'm the advocate in between all two. So I sort all the shit out they create. Getting phone calls at 3 o'clock in the morning. Mum's not very well. What's the problem? She's got a cough. So give us some cough syrup. I'm going back to bed. So yeah, that's the kind of thing but they don't understand it either. So it is a hard thing to do. But yeah, love your elders. That's all I can turn and say. Take care of them. Without the support of 8.5 million carers in this country who do this for free, the NHS and the Social Services Department would collapse. And yet somebody who loves their family has to give up their job to do the care that they need, and the government won't give them a penny. I have been trying for 8 years to get a national carers service started, right? I want a carer who has to give up their job to look after a family member or a disabled child a living wage. They should be paid the standard rate of pay. So they pay tax, they pay insurance to the government, but it should be national. Screw social services. They're only in it for the money and they don't do jack shit. I've seen child abuse that I've reported to them and they've done nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing to protect the children. They've just said, oh yeah, we'll go and have a chat. That's it. And then they had to get the police involved and the kids got beaten up by the parents.
Not good. Yeah.
I'd like to see a national carer service. So anyone who is forced to give up their work because they can't afford the fees that social services charge, basically they should put it in place, have somebody paid a decent damn wage for 35 hours a week of work.
And I agree with that. I do agree with that. I think it's important that people who have to look after other people, they're saving the NHS and everybody else money, and I think that they should be compensated for their time, especially if they have to give up work in order to do so.
There's 8.5 million literally backing up the NHS who are unpaid carers. You're not allowed to earn anything over a certain amount. So if you've got more than 50 to 60 pound a week of income coming in, you can't get carers allowance because you're over the limit.
Is it not 100 odd? I did look.
126 now, but it was 56 pounds. It's now 122. That's all you're allowed to earn, all the carers, but it's not paid.
I know. It's
I actually see. Sorry, Jack. I get because I'm on PIP. I actually receive. I think it's £60 a month. Something to do with like a carer's allowance. I actually get that.
Okay.
I don't have a carer. As such, well, I don't. I do get help from people like my neighbour and other people.
Well, people do help you when you need it, Dan, when you're at your worst. So,
but I actually receive something like £60 a month. If I remember rightly, and I might be remembering this wrong because sometimes my brain plays up. But I'm sure I've got some kind of a carer's element that I actually receive myself.
Yeah, they can do, but if you paid someone that for 35 hours worth of time,
well, £60 a month, that's fuck all.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. That's what it is. It's about £60 a month, 120. Oh, sorry, so no, £120 a month, I think it is.
Yeah, that's the carer's allowance,
and that's fuck all. Nobody can live on that. Nobody. You can't even live on that a week if you live in a a reasonable, not a decent, but a reasonable fucking existence.
Exactly. And where I got this information from, funnily enough, was an NHS. They put the details up that without the 8.2 million carers that we got working for nothing, the NHS and social services would collapse. And I won a tier appeal on that when I sent the information in. This has come from the National Health Service. Read this. And I won the case on that. Literally flew through. The judge agreed with us. So they stopped someone's benefits. So
people probably watch this, right? And they're going, what's, for example, why does he get like fucking carer's allowance type payment? So what, I genuinely wish, and this is why I've not been able to put any videos out for the last 3 months or so. I literally cannot. Even now, so I'm feeling tired now. I've been on for, how long have I been on? Almost 4 hours, and I'm feeling tired now. That's about as long as I manage to go through a day without needing sleep. So I wake up in the morning, I'm awake for about 4, maybe 5 hours before I need to go back to bed again. Sometimes I'll push through that, and then I get overtired and I can't fucking sleep at night, and I get irritable and depressed and all the rest of it, and then my sleep gets fucked up for a few days. But if I was to go to bed every time I was tired, I would literally be going to bed every 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah.
For a couple of hours. And that's basically what my life is like at the moment. And
but
people
you don't have to explain it, Dan. What people don't understand. There is a truth.
People don't see it, and that's the thing. Roger, we speak a lot, Roger. Roger and I speak a lot. Roger knows what it's like, because I'll say to him, I'm going to bed now. I'll speak to you in a couple of hours. Most people that see this channel or see these live streams, they don't understand.
No, they don't. No.
What even Roger has to go through this himself. They don't, and yourself as well, Tina. I know you suffered with your health as well, and so people don't see that. They just see us when we manage to put together a live stream, or when we manage to put together a video, or whatever it might be. But even for Roger will put together a video in the morning, but the rest of the day nobody gets to see that. All they see is him on video, and he looks lively and all the rest of it. And that's what you do when you're on a video, right? Because you want people to enjoy the video, so you
of course
you pretend in most cases, you know, and then as soon as the video's done, you're like, well, I'm fucked, and nobody gets to see that. Nobody gets to see the logic.
This is where their judgment is wrong, because you never judge a book by its cover, and not all disabilities are visible. You don't understand a person's health unless you talk to them about it. You don't know what everybody's conditions are unless you talk about it. You don't understand. People say to me many times, but you're always happy, you're always calm, you're always content. Well, inside I'm screaming with pain every day. Absolutely screaming with pain. And that I can't take opioids. So all I've got to counteract the pain is paracetamol. And that just only takes a light edge off it. So I live with pain 24 hours a day in one of my conditions, osteoporosis. Every fracture I got plays up every single day. And that's nasty. But I don't expect people to understand. I don't go around walking with a plaque around my fucking chest saying, these are all the disabilities I've got. It's like, fuck you, it's none of your business. But just because we're here, like you say, it doesn't mean we can't do things. Because of these new calming areas they put in with all these fucking bollards and flower beds, I can't even get to my doctors because the taxi fee has gone double because they have to go the long way round to pick me up.
Well, those you can't blame the government for anymore.
What do you mean?
The control of low traffic neighbourhoods, they have given the control of them, and whether they're put in or not, to local councils. It's no
they're doing it without even asking for consultation for the public.
Yep.
And my council knew about this 6 months. 6 months. Council policy is you must have a quorum. 2 people overruled it. They said we're going to do it. Then, instead of calling in the council 6 months before they did it, they waited. They put him in at night so nobody knew what was going on. When people tried to challenge it, to go to the meetings they set up, they already had security on the door that wouldn't let nobody in into a public meeting. Yep. We're screwed. They're just going to do what they want.
There are some councils that are removing them.
Well, they're not down here. They're keeping. Well, they've only got half bollards anyway, because there's been these wonderful guys going around with an angle grinder cutting them up. So.
Guys, I've got to go for a quick pee. When I come back, I need to answer Princess Angela's question. It's been on the screen for a minute. Back in a sec.
Okay.
Right,
I have something to mention actually about. Someone mentioned LTN, low traffic. Is it low traffic neighbourhood?
These are called the ones we got here, Jack, are called calming areas.
Right. Okay. So do you know the ULEZ stuff? Do you know that's like mobile ULEZ cameras as well?
Yes.
Yeah. So I was watching so it popped up. I don't know why it popped up on YouTube, but about a few weeks ago, a video of 2 guys who were both friends were blocking in, would go to this location or certain locations that ULEZ mobile cameras were at, and they would block the vans in to stop them. Not to stop them to stop them leaving and moving elsewhere, and also to stop the cameras from charging people as they're going by, to ANPR to hit the number plates and to charge them, what is it, £12.50 or is it more?
No, £12.50 per day is the charge, but the ULEZ cameras, if you go through illegally, it's a £70 fine to start with.
Yeah. So they were blocking them in.
Well, yeah, the ANPR cameras are not on what you call a lamppost post. If you want to find them, it's a very thin white post with 2 tiny cameras at the top, about 40 foot up. And
Yeah.
we've had the ones around near us cut by somebody with a ladder, apparently.
Yeah.
No
Sorry
idea.
to interject, Roger. There's a bit of Pagger going off in the chat.
Bit of what?
Pagger. Bit of
Oh,
nastiness
God.
going on in the chat.
I can't see it. Thanks for bringing that up, mate. I can't see it because I can't look at the chat.
I don't
Yeah,
see
basically
anything.
with the Julia's scheme in London as well, Jack, 2
Yeah.
scientists have come forward and said that what the mayor's put into place is making no difference to the climate.
Yeah,
None.
Jack, what were you saying there, Jack? Sorry, Teen. He was halfway through saying something there.
No, I was basically saying. So there was a video I saw on YouTube. But you might or might not have seen it. This guy and his friend. He's like, do you know them prison vans and stuff like that?
It's a camper. He wasn't blocking them in. He looked at the letter of the law. He was free to park there. It was not against the law.
Yeah.
He could legally park close enough to block the camera, which they did. The law came out and they told them there was no law to say they weren't doing they weren't doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
Police couldn't do a thing. And because somebody jumped out of the bushes and painted the camera van,
that's right.
Basically
Yeah.
vandalized it. The police came back 2 days later.
Thanks, Roger.
Arrested the guy that was in the camper.
Yeah.
Took all his recording equipment, saying that he was connected to criminal damage, even though he showed them the footage 2 days before that he was not involved. It's the same situation as Dan has got with them in London.
Wow.
The David Chick investigation. They arrested him on bogus charges just to harass him for blocking the vans.
Yeah. It's
And
crazy, isn't it?
Vans are nothing new.
No.
Okay. Sadiq Khan had the vans delivered a month before the High Court said that the expansion could go ahead. He already had the vans before it was made.
Wow. That's crazy.
That was in June.
That's crazy.
The law wasn't passed until July.
What,
it's a bit like that midweight fucking Boris Johnson when he brought in the water cannons.
Yeah.
And he paid for them, even realising that they couldn't be employed under British law. I mean, the French have them, but under British law, you're not allowed to employ water cannons. But he still fucking went ahead and bought them or booked them in.
Yeah.
I mean, they are losing.
Walk up to a ULEZ van or camera and stand in front of it with a banner or a sign. It is not illegal.
Or parking tipper truck.
Or parking tipper trucks or dressed as a T-Rex. Which one has done?
The thing is that I'll be honest, I actually agree. Not when you not doing anything illegal. I actually agree with the people actually going out their way to try and stop these charges from going ahead, like the ULEZ blocking the vans in and stuff like that. As long as you're not
they're not
vandalising
legally
them.
allowed to block the vans in. If they actually block them in, then they are breaking the law, and their vehicles can be removed and they can be arrested because that's called obstruction.
It is, yeah. The thing that the ULEZ scheme was brought in purely on the basis it would save the planet and it would help the climate. There's been evidence now produced to the mayor. He gave false statements. It makes no difference. There's no change in the levels that are still going on in London. What he also did, electric cars were supposed to be exempt. It was only supposed to be for petrol and diesel. Now he's charging everybody, any car driver, electric or otherwise. He's raking it in. Where's the money going? £4,800 a year.
Didn't they say it was only because? Didn't they say only if it was a diesel before 2015?
Any diesel or petrol, they wanted it stopped.
Emissions. It's not. There are listed vehicles, but you can modify vehicles so they beat the emissions. You get a certificate from the engineer. You send that to the DVLA. They update the data, and then that engine becomes ULEZ free or lower charge.
Not anymore. They're all being charged now. Everybody's being charged for £12.
There's some that are still exempt.
Only the older cars.
Charge, even petrol and diesel ones. because they meet a certain criteria on the admissions.
Yeah.
There are engines that don't meet it, but can be modified to meet it. And people are saying, well, yeah, okay, go and get that done. But there's also cars on there on the lists that also beat them standard from the factory, but they're still being charged. The whole system's totally screwed.
Was it last year or the year before where he literally got 2 ambulances picked up and towed? 2 ambulances. How ridiculous is that? That man needs to be taken out of office. I'm telling you now.
Same
It's
as
a nightmare.
the breakdown truck that went and picked up the vandalised ULEZ van. He got a £12 one because his didn't meet it. He got fined for going picking up the van.
Oh God, that's crazy. It is the thing we got here. They've been taking out the bollards. The council can't keep up with it, so there's only one bollard, or even both are missing. But you've still got the ANPR cameras. What's annoying to most people, the only thing that's allowed through these calming schemes is a bus and a bike. The police can't get through, an ambulance can't get through, and neither can the fire service. How does that work?
I don't. It's shocking, isn't it?
It's just disgraceful. They seem to have little care for human life. Like the roads that are blocked near me, most of those people are elderly or disabled, and they can't even get a taxi into their road to get a taxi to go to the hospital, doctors, or get shopping delivered. They're buggered. They're now getting neighbours doing it in cars. It's ridiculous.
I know.
Roger, have you frozen?
No.
No. We're just yeah.
Oh, you're sorting out the chat. Sorry. Yeah, this is what gets me, because it's the most vulnerable that are being impacted on. I can see in my time where it's going to be segregated off. We'll end up the Hunger Games, and we'll be like Unit 12 or Unit 15, and they're just going to fence us off. If we don't stop this, it's going to go to that.
Yeah.
Roger, I'm dealing with it, by the way.
All right, mate. Yeah, that's why I was just looking up the chat. I missed the beginning of it.
It's going to go to that. We're going to end up being segregated. That's what I'm talking. Most of the areas they're doing in England are big housing estates, council estates. Some have got private homes, but not many. But if you look at parts of my city, it's got lots of luxury areas. They're not having traffic calming areas put in. They got houses over £3 million.
New high rises going up as well.
Yes.
And Khan has openly advertised for people of ethnic minorities to move to London.
Wow.
It's too expensive in London.
Oh, it is. It's major expensive now. Never used to be, but yes,
the
it's
Bank
wow.
of England have started a scheme to employ and train future, shall we say, tanned personnel to take over the banking system in the future.
Oh, Jesus, that's not good.
Guys, do you mind if I just interject quickly? I'm trying to type this out, but I really can't be asked to type this out. Shrimpy, I was having a piss. I had my cock in my hand, having a piss. Okay, I come back in here and I see that you and Angela are having a bit of a to and fro. All I saw was you call Angela, what was it, a plastic thick tart.
Wait, that's not nice.
Well, if I'd have seen that would have been removed. I honestly didn't see that.
No, it's fine. So I tell you to knock that on the head, okay? Then you say to me, but Angela this, Angela that. And I said to you, well, if Angela said that, I missed it. But if she said it, then the same warning goes to her. I do not want it going on in the chat. Nobody attacks anybody personally in the chat. If you've got an issue with somebody and their idea, fine. Tell them that you think they're wrong. Tell them you think they're a bit of a dickhead. No issues with that. But personally attacking somebody, calling them a thick plastic tart, for example, is out of order. Okay? I didn't see anything else before that. I've literally just got back in there, sat down, seen what was going on. All right? So, no, nobody's getting a free pass because they're a paid member. I'm telling everybody I do not want personal attacks on here, and people will get fucking booted. So think yourself lucky that you're still actually in the chat at the moment and you haven't been fucking booted. Okay? So take that as a fucking win for yourself at the moment, and don't talk yourself into getting fucking kicked off. Sorry.
And bear in mind, we do have new powers as mods now as well on timing out and removing people.
That's good. That helps, doesn't it? Everything helps.
What's changed now then? in terms of moderation tools.
This is what I can't
You-
understand. As Mickey said
basically,
there, if you don't like what somebody's saying, block them. You know.
You can instead of timing people out just for 3 minutes or 5 minutes, you put 300 seconds. You can actually time them out up to 24 hours now, I think it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can pick the amount of time that they're timed out for.
That's pretty good, man.
Yeah, there's no need for confrontation. We all have our own opinion, but we should never turn it into a personal battle against each other. I agree with you, Dan. That's not the way this chat service you've made is about. It's about coming together, having a laugh, having a conversation. You want to call someone a twat, you call them a twat. But it's not about being personal in this. It's not, and it shouldn't be.
Right. If I've missed somebody saying something, okay, because the moderators and myself, we can't see every comment that goes on. Okay, we can't, because sometimes we're concentrating on a panel. So sometimes things slip through. Okay, it's one of them things. It happens. Tough shit. Okay, but what I've said does not. It is not towards one person. It is towards anybody. I do not want people personally attacking other people on this fucking channel. End of. Simple as that. Regardless to who it is. Just because I pointed to you, Shrimpy, or whatever your name is, just because I pointed to you is because I saw your comment. But the response I gave to you is to everybody. That's why I said I don't want anyone personally attacking anyone else. I didn't say I don't want you personally attacking anyone else. I said anybody. And we won't fucking stand for it. To be honest, you're lucky Roger didn't see it because he'd have booted you while I was having a piss.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about respecting each other, and if you're getting angry.
To be fair, if Princess Angela, I know she's a long-standing member, if she come at you like that and I'd have seen it, she would have been timed out or booted as well.
Yeah, it's
that's only fair.
There's no favoritism. There's no special treatment.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Your behaviour dictates what happens. And we are a community that, yes, we can have a laugh and a joke with each other, but he shouldn't take it that far. Never.
See, now I've just had to time Shrimpy out because he's come back on with another fucking argument. I've told you why this is my channel, Shrimpy, right? If I tell you I don't want something happening, it means I don't want it fucking happening. Simple as that. It is pretty simple. Okay. Do not do this. And, if you don't do A, then B won't happen to you. But you're doing it. So B has happened and you've just bye-bye now for a timeout. Okay. If I see Angela or anybody else, for that matter. In fact, I've actually banned people who support this channel financially. I've banned them. Not just timed them out, but actually banned them. I don't give a fuck about the few quid that people give in that respect, okay? If people give money just because they want to abuse their position and abuse the channel, they can fuck off. Simple as that. I don't give two fucks. It's not about money for me, right? It helps me to keep the channel going and it pays for the equipment and everything else. Great. Brilliant, and I appreciate the people that do support, but I will not just overlook something because somebody supports this channel. They will be gone just like anybody else. And when you're asked not to do something and you continue to do it, then you can fuck right off.
And rightly so, Dan. It's your channel. They have to behave.
Yep.
Sorry, people. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay, Dan. You're perfectly right, mate, to do it. You're right to have your say. It's your channel.
As you say, if I hadn't been chatting on the panel and I'd have spotted it, I would have been on it.
Yeah, so he was lucky. He lasted as long as he did. I've just had to fucking kick him for coming back and arguing again.
Dan, I love it when you put your foot down. You're so man.
Go, Mrs. W.
I'll be getting a fucking, what's his name? Harrison Ford, Raiders of the Lost Ark. What's his name? What's his name?
Indiana Jones.
I'll be getting an Indiana Jones whip soon, or a Cat of Nine Tails, one of the two.
The latest film wasn't the best, to be honest.
The latest film is shit.
Morning shit.
Yeah, honestly. Have you noticed over the years now, the new films that come out now, they're rubbish. They're nowhere like the older films, whether it be Indiana Jones or Star Wars or whatever. The older films, they were pardon you. They were much better, but now films are shit nowadays.
They're doing a lot. They're doing a lot of remakes as well as the same as the originals, and they're just bringing out remakes of a remake and a remake with different people in it. So,
Well, they've
yeah,
just done a new one with Harrison Ford in it, haven't they?
that one's
Yeah,
apparently quite good. Yeah, because of his age, and it's
No,
like get in.
that was.
Oh, it's when they start doing. It's when they start doing remakes like fucking. Oh, what's that fucking called? Ariel. Who's the fucking fish bitch?
The Mermaid.
Little Mermaid.
Little Mermaid. They just done one of that and fucked it up, haven't
How
they?
the fuck did I know that? Sorry.
Fish bitch. I couldn't even think of the name then. Fish bitch. I mean, fucking up the fact that you.
Yeah,
knew
they done the Little Mermaid with the Black Mermaid, and there's a video on YouTube of a white girl saying, "Why is she black?" The mermaid's not black; she's white. So, and that's a black girl saying that, and the mum saying, "Well, they just changed it. Why?" And the mum couldn't answer.
The thing is, I don't mind that. Okay, I don't mind necessarily. Okay, if they come out with a concept and they choose a black actor or actress for the part, then fine, no issues with that at all. But when they take when they want to do a remake and they want to be woke and they go, right, we have to have a black person in this role just for fucking kudos with that particular fucking group of people. That
It's
pisses me off.
backfiring a lot on them now, though, isn't it?
That pisses me off. I mean, look, can you imagine them? Sorry, Tina. Imagine them doing a remake of the Black Panther and having a fucking white bloke in there.
Yeah, it wouldn't look good, would it? No.
Marvel Black Panther. You imagine them doing a fucking remake of that, and they've got a white bloke being a Black Panther. Would that go down well? No, it wouldn't. No. Nobody would fucking watch it. It'd be shit.
It's like having a gay Spider-Man, wouldn't it?
You know what I mean?
Well, that's why everybody's talking at the moment about that. Oh God, the Barbie movie. That is completely 100% fucking woke. But it's pile of shit.
Well, if you keep an eye on there for a minute, Dan, I got to go and.
No worries. Hiya, Gabby. Princess Angela, can you do us a favour and pop the camera on, please? Well, we've got it. No, it's not coming on. Yeah, I'm saying, Loafer. Loafer, your sound is fucked, Loafer.
Right, come back in.
All right, mate. Angela, I need you to pop your camera on, love. But while we're waiting for that, I will just answer that question. When you are on there, what do you look for? Looks, or do you go straight to the personality or whatever section it is? To be honest, what I do is I read what they've written. Okay. Yes, everybody, I don't care who you are, everybody will initially go on looks. Okay. If there's a picture, you will go on looks. Don't care who you are. You always go, oh, I'll look at their profile based on their looks. Okay. But I will, if I get that and go, oh, they look all right, then I'll look at the profile and I'll read the profile and I'll look through their other pictures. If they've got a picture where they've got big fucking rubber lips, they can fuck right off. If they've got I'm a Labour supporter. If they've got pronouns in their fucking profile, they can fuck off as well. You know what I mean? Right. But I will read what they've written. And if they're asking questions in their profile, or if they say, like, I think this, I think that, and I think to myself, okay, I can have a decent conversation with this person, then that's what I look for. I don't go on looks alone. Yes, I have to admit that looks is always the very first thing. Because
sight is the first thing. That's it.
Dating apps, it's all about fucking photos. I don't look at fucking profiles that haven't got a photo on because I want to know who I'm talking to. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So I will look at the photo first. If they look okay, then I'll read what they've written. If they've only got 2 lines in there, they can fuck off as well. You know what I mean? I want to know something about somebody first before I start talking to them. But that's me. I and everybody initially goes on looks, but then I always go to what they've written. If it's not interesting, they can fuck off. Other than not interested in just looks.
I don't bother with that crap anymore. So I'd rather be single. Thank you very much, and very content.
More bloody adventures than yours.
Right, I'm going to say good night, guys. Thanks for letting me on with my mobile. I appreciate that, and I'm trying to get these computers sorted out. And I'll catch up with you guys soon, everyone. So everyone, take care. Those in the chat, everybody.
Right,
I love everyone. Peace and blessings to all, and I'll catch you guys soon. All right.
Take care.
Night, everybody. Take care.
Good night, Tina. Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah, that one. I've got a picture of me from over 40 years ago up a telly lift on the back of a Land Rover with that one on.
Roger, do us a favour. Just check your Discord for me. And Holly, if you're watching, do us a favour and check your Discord for me. Angela, just do us a favour. Just do that for me. If you can, both hands. Obviously, if you're holding the phone, then just one hand will do. I can't. Don't like that. Do it. I can't. There we go. There we go. Yeah. All right. I'll bring you up. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. There we go.
Sorry, I had my YouTube on. I was like, confused. But yeah. The reason why I can't come up, well, I was trying to do my camera on my laptop, but it keeps coming up with that strange thing, and I don't know how to change it back to the normal camera.
What strange thing?
Did you not see it?
What, just now?
No, not now. But you know, a minute ago when I was trying to come on, and it was like, is it? I don't know what kind of thing it is, but it keeps saying it's not what it's meant to be.
OBS. It said it's just said that it wasn't connected. No camera.
Did it? It comes up my end as I think it is like ABS or something, but I'm sure I deleted ABS off my computer laptop. I don't know if I fucking clue how to use it.
It was definitely OBS. Definitely
Yeah,
OBS.
do you know what?
Circle with a little OBS signal.
Yeah, but I'm sure I deleted that off my laptop, but I don't know how to even get it off. I don't know what I'm doing.
If you click the settings button at the bottom, and then go to your camera.
No, I do it now. I'll try now.
Well, Discord is wrong, Bearded Vet. If that's the rumour, they're wrong. They're getting me confused with God Bless the UK.
There'll be a VGA camera.
Yay! I'm a bit stupid. Sorry. Oh God. Yeah. Okay. So that's working on there. I'm so sorry. I feel a bit silly now. Can I come back on the laptop now? Hello?
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 Can I come back on my laptop?
I was concentrating on something else, sorry.
If you've got the camera working, then start your camera.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know it's me now anyway. So it's like, yeah. But no. I'll be there straight away. There we.
Sorry, Pete. What do you think?
You're Indiana Jones. You're in the Indiana Jones lookalike.
Too sexy.
You know what Indiana Jones look? I was thinking as well.
I'm a fat fuck lookalike.
No, you're not.
Well, I am quite clearly. Oh, fucking hell, Angela! What? Hang on. There was two of you then. What's going on?
She's on the laptop as well.
I should try to change her camera.
Hello, there was two of you in the back then.
She's famous.
No.
She might have herself.
Oh, me a lot. Sorry about that.
Was you a minute ago? We were talking to you. Then another one of you popped up in the back room, and then the first one disappeared. So what the fuck?
Oh, I'm confusing my own self this time night. But yeah.
Hey Angela, have you checked out the Rose of Dawn podcast that I sent you?
Yeah.
No, that's not coming.
That was Jack then.
What was me?
No, Lopa's trying to talk. It's just that it sounds like he's like 15 miles away.
Oh God! Oh bloody mighty! Back into the settings. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh yeah, I heard it.
Yeah,
what was me?
I heard that.
The Rose of Dawn.
Yeah,
look, I was getting confused because I was listening to something else at the same time.
Yeah, Rose of Dawn did a podcast with Blair White.
When?
I'll find it and I'll put it in the StreamYards chat for you. About identity politics and how the world's gone completely mad. I get called an awful lot of names, all sorts of names, and I'm a liberal person. And I'll find it. Give me a minute.
Hey, what have I done, Roger?
No, I just thought it sounded like you in the background, Jack. I didn't realise
okay.
I was talking. That
Oh,
was
okay. I get told off at home for opening my mouth. I get told off for not opening my mouth. I can't win.
I get the same, but it's usually by women.
Which one?
Well, you mainly.
Which?
It's one thing I do eating those
But maybe
days.
Loafer was doing a remake of the Day-o.
I've got the Taliban one in my head. The one about Osama bin Laden. I used to sing it at school all the time. Even in class, I used to get told off a lot for it. Oh, it was well funny. Just talking about bin Laden and him having a shave. Man hand over bin Laden.
Oh God.
Oh. Tell you what, you don't miss. I mean, I do miss school, but I don't at the same time.
I miss it, like, and it's been how many years? Like, whoops.
Thousands of years. I'm joking, you're not that old.
Shit. Like, before God, yeah.
It's only been about
Say
5
how
years
it is.
since I was at school. I don't feel like 5 years at all, you know. Time's gone
You are
so
a lot
quick.
maturer than your age, though, I think, aren't you? You're not like you are mature.
Yeah, well, I've still got the mind of a child though, but that's just the autism.
Angie's Army. HNK in Liverpool do a lot of action against the police work. They have helped many people that I know. They've helped me personally. Otherwise, I wouldn't tell you about them if I've not worked with them before. But they have worked with me personally, and they've got me a win. And they deal with action against the police. So it's HNK, Higgs, Newton and Kenyon, Liverpool. I can't promise, because I'm not them, I can't promise that they can take on your case and actually help you, but that is who I would suggest that you speak to. I don't get any money for the way. I don't get fuck all for promoting them or getting them work. I don't get anything from them. That is just me being honest with you, having dealt with them myself.
I have a question. About, you just mentioned money, right? And that's something as well that I've noticed on YouTube, especially, that a lot of people are getting as well, is doing sponsored videos. So they follow a script, and they get paid for advertising a product, a game, whatever it might be. What are your opinions on people doing sponsored videos? And it's not just a one-off; it's all the time.
I don't mind people doing, personally, I don't mind people doing sponsored videos if it is something that they genuinely have dealt with themselves personally, or have used, or have experienced. Right. If it pays for their channel and helps them to keep doing what they do. If it's bullshit, like, for example, some people, these wallets, these RFID wallets, there's a lot of them that, they get sent out and somebody will goes, well, fuck it, let's just fucking, I'll do a video and pretend that I use it. They might not have ever used it. They just say that they do for that particular sponsorship. That, I think, is bollocks. I would never do that. If I use something, then fine. As Higgs, Newton and Kenyon, I don't get paid for telling people that Higgs, Newton and Kenyon, I've worked with them and they've done a good job for me. I don't get nothing for it. And I would do that. But if they turned around to me and said to me, listen, if you sent us people and we took them on, we'd give you a cut of their fucking, we'd give you a finder's fee, I'd be like, okay, because I've worked with them. But if it was another solicitor that I've never worked with before and I don't know fuck all about them, and they contacted me out of the blue and said, look, do you want to do can you do this, that and the other? I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it because I don't know them, and I've never worked with them, and I don't know anything about them or any of that. So
the reason why I mentioned it was because, I mean, not that most of you would be interested anyway in it, but because I'm into gaming and stuff, there's been a lot of games recently that have come out, and that people have done sponsored videos on. Now, at the time, those games are broken, right? So they're like, do you know, like early alphas, like pre-release versions of the game, right, or whatever it may be. And people, you know, and they'll hype it up, and they'll be sponsored by Epic Games or whatever company that you know it's made by or whatever. And then when the game comes out, it's broken as hell, right? And a lot of people that have been doing sponsored videos lately have been getting lots of backlash, especially in the gaming industry, because it's the same companies that are just making broken games. I mean, you don't really hear it necessarily in the film industry. Well, film, it's not as bad, although the films nowadays are crap, nowhere near as good as they used to be, in my opinion. I mean, I still watch stuff from my time, you know, around near to the time I was born, that I wouldn't have watched at that time, you know, which I find much better than nowadays films. But I personally think if it's something that you particularly like to do, like you said, Dan, if it's a sponsorship that kind of relates to what you're doing or what you want to do or what you're interested in, and you're happy to take it, fine. But most of the people that are taking sponsorships, it's not that they want to do it; it's that they're being forced into an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, right? And that there's certain things that they can't really tell their audience about with it. So when it comes to the game releasing, they can then say what the, you know, like the embargo will lift or whatever. They can say what was said or what was said that they couldn't say, but it's already too late at that point. If you understand what I mean.
I think if you can't be honest, if you are asked by a sponsor to say what they want you to say, I think you should say, "Oh, fuck themselves."
Yeah,
ultimately, I think because you've got your integrity, right? You've got your integrity. If somebody comes to me and says, "Right, can you review this camera, for example, this body cam? Let's use that as an example. Can you review this body cam?" I'll go, "Okay," and they'll go, "But you need to say X, Y, and Z." I go, "What?" And I swear down, I will do this. And I'll tell you what, if I ever get a sponsorship, I will record a conversation with them and I will put it on my channel. Okay. That's probably never going to get sponsorship now, but I would do that because I have integrity, right? I would say, right, so you want me to review your product, but I'm only allowed to say what you tell me to say. Well, that's not a fucking review, is it?
No.
You can go fuck yourselves.
It's basically a script.
You either let me actually review your products and give my honest opinion, or you can fuck off and find somebody else.
Yeah.
You know, that's just me. That's just me. Some people will probably not believe that, would not believe that because other people don't do that. But that is me, right? I do have integrity, believe it or not. Some people don't believe that I do, but I do have integrity. And I would never fucking give myself up over just for a few extra fucking shekels. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. What's anyone else's opinion? If you have any.
I'm a bit lost.
You're muted, by the way, Roger. If you're trying to talk, you're muted.
I just noticed that. I was I had one way back. Why they contacted the channel the size of mine, I don't know. But he wanted me to review things, electrical items, and give my honest opinion on them in the video. And I'm like, no thanks.
I can't imagine it being a productive thing, really, because like if you're giving your honest opinion, if you're not going like, this is amazing, you're not going to get very many reviews, like many people coming towards you unless they are 100% positive about the product. I know there was
Yeah.
a certain auditor went round recently, and he went to he was allowed into the building, and they were talking about the biodegradable plastic that
Mhm.
dissolves in hot water, and that I
Right.
thought was absolutely amazing. And I was like, wow. And so I was thinking of all different business ideas to go and approach him with. They're like, what could you put in some plastic? Do you know, that would then biodegrade, or well, just dissolve in hot water or in an instant. That to me would be perfect, wouldn't it? Do you know, like
Yeah.
all the situation with the net zero and stuff like that. But I couldn't think of anything. I thought it was a really good idea, but I'm assuming it's an expensive process, but I'll be all up for that. So
To be honest, it is that. I mean, like you said, it is. It will be something nice, and it'd be certainly a lot more efficient as well. And our planet would be far more greener than it is. But obviously, it would be a lot more expensive, like you said, to produce biodegradable things, plastic and stuff like that, and water bottles and stuff. But I mean, if you've seen as well the amount of plastic or the amount of water bottles that get thrown into the landfill
yeah,
is ludicrous.
You wait till
But
this gets in there.
they were like little, do you know, like little dental things. I don't even know what they even did with it, to be honest with you. But like they were, if you were to put the into hot water, it just
yeah,
dissolved. It like did something to the chemical, and I can't even think what the name of the thing was. I'll find it. But and can I say the auditor's name?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
DJ Audit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen that video.
You seen it? And he went in and he was like there for ages, and it was a really good audit in a
Yeah.
way. He uses audits that were good, and yeah, I was just like, wow, that sounds kind of cool. But I do think like if you can be an ambassador for, I don't know, a company, that's good also. It's
Yeah.
always good to have an ambassador.
Well,
So,
to be honest, there's only so much. I mean, people talk a lot all the time about going green and the whole net zero thing, and wanting to like reduce. I mean, obviously they like cars and stuff. More cars nowadays are becoming electric as opposed to diesel or petrol. And then they want to. I'm not sure specifically what year it is. You might know, Roger. But they said by a certain year, maybe 10, 20 years time or something, they want to pretty much not sell any more diesel and petrol cars, and they want us to use electric. I think it's by 2030. I could be wrong though.
no, yeah.
But
Oh my,
they,
sorry.
they want all this. They want. You're muted again. By the way.
Roger.
You're muted again. Roger, you muted. Roger, you muted.
I think he's saying I fucking know.
Sorry, no, I was just saying, sorry, Jack. Shrimpy, bye bye. That last comment was made just to stir up shit, and you've been warned enough. Good night.
Shall I your buttons?
No.
The executioner has spoken.
That all started from the filters. You know, I was speaking about the filters. That was all it was. And then I said
Angela,
that
it's been dealt with. Leave it
thank
there,
you,
please.
Roger. Sorry, I will do. Can I just
Thank you.
These 15-minute cities? I'm thinking of good idea now.
But why would it be a good idea to kind of segregate people? So you like, if I'm correct in saying so, again, don't get it wrong. You need to be like
within a certain, you could say certain zones. They kind of proposed it, I think, during COVID a little bit. I think, if I might be wrong, I'm not too sure, but I personally don't think of them as a good idea, because what you're doing is you're stopping lots of people from being able to, like, if you're kind of segregating them and it's like you're keeping people prisoner in a certain area kind of thing. And if you kind of leave,
it prevents people, okay, from coming together.
Yeah,
that is what it is for. It is to prevent a large group of people being able to get together and protest against what the government is doing. That's the entire fucking reason for it. They want people.
That is clearly segregation, though, isn't it?
Yeah, they want this fucking, what's it called? What's that fucking film called with Donald Sutherland in it?
Hunger Games.
Hunger Games. They want Hunger Games style fucking areas that they can control. Small areas are easier to control than, or small groups of people are easier to control than large groups of people. And
Jack, if you ever watch my videos, I talk about this on a regular basis, mate.
I think I might have got mistaken about the 15-minute cities. I was actually meaning about when we can get to the net zero.
20 minutes.
No, the 15-minute cities were only coined 15-minute cities. What they were doing was zoning off areas where they can keep people penned up and cut communications if they want.
But can you imagine living in a place where it's just everything is within a 5-minute walk? So you've got like the doctor, school, work, and you were living in where there was no fumes. It was 95%.
Why do you think they're doing away with high street and small businesses?
Sounds good, though, doesn't it? Sounds good. When they turn around and say to you that everything you need is going to be within 15 minutes. That's it. It sounds good. It really does sound good. But they are missing out on an awful lot. Or they're missing out on awful. They're telling you the good parts of it, but they're not telling you what is going to benefit them.
Yeah,
that's
the reason they're shutting down the small businesses and the small traders is so each zone would have one central retail hub where the government have control on what you spend and what you fucking buy.
Yeah.
There will be a school per so many zones where everybody will be shipped to.
You look
they
at
will control
global,
your movement, they will control your communication, and they will control who you associate with in your own time.
When you look
People
at
think
global emission, you look at China, where everything is made, and India's got a massive population expanse, right? They're throwing up generating stations which are coal powered. China has got a demographic collapse coming its way because of the one-child policy. So
it's already collapsed economically.
Yeah, they're going to be struggling. And where does Australia export most of its coal to?
China.
So if we're going to,
we're going to be struggling in our next generation, aren't we?
Angela, do you know how much pollution, carbon, whatever, we actually put out there compared to the rest of the world?
1%.
Exactly.
1%. Yeah. No, I get that, I do, honestly, but we're very small.
What we do is a piss in the ocean about carbon.
What that piss in the ocean of 1% we could make.
Peter, give me a minute, I'll bring you up. Give me a minute, I'll bring you up, Peter. All right. Sorry, guys.
And I just honestly, right, I know you all think I'm fucking crazy, yeah, but I do look into shit in a different way, and I look around the world and I see the way things are being done. And have you seen in Saudi Arabia what they've done there and what they've started?
Yeah. Same as the Germans doing away with all their nuclear power stations and going back to coal. That they're
No. They've got a company called Neon, and it's Smart City. The smart city over there.
Saudi Arabia wanting to build that building that literally goes across the entire fucking country. That has
and not entire country.
Well, you know what I mean. It goes across fucking however many fucking counties.
Yeah, it has 9 million people.
20 stories high, a fucking a certain width, and it just goes along as a fucking straight line. And that's
Yeah.
yeah. If that's what you're talking about, I've seen that, and that is dangerous. Nobody wants to live in that shit. Nobody. People think they do and go, "Oh yes, it's great. Everything's on our everything's at our fingertips." It ain't good because you are you are being held under control. You might as well be in
But
prison.
we are already, and that's what I find. Do you know, that's the way we're going. And so with that, honestly, I've been doing research, yeah, and it's 100% renewable, like all of it, yeah, and 95% of it is then it's being used for renewable, you know, like with nature and stuff, and but it's already that will meet like the net zero 100%. Like that is just it. There'll be no cars, nothing. And you know what the most frustrating part of it all is? Yeah, it's costing only probably about 78 billion more than what HS2's cost us.
Right. But there'd be no cars, so there'd be no travel, so you won't be able to go anywhere.
You won't need to travel there.
But if you want to go somewhere, if you want to go, we have the option at the moment.
They've got an underground train system.
We can go somewhere. If we want to go abroad, we drive to the airport, we get on an airplane, we fuck off abroad.
Still do that though, because they've got an underground train. Yeah, there's an underground train going on, and everything, every little block. Huh?
But Angela's part of this is to stop all of that, right? Because travel, going in aeroplanes, is a massive part of this so-called fucking CO2 issue, right? They want to stop all of that. They don't want people going on. They don't want people going to other countries. They want people in a fucking compound that you can't escape from. There is a lot more to it. Honestly, there's a lot more to it.
Yeah, but then you've got the things going on over there, don't you? Where you've got the.
You've kind of got to question how much fuel these planes actually carry when they dump so much stuff in the atmosphere to create clouds.
Normal jet engines actually
a lot
run
of
on
these
what's
engines
called
run
nav gas.
on minimal fuel, do they know? And they only need a slight amount.
But that's not fuel. Anything that they dump in the sky isn't. It's not fuel. They might disperse fuel as they come into land.
No. I know what that is. They're dusting. They're creating clouds. That is something that's set up to create clouds to shield us from the sunlight. It's to create a barrier so that we're not getting all the UV rays coming down, penetrating, and they're trying to do it for the cause of this global warming crap.
But anything that they do up there, if you know these contrails, if you know, I don't necessarily
what goes up must come down is what you've got to look at. But and it's not the aluminum part that's coming down and landing on you.
Right, but personally, I don't go with that whole contrail thing myself. Okay, I'm not knocking people that do. But
all you've got to do is look up at the clouds and watch them. See if you look and you
yes. But also, if you think about a car that starts on a cold morning and you drive down the road and you get condensation coming out of the exhaust pipe, that happens also in the sky. Okay, and those trails. Hang on. I'm not saying that they're not doing anything. I'm just saying that it can be explained as condensation trails, and they will hang around for a long time in the sky. Okay. Because
I'll explain that to you in a minute, Dan, how that works.
There is actual videos that you can find on YouTube that people have done time lapse of the planes actually doing laps on the sky, coating the sky and this stuff, and how it dissipates and spreads and creates a cloud barrier.
Circuits, you'll find it over most airports and
aerodromes. Yeah, but so other than near an airport, where they have to wait to land and they do their circuit, as Roger just said, right? They come into land, they have to wait, they have to line up basically. So you'll have one at 10, say for example, 10,000 foot, one at 20, one at 30, one at 40, for example, and they'll wait until the lowest one lands, then the next one. This is my understanding, and I'm not knocking you. This is just my understanding of it. Okay. So, but if you can see that, if you can find that's happening away from an airport, and you can see the plane's number, okay, not just that it's got a red tail, not just that it's fucking, you know, who's that fucking airplane company with the orange?
EasyJet.
Yes.
EasyJet.
You know, for example, not just because it's got an orange tail and you've got 2 or 3 airplanes with an orange tail that you see in the same area, you know, close to each other, because that doesn't mean anything, in my opinion. If you can see the aeroplane's number on the fucking tail or on the fuselage or on the wing or whatever, then fine. I'll get that if it's nowhere near an airport. But at an airport, I know because I used to live near an airport for 20 odd years. Okay. And I used to have to put up with airplanes every fucking morning, multiple airplanes every morning, every fucking 20 minutes, all through the day. And I used to see how this used to work, right? 200 meters from an airport I used to live. But if you can't prove to me that it's the same aeroplane and it's not near an airport, and as far as I'm concerned, because that's not proof to me, as far as I'm concerned, that they're different aeroplanes and they're coming into land. But if somebody can say to me, look, here is a video, nowhere near an airport, same aeroplane, time and time again, then I will say, okay, then there's a fucking, something going on.
If I can get through this, Blair, without any interruptions, I will explain to you exactly what's going on up there. All right. Now, this is aviation fact. Jet engines produce an enormous amount of heat at an enormous amount of pressure. That causes any moisture in the air behind that jet to condense, which causes the vapor trail or contrails, as in condensation trails. Some last longer than others because they dissipate in different atmospheric conditions at different altitudes. Now, that is scientific fact if you want to go and look it up.
So you're trying to tell me there's no evidence that the plane's dumping stuff in the skies?
I'm not saying there isn't any evidence, but you'll notice that some contrails will last and just float away. You'll see them for ages, and others will disappear just behind the aircraft. And that is the difference between atmospheric
telling
pressure.
you that we're dropping stuff and videoing it. You can see
The majority, but the majority is around airports as well, and therefore there is an alternative explanation. That's what I'm saying. If it was nowhere near an airport, and they were doing these circuits, and and they, you could see
most
these.
of it's done over 37,000 feet. That's not just above an airport.
Sorry,
most of it's done over 37,000 feet.
Yes, but when you've got multiple airplanes, if you've got, say, Heathrow, you've got fucking like about 20 airplanes an hour coming into land, and they've all got to stack each other. They've all got to stack. And as they come down, the next airplane comes in and goes to the top. And as they move down, the next airplane comes in and goes to the top. So they have to work their way down. It's the same as any kind of queue, in my opinion. And again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not suggesting that they don't dump stuff out, because they do. Sometimes they have to dump their fuel out when they come in.
It was well known they were dumping iodide in the clouds, seed in the clouds,
Right, I want to bring Peter on. Peter's been sat in the back here for a little while. I do apologise, Peter. Can you do us a favour?
Panicky television, you're
just
wrong.
do that for me, Peter.
Chemtrails disappear quicker with different atmospheric pressures and altitude. Look it up.
Yeah, that I would believe.
Hello, Peter.
You're right. You don't
My
hang around.
apologies waiting. I do apologise for that, mate. I just wanted to try and get some of that conversation over with.
It's cool. It's cool.
I've never seen you before, so you're new on the panel. So welcome, first of all.
I've been on a couple of times, Dan.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what? This is my fucking brain. This is my fucking stroke brain. It's what I call it, a stroke brain, because I do forget shit. I do apologise if you've been on my, I don't mean to be rude, so I apologise.
I don't come on a lot because, as I said before, I got a little 1-year-old girl, so she takes up most of my time.
Well, fair enough, but my apologies for not remembering you.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to apologise for not recognising that was all.
No, Dan, it's nothing, man. You're brand new. Don't worry.
Right, how you been anyway? Everything good with you?
Yeah, just been moving.
That's a fucking harsh job. That is moving. I'm not looking forward to my move when it happens. But
I had to because I was only in a 1-bedroom place, and my little girl was sharing a room with me and my partner. So I had to move into a 2-bedroom house.
Have you moved? Have you had to move far, or is it relatively close to where you are?
I would say it's about a 10-minute drive from where I used to live.
That's not too bad. I've got to move 250 miles when I move.
Well, yeah, that's going to be a heck of a move, isn't it?
I'm not.
Is it an
looking
upgrade or a downgrade though in your eyes?
How are you gonna get all your stuff down there though, Dan? You hiring out a van or some shit?
Thankfully, my eldest brother is an antiques dealer, and he runs an entire building with multiple antique shops in it.
Oh, so we'll sell your stuff for you.
well, yeah. he's got vans. He's got vans. He's gonna use the van. He's promised me he can come up and grab this. To be honest, I don't have that much. The majority of my stuff is in here. Is in my studio. You know, a bed, a wardrobe, a couple of bedside tables, a sofa which I'm not taking with me, a sideboard and a table, and a couple of kitchen equipment, and that's literally all I have.
That's the hardest bit, man. It's all the bigger stuff. When you have to carry your cooker, your fridge, and all that lot, and your washing machine.
To be honest, I'm more dreading moving the office equipment than anything else. To be honest, that's what my main concern is, because there's quite a bit.
You're better off paying for it to get professionally done, because then anything that's broken or damaged, it's insured.
Yeah, but that's a lot of money. I've looked into something like that, get a removal company, and it's a lot of money just for 10 minutes away. You're talking about where Dan lives to back down to, you know, what, Essex?
It's Essex, yeah. It's a fair bit.
That's going to cost you an arm and a leg, man.
Yeah, I'd rather give me brother and that pays for the van, his petrol, and his time, and you know what I mean. So,
but as they say, you also check out the insurance, because the vans that you rent only have a limit on what they'll pay out on what goods you carry in.
But if it's a furniture moving company because it's antiques,
they also want to know how many rooms and how many liters of stuff you're going to carry, you want to take. So you got all that flapping about with these companies.
To be fair, everything I've got will fit in a Luton. Everything, absolutely everything. Even if I was taking everything from this flat, it would fit in a Luton with space. And I'm not even taking everything because I'm leaving.
You ain't got to worry then, Dan, do you really?
So I'm okay in that respect, I think. So
have you found a place?
Not yet. I'm still dealing with that, shall we say?
Never easy, Dan.
Well, I'm having to go through the council, you see, and the council. I've given the council all of my details. They know my health situation. They know I need assistance, which is why I need to move closer to my family. So I've got my brothers and sisters to help me out when need. But I can't go shop. Again, I know seeing me in front of the camera, you don't see this shit. But I can't shop. I can't go shopping. I can't go to a supermarket. I can't carry the bags back. Even if I get a taxi, I can't carry the bags from the taxi to the front door. And it's embarrassing to say. I'm 45 years old and I can't do that. And it's embarrassing. So I need the support from
Dan, don't be embarrassed, mate, about that. You know, I can't even go out without someone's help because of how bad my eyes are. So
I know.
You know, everyone has their own problems, mate. Everyone has their own problems, but you know, doesn't make you any different.
I know, man. It's just hard to get used to. It's happened so quickly. I know I had the strokes, the first strokes, 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, whatever. But still, it still happened really quickly. And one day I'm able to do, you know, one day I'm able to take the dogs for a walk down the fucking beach. The next day I can't even take them around the block, you know. And that's,
I get that. I get that. Dan. See, it's easy for me because I lived with this all my life. You know, I've always said if someone like who's got 20/20 vision suddenly lose practically all their eyesight, they won't be able to live with it. They'll find it hard to come terms with it. They find it hard to live their life and be able to do the things that they used to be able to do.
Yeah.
So I get where you're coming from, man.
I don't for a moment. I don't want to try and make people think that I'm going, oh, woe is me. right? Because I'm not. Because there are people like yourself, Peter. I couldn't, and I would never be able to fucking understand what it's like to have the poor eyesight or bad eyesight or no eyesight. I wouldn't know what that's like, and I wouldn't even consider trying to think about it. So I understand that there are many people out there in far, far worse situations than myself. I'm not trying to suggest that my situation is worse than anybody else.
No, but Dan, your conditions is just as bad as anyone else's conditions. Because your conditions, like Roger's and like mine and like other people's up and down the country, they have their problems, but there's levels to their problems. But in my view, there ain't no levels. If you got a problem, you got a problem. Everyone has problems. They're just different, man.
Yeah.
Everyone's problems is bad to themselves is what the next person's is, and
everyone's problems mean something to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, no, and I get you. I do. I understand that. I still feel, again, because I'm because of the way that my brain still works, I shouldn't be like I am. So I beat myself up a bit that I can't do the things that I used to do, and that really, I'm not. I suppose in a way I haven't accepted it. I suppose that's probably the best way to explain it. I haven't accepted it yet.
Yeah. I mean, I get like that. I got like that when I was younger, Dan. Like I hated my condition. I hated the world. I hated everything about it because there was things that got taken away from me that I wanted to do, what I was not allowed to do by law.
Yeah.
So you start to get you do start to like hate your condition and that lot. But you will come to terms with it, Dan. Trust me, man.
I'm sure I will. I just don't. For me, I don't think it's hard to explain, and it sounds.
Don't want to accept it, really.
It's probably the same for yourself and for Roger and Princess Angela and Jack. Jack has his own issues as well, for example, and Blair.
Yeah.
In fact, every one of us on the panel at the moment, we've got our own issues. And
exactly, that's what I was saying, Dan. Do you know what I mean? Everyone's conditions mean something to them. It might not mean anything to someone else, but it means something to them, and everyone else's condition matters. So,
Yeah. Well, I don't want people thinking that I'm trying to take away from their situation. Because I'm not. The last thing I want to do is I understand that there are people out there in far, far worse situations than me. But for me, again, as you've just said, Peter, for me, my issue for myself is getting used to the idea of being the way that I am now after being completely different. And literally over a course of a day, things have changed. If this had been a gradual process, it would be different because I've got used to it over a period of time. I go into hospital one night for something, not even for the stroke. I go into hospital because I had swollen bollocks. I had a swollen bollock. I went into hospital the next fucking morning. I've had 3 strokes.
I would like to know what was the more painful.
The swollen bollock was more painful.
I thought that would be the case.
To be honest, the stroke, I didn't feel anything with the stroke. In fact, I literally didn't feel anything. I was laying on a gurney, literally with a doctor on an iPad at the end of the bed because this was through COVID, and I'm smacking myself in the face like this. I'm going, I can't fucking feel sorry, it wasn't my left hand, it was my right hand. I can't fucking feel anything, and I'm literally smacking myself full pelt in the face. So I can't fucking feel anything. What's going on? Do you know what I mean? The next morning, I wake up the next morning, and I'm told I've had fucking, I've had 3 strokes, and there's evidence of a previous one. I'm like, what?
Well, you're in a good fucking place then, Dan, weren't you, man?
I was in the right place at the right time. That's for sure.
Someone was watching over you that day. Definitely.
Yeah, see, that's where I was lucky, not living on my own. See, I had someone here that could get help straight away.
Yeah, but the same for you, though, Roger. It literally happens like that. It happens overnight. God, yeah. Doesn't it?
You could be always on your own at one time.
It's not something that we could get used to. you know, we haven't been able to get used to it over time.
No.
You know, for example, and for failing eyesight, and we'll use that as an example. Some people will lose their eyesight slowly over a period of time. Some people will wake up and blind. You know, some people have an accident and they're blind, for example. And that is the issue that me and Roger have got. It's something that we've literally had to get used to overnight. And it's
Do you remember a case, Dan? Like about I can't remember what area he was in, but it was this police officer that got shot in. I think it was in the face, and it made him go blind. And then he ended up taking his own life because he couldn't come to terms with it.
That was Raul that shot him.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that wrong? He went on the speed, didn't he?
It's been a big lifestyle change. And
it shows you that conditions when you're not used to it can really change your life. Not only change it but end it. You know, because people can't come to terms with their condition.
Yes, Nicky.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is with me. I think even after a couple of years, and the additional stroke this year. I think the worst part is the fact that although I've got this fatigue and my brain farts and all the rest of it, I don't have any visible issues. Now, a lot of people, many people that have a stroke will end up paralyzed in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, but Dan, you are losing some of that, like, because as you said previous, you know what I mean, you struggle to walk to your shops and back again.
I do. I have weakness on one side, so where I've had to adapt, and I'm using muscles now that I didn't normally use when I'm just walking in a straight line, for example. So that's where the aching and stuff. Even my arm now is starting to ache because I'm waving it around a lot. But there are a lot of people out there that don't even have that. They have a stroke.
Yeah.
They can't move whatsoever, and I think. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. I wouldn't want to be in that. Sorry, Angela. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. But I think if I did have that kind of stroke, I would be able to accept it a lot more. But the simple fact is, I look at myself in the mirror and I don't see anything wrong with myself. But I know there's stuff wrong with me because I feel it.
Do you know what, Dan? See when you get a move. Dan, when you get a move and you're back near your family and you've got all the support around you, I think that's the time when you're going to have a little bit more time on your hands to think about your conditions and how it's affected you. Because right now you're doing everything yourself. Yeah, you get professional help, but you're still doing it all mostly yourself, and there's no support around you. So you're not having time to sit down and really think about it and come to terms with your feelings and that lot, man. I could be wrong at that, but I think that's when it'll probably give you a bit more time to think about, yeah, it has affected my mobility. Yes, it has affected my body and my brain and, you know, your memory, you know.
Well, it does affect mobility because even a 2-minute journey, you've actually got to plan ahead for. Yeah.
You've got to take some time out for self-reflection every now and then.
I don't know if I said anything wrong, Dan.
No, of course you haven't. No, not at all. Mate, listen, I've got broad shoulders. I'm happy to talk about anything. Do you know what I mean? I really am. Whether it's me or other people.
I was just saying that. I was just saying when you're with your when you're around your family and you're getting support and help off of them, and you're not doing everything yourself, it's going to give you more time to sit down and relax and be able to think about, as I said, your conditions and what's happened to you and what it has affected. And you might be able to come to terms with it. Then it might actually start to sink in and you might be able to deal with it. That's what I'm saying.
Sometimes people bringing on their problems whilst you're trying to deal with it.
Because while you're in Liverpool, Dan, you got no support apart from little support.
Well,
I think more about. Can I just say? Can you hear me? Or sorry.
Anybody they can message at any time. Was it?
Okay.
Well, that's more support.
Hello?
No. Hello?
Yeah,
You're going to say something?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, I was going to say, I think maybe for yourself, you know, because like when you look in the mirror, you don't see like your illness is invisible to look at, but then on the inside, you know,
in the mirror.
no, but you know what I mean, physically inside, you know how it does affect you. So your brain can't compute like
Well,
it's mixed, isn't it?
I would
And
like to
so,
look in the mirror. I'll probably end up breaking it, but you know,
honestly, I broke recently. Not obviously by looking in it. Well, I hope not. Probably has been, to be fair. I've just not noticed. But no, honestly, I'm gonna have like
You could be right, though,
70
Angie.
years.
You could well be right. As I said, you know, when I look at myself, I don't see anything wrong with me when I look at myself physically.
But
I
inside,
know
it's
that
not
there's
right.
something wrong with me. I
Well,
know
yeah.
that it's wrong with me because I have to deal with that on a daily basis, and there's a conflict going on there, and that is part of. You know, Roger probably understands this as well. There's a conflict there because you know that you should be able to do certain stuff based on looking at your physical attributes. As in, for example, I can move both arms. There are some people that can't. So I should be able to do what I was able to do before, but I physically cannot, and that's I think where the conflict comes in and starts to
see, my condition is visible, Dan. You wait. Obviously, when someone's up close to me, my condition is visible because I have this condition called eye which is movement of the eye, which goes side to side, and you can't control it. It happens.
Involuntary.
Yeah, you can't. There's nothing you can do about it.
Isn't it?
And that's when people can see your condition, and that's when they take the piss out of you.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing you'll never get on here is people taking the piss out of you because of the condition. So I think you know that.
No, I don't mean on here, Dan. I meant in life. I mean in life.
I know. I'm just saying.
When people take the piss out your eyes, saying like one eye's taking, but one eye's robbing the bank whilst the other one's keeping the edge. You just see, you're just jealous because I can pump your mum and babysit you at the same time.
What Peter was saying there is absolutely right. Only nobody has picked up on mine. Now I'll take my glasses off and I'll do what I've been regular doing. You'll see me quite often go.
Yes,
like
yeah,
that.
I've seen you do that. Yeah.
Well, what that is the condition of the polysynthemia, which means my eyes constantly go in and out of focus. That's why sometimes I miss comments.
Because me, I've got loads of conditions. I used to have cataracts, but I've had eye operations to take them out.
Wow.
I've got glaucoma, which is eye pressure. That's the one you need to worry about because you can if your eye pressure is too high, you can lose your eyesight completely.
Right. Okay.
So I'm on eye drops for the rest of my life.
So
and not one eye drops. I'm like all day, every day.
A question for you, Peter, if you don't mind me asking, and I don't mean to be,
fire away, mate. Fire away.
Thing like that. But so you're saying that you've got this movement of this involuntary movement of the eyes.
Eye stigmas.
Is that what causes your poor eyesight because it's not focusing?
It's one of the conditions. Like cataracts is a condition that is you're born with it, and a lot of people are born with it, but you can get it in your older life.
Yeah. It's like
right, so there's not. But what it is the cataracts affects your eyes.
Yes.
And so does the eye pressure, as I was saying. The cataracts is just there. If it goes bad, you'll know because your eyes will just your vision in that eye will go completely blurry, which has happened to both of my eyes.
It's a cloudy area, isn't it? Yeah.
It's like a cloudy. So what they do is you go in for an eye operation. They cut the eye open. Well, they're not completely open, but they make a little slit in your eye.
It's in the side of the lens, and then they pull the
or underneath. It's underneath there, like underneath the eyelid, and they pull it down, and they make a little incision, and they pull out the cataracts and then they put like a little lens in the back of the eye.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's the
operating
major
plan.
condition, and it all affects your eyes in so many different ways.
Do you know though how much
But
the
the eye
operation
stick,
costs?
but the eye
It's
stigmas,
50p.
Dan, the eye stigmas, it doesn't affect my eyes like people may think, because it's my eyes are constantly moving side to side. It
Right.
doesn't mean that I can't focus straight. You know,
Okay.
it
Well,
doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect your vision when you're looking side to side constantly.
Right, but that's how. Sorry, Andrew, we'll come to you in just a second, Andrew, because I know you want to ask a question. But that's how when you said that's the first thing that came into my mind is if your eyes are moving involuntarily constantly, it would be hard to focus. You know, for example,
It's not like it's not like that. It's basically the pupil of the eye. Yeah, what moves? All of it moves.
Right.
So it's just not one part of the eye that moves where you're just where you're focusing. It's the whole of it. So and you don't see it. You don't see it in your vision, but your eyes are moving constantly. So yeah.
But if you've lived with it since birth, Peter,
Roger,
it could
sorry?
be your brain compensating for the vision and that, so it doesn't look like you're moving. You know.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch it because it went in and out.
What I'm thinking, because you said although your eyes constantly move,
Mhm.
that part of it doesn't affect your sort of vision where you're focusing and stuff like that. Now,
No.
is that because your brain has got used to it and it interprets the signals different to like block that out?
Do you know what? To that question, fuck knows.
No, it's just
It's not a fucking question I've ever asked.
No, I was just wondering because with the strokes, like Dan has a little bit of weakness on the left. Now that could go on for 6 months, it could go on for 6 years, but the brain will constantly try and rewire to repair that and overcome that. And I'm just wondering whether your condition there does the same. You know, it tries to.
No, I'm not taking a pee out of you, Roger. That's a fair question.
No.
It's a fair question, man. It's just, it's not one I've ever. I mean, I don't know if it's because it's something that I've got used to because I was born with all the conditions, or if anyone gets it, it wouldn't affect their vision, like in where they're focusing.
That's what I mean, because you've lived with it over the years.
You know what? I wouldn't know it.
People might have a different issue with it if it just started happening. Like
I wouldn't know unless I asked the Moorfields Eye Hospital that. So I'm under Moorfields Eye Hospital.
Well, it's an interesting one to get the answer to.
Yeah. And Angela, apologies. You wanted to ask a question a moment ago.
Oh no, it's just I was just going to say though, to get cataracts removed, it costs well, like 20 years ago anyway, it used to cost 30p. That was it. That's all.
Not necessarily. It depends. Depends if you go private or if you're on NHS.
No. I knew an optician or whatever they're called, just who used to go into like the third world countries and stuff where they've got the mad it's in so many children and stuff, and the actual operation itself costs 30p, but like for the actual removal, but the time and the doctor's pay and stuff like that, that's what is always added on.
That depends on that depends on so many situations. Like it depends if it's on the NHS. It depends if them
third world country. I'm talking about the NHS over there. I'm talking about over there where they go and do it voluntary.
Well, I wouldn't trust that, to be honest. I would not trust a third world country because you only get one set of eyes.
No, a doctor from over here, yeah,
Mm.
like an ophthalmologist, they volunteer to go over there and perform that surgery for free.
Are you talking about?
Oh yeah. Well, that's because that's because Angela, they are passionate about their job. Like as I was about to say, you only get one set of eyes. You can't replace your eyes.
You know what? I would be a living donor. I know it sounds really random, and last time I said this on live channel, I got some really strange things being said to me. But
Anyway, I don't want
would
this to all
be
get about my eyesight.
a living donor. I would be a
Yeah,
living donor
it's a
of my
strange thing to
time.
say, that's why you
Yeah,
probably
no,
have because it's a strange thing to say. To knock you for it, but it's a strange thing to say.
Yeah, but I just think to myself, do you know what? If I could give somebody the gift of sight who had never seen before, and I've seen the colours, and I've seen what people look like, I've seen all these things that people that are blind, from birth, that have never ever had the experience of seeing. Do you know, colours and
Yeah,
lights?
unfortunately, Angela, you can't do them sort of operations, because it's
I think that just says
the eyes are so delicate to the rest of your body. As soon as you start cutting out things at the back of your eye to remove it, you could be cutting off your vision, the colour, receptors, all this lot. You got to watch what you're doing. So I think they would never.
I mean, that's what I would do.
No, what I was getting at is they can make operations for a lot of fucking things in this country, but there's one thing, or in any country, but there's one thing that I don't think they will ever be able to perfect or to be able allowed to be doing it is to remove eyes.
It's just about my principle behind it is why I would like to do it.
Oh, it's a good Angela, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, Angela. It's a good idea. Don't get me wrong.
No, it's not an idea. I'm not going to go out and search how to do it.
No. What I meant what I meant is a good idea. What I meant is it's a good idea if they could do it, because it's them people, as you said.
I think like Dan said, it was a weird thing to say.
I've got to be honest. After that email I got earlier from Dr. Crinkle, I think somebody needs to donate a penis to him.
Yeah, another one again.
Yeah,
I could
sorry,
Just
so you understand what I'm talking about, Peter. I'm not taking a piss out of anyone on here. Right? I
know who you're talking about.
I had an email earlier from somebody saying, "Do you want to see a picture of my cock?" And it was a picture of a cock.
We'll call it Crinkle's Wrinkle and not a cock, mate.
Well, damn it, that bloke did get his dick out on Sybil's fucking stream one time.
I'll tell you what it was. It was somebody who was sat in a chair who pulled their fucking pants down to their knees and took a picture of them sitting down. And it wasn't even I can't even say it was thick but short. It was fucking tiny.
It probably wasn't. Well, yeah. I'm not going to comment on him. Well, I'm not going to do that.
Well, we'll see what the police have to say, because it was unwarranted. That's
it's a fucking wrong thing to do, though, Dan. You know what I mean? Sending fucking other men pictures of cocks. Like, what are you, into men?
I can't remember what the name of the fucking offence is now. It's
malicious communications?
That's it. Malicious communications. Because it was unwarranted, unasked for, and it was out of the blue. So it was a malicious communication, which I will be going to the police about.
Not only that, Dan, and it against the law to put them sort of things over the internet.
Yeah, exactly. Malicious communications. That's what it comes under.
Oh, right. I thought it'd come under some sexual
unsolicited sexual imagery.
Only if you're sending pictures of other people. If you're sending pictures of other people, it would come under something. It would come under a sexual thing.
He would have to prove that it's not him.
The thing is, whoever it is has got a Gmail email account. Okay, which when you set up a Gmail email account, you've got to give them some details, and you've probably got a YouTube channel associated to that email account, potentially a payment card associated to that Gmail account. Therefore, they're going to be able to find out who it was.
And not only that, but when they do find out, Dan, and they look at his computer, all them images are going to be stored, regardless if he deletes whatever. Yeah, the police can still bring that. The police can still get hold of that, them pictures and all the crap that he's got on his system.
Absolutely, that's if it's him. Let me make it clear.
Well, that's if it's him.
The email address is.
Well, I don't think it really matters at this point who it was, does it really, Dan? Does it? I mean, it's a wrong thing to fucking do.
The email address is Dr. Henry Kringle. not Crinkle. Kringle, Kringle.
Yeah. But this guy's got a reputation of changing fucking things, Dan.
Oh,
No, I know one person that uses Kringle. I know one.
Whoever it is going to get found out, as far as I'm concerned, and I will be reporting it.
Can I say, throughout this on the online safety bill, people now that have got accounts associated to accounts which go back to that one account, all of them now that have been flagged for any kind of behaviour, they will then get a permanent ban from YouTube. And also coming in November, I know YouTube Google are, they're making sure you provide ID of some form. If you can't provide ID, you're going to have to give your address, and they'll send you through the post a card. And in that, you would have to just input a code or something, which you will do for a business at the moment anyway with them. And then you input that into it to verify who you are, because that's what you would do.
Where have you heard this, Angela?
People have been on here for a while. On a YouTube conference call.
On a YouTube what?
Conference call.
On a YouTube conference call. Okay.
So it was actually with
that's it.
Is that what you're trying? Is that what it's actually a YouTube video? It was actually a video made by YouTube.
No. It was I heard it from YouTube.
Well, that's what I mean. It wasn't just. It wasn't just like. It wasn't just, for example, you come on the panel when
it's not going to target. Dan, it's not going to target the right people. Like, it's going to target the wrong people, like yourself. Like, you make a stream, you talk about something that the government don't like or the police don't like, and then they get in touch with YouTube and they'll shut you down. But yet, you get these people like Crinkle, what though, gore bombing and porn bombing, and they leave them alone.
Yeah, they do. You're right.
So this new act what's coming in is just going to make it harder for normal people to talk about issues, what's going on in the country, which we should be able to discuss. You know, we live in this country, we pay our fucking tax, so we should be able to
covering that act ever since it's got its first reading on my channel.
To be honest, it's a load of bullshit. All it's going to do is harm the people what just want to have the normal debate.
80% of it is designed at silencing and censoring us.
Exactly.
The 20%, in fairness, is designed to protect people, especially the kids. I'm not one for saying this, protect women and kids, because I believe we should all fucking be protected. Blokes as well. So I don't know why they just use the women. But yeah, 20% of it, they've used that 20% to force the rest.
And when it comes in, Roger, when it comes in, I bet you a tenner, week after week, month after month, and probably year after year, you'll still see Crinkle and other people what they do, still do it.
They'll adapt.
And then they'll get away with it with YouTube. But yeah, you come on a panel and you talk about something saucy that the government don't like, boom, you get shut down.
This is the other thing, then the reason they've done it, as I've said many a time in videos. They're doing it because it's part of the big plan. Once you join all the dots up, stop people moving, keep people under control. The only way you're going to do that is by controlling conversation, meeting, any form of contact. And that, what they've put in that bill, can absolutely do that if they choose to use all of it.
So basically, if you've got information about nefarious activities that are being taken on under by your governments with regard to things that they're getting up to around the world, Julian Assange and Ed Norton will all have to seek solace in the fucking arms of Vladimir Putin. Ed Norton is currently in Moscow. Julian Assange is facing extradition. I think the British government are probably hanging on to him because they want some bargaining power with the US state. Anybody that talks about anything that are going on in the world that are really nasty and horrible in our name, our so-called democracies, will be demonized. Any whistleblowers, piss, it boils my fucking piss.
I think the government boils everyone's piss, mate, because they take the piss out of everyone, and yet look all the money that fucking they take away from us and tax.
We're more heavily taxed now than in 1954 when it came out of rationing after the Second World War.
And it's going to get a lot fucking worse. It's like Dan, you was talking not long ago when I was in the back room about these electric vehicles and all this lot.
Yeah.
You thinking how much it is? Like say if you have electric in your own home, just your electric bill, yeah, and you have it every 3 months. How you look at the pricing on how much that comes in. Now at the moment it's probably what, maybe near enough €18 to charge your vehicle fully. Probably that. Soon as they go completely fully electric, and they realise that they can't pump out the enough electric for not only households but to charge up everyone's bloody vehicles at service stations, petrol stations, because there wouldn't be petrol stations, there'll be electric stations, and then fucking people at home. You're not the national grid
because the infrastructure isn't there.
Exactly.
They're already shut down.
You know what they will do, don't you? It will cost you an arm and a leg to not only have your electric at home, but also on double that, charging up your car every bloody day.
Well, they're already
It's not going to happen. They're going to force
projects
to get
in
rid of
London
batteries.
because the infrastructure isn't there to support them.
Exactly.
No, they
the
haven't
national grid. The national grid ain't going to be able to pump that much electric out by 2030.
No,
You've got to forget about the electric side. You've got to look at how they're going to get rid of the batteries.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
This is why I turned around initially and said, "Oh, we're not going to no road tax for electric cars." What happens as soon as people start getting electric cars?
They brought the tax in.
Right? They know they can't afford to do it. They know they can't. They know it's going to fuck up. They know that people are not going to be able to fucking afford to have the people. They want everybody to have electric cars that can't charge them and can't afford to charge them.
They can't even standardise the fucking.
How can people have electric cars
They can't
if
even
they can't
standardise
insure them?
the shape of the plugs. If you go and plug a Tesla in, then it's got a different fucking pin configuration on the fucking plugging socket. The standard British fucking plug, 3-pin plug with a separate independent fuse, is one of the best fucking plugs in the entire fucking world. Unless you stand on one of the motherfuckers, then it's
Gonna have a problem buying a Tesla because most companies won't insure Teslas anymore. The Model 7's already been stocked by most of the companies. They won't insure them.
Dan, do you know how long it takes? Dan, do you know how long it takes to build a nuclear power station?
Multiple. Well, I'm not entirely sure. No, must be.
No, I'm not totally sure, but I'm pretty sure it takes a hell of a long time.
It takes them up to 10 years before they can go online.
Exactly. Roughly that. Yeah. Now, for you to have the infrastructure, you're gonna have multiple fucking nuclear stations up and down this country to supply the national grid with the electric that they need to fucking do what they want to do. And even then, they still ain't going to be able to get it in time.
No.
Right. I'm looking at it now. It says around 6 to 8 years to build a nuclear reactor.
Yeah, but then they've got to test it and all that lot and make sure the reactor is all cushy and nothing's gonna go wrong. That takes another good couple of years.
Before it goes online, it takes about 10 years. Germany have just blown
Can I
up.
just clarify the comment in the chat? Sorry, I never said it was on the channel. Just saying that's a part of an.
No, he's
conference
asking
call.
where you did see it, Angela.
No, I didn't. That's my point. I did not see it. I was partaking in YouTube conference call.
The best model I seen for the electric cars and the chargings was, I think, 5th gear in Norway. They went somewhere, and the vehicles that they use, they take to a certain place. They go in, they spend like 10 seconds. A machine comes up, takes out the old battery, takes it away. That gets checked and replaces it with a new battery in the space of 10, 15 seconds. You drive in, have it done, you drive out. And that's how they do it. Now, that to me is a good idea. Batteries are always getting checked. Batteries are always getting recycled. If there's any damage, any problems, they can look at that there and then. Now, people are driving about with these batteries constant. They're charging them, they're leaving it on charge. And now you're finding a lot of the vehicles are gone on fire. There's a lot of explosions.
There's been a few buses that caught fire as well.
No longer insuring them either. No company's going to insure. If the companies can't insure them, how can they drive them on the roads? They're no longer going to be viable or legal.
No,
well, it shows you how bad these electric vehicles are, yeah? A lot of like second-hand vehicles, what this country banned, they usually go on a barge and they go over to third world countries. Some of them are working, some of them are brand new, some of them are not working whatsoever. There's been a load of news reports that they've been catched on fire, and it's all because of the EV vehicles.
Yeah,
and these barges have caught fire, and there was a thing that two New York firefighters lost their lives.
Yeah, there's a lot of vehicles catching fire allegedly because of the lithium batteries. But
exactly,
even if they haven't caught fire, those batteries have a lifespan.
Yeah,
and when those batteries
China is the biggest exporter of electric vehicles, including cars and bikes and scooters. They are in the process of confiscating them off their own people because of the fire risk, because of the way they were built, because of the batteries. And there's videos out there, there's fields and fields and fields of them, millions of them, just in the middle of nowhere.
And when these EVs burns, when they catch fire, these EVs, they burn at a lot higher rate than a normal petrol vehicle. You can't normal water won't put these cars out.
It's the same as the RC remote control batteries. They're exactly the same.
I'm not sure where it is, but there is a place in the Middle East somewhere where they've got millions of tires that are burning.
That's Arabia.
Yeah, I've heard that. I have heard of that.
There's video. I put pictures out of it in a video.
What's going to happen is they're going to have a graveyard of fucking EV cars, okay, that are dumped, that will fucking short out, that will catch fire, that will, all this kind of shit, and it will be the same thing.
It'll probably be in the desert.
Yes, but then we get blamed. We get blamed for it. We go, you've got a pile of fucking however many millions of tires burning rubber fumes and all the rest of it going into the atmosphere, particles that go up into the atmosphere and fuck up the climate and all the rest of it. Okay, but we get blamed for it. Okay?
Oh yeah, because we pump out only 1% fucking carbon, don't we? But yeah, we're the worst.
So when we've got all these electric vehicles that are no good anymore and they get dumped somewhere, okay, and you know what it's like, a battery, Samsung batteries have been known, if they're left in a drawer, okay, just left. I'm not talking about on charge for 2 years. I'm talking about putting a drawer and left. Eventually the batteries will start to expand. Okay, and
they heat up, and then they end up exploding and catching fire.
And that's a phone battery. Could you imagine a car battery or millions of cars dumped in a desert somewhere, just left? Okay, and the batteries eventually will degrade and they can't hold a charge anymore. And I don't know how fucking electricity works.
They will heat up if they're fully discharged. And as Beardy put in there, the reason they burn so fiercely is because what's inside them is self-oxidizing, which means they produce the triangle
oxygen
of heat, oxygen, and ignition source.
Yes, they don't need normal air for oxygen because the oxygen is already in the battery.
Yeah, it oxidizes.
Yeah, hence the reason why it burns at a higher rate than a normal petrol vehicle.
Yeah. But it'll be our fault. It'll all be our fault, and we'll need to fucking get locked down even further to prevent more fucking pollution.
But that's more money out of the fucking government, out of the purse, isn't it, Dan? Because we would have to fucking pay for it.
Of course, we've got to pay for
Keeping an eye
it.
on the time, Dan.
Yeah, I'm going to be chipping off soon because I am starting to get tired.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm starting to feel it now.
Like,
yeah,
everything on live though, it was started being brought in, didn't it? After that young girl committed suicide. That's why
Just
it all
going to
started.
go for it, Dan. I'm back on it.
All right, mate. No worries.
Who on the panel supports what's reputed to be renewable wind power?
Okay.
Listen, I can power every device in my house by fart power more than I can by fucking wind power out on a fucking Mersey.
Is there anybody there that thinks what I just said is a fact?
I need to go get another packet of cigarettes. I'll be back in a sec.
Wind power, no, because when it's too windy, they don't use them, and when it's not windy enough, they don't use them.
No, that's not the issues.
We've got nowhere to store the electricity that they produce because we don't have enough.
Yes, exactly. It's not renewable. Once it's used, it has to make more, so it's not renewable. And two, every single one of those bloody great big windmills has to be serviced and parts replaced. Now, the biggest part on there are the sails, which cannot be recycled. The material is not recyclable. And the other problem is every time they're serviced, they take hundreds of gallons of oil for the bearings.
That's crazy, isn't it? It is.
So there's oil to dispose of each time they do a service, blades to be replaced. Yes, the oil can be recycled to a certain extent, but it's still a pollutant, it's still a fossil fuel.
And you need to just stop oil. You don't need it.
Yeah, we don't need oil. Just stop oil.
I need oil. Wait, I need oil at the farm. We need oil. We still use
Vegetable oil.
Well, where do plastics come from? Even renewable plastics, where do they originate from?
They come from oil. Don't know.
Petroleum. They're a byproduct of petroleum.
I was going to say some.
So are most textiles. So are most man-made textiles. They're petroleum-based, most of them.
Hey, Dan.
He's gone off for a sec here.
Oh, did he? I was just going to say, Roger. We were talking about EVs, yeah.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, yeah. Well, if they bring this in, I don't know, 2030, 2050, they keep on fucking changing it. But when they bring this in, how do they expect them to make fucking planes?
They won't get it in.
Exactly, because they would need hundreds and thousands of these batteries just to get a fucking plane off the ground. But you're not going to be able to because they're going to be so heavy that the plane won't be able to get off the fucking ground.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's only the fucking globalist elites that'll be allowed to fly. And they'll offset their carbon fucking emissions by paying fucking...
Funny enough, I do agree with a certain type of EV and its usage. Now, if you only live in a city, you only drive around in a city,
milk float
like that, you've got, say, a 10-mile commute to work for, inside a city, whatever, then yes, an EV is perfect.
But if you're going long distance, so that EV's long distance is not visible. Like you're putting hours and hours onto your bloody journey.
Yeah, I mean, I drive to Cumbria every year. That's 4 hour there, 4 hour back. Now, I normally do that in one hit. I drive straight the way through unless we need a pit stop on the way. We'll eat on the move. We'll smoke on the move. We'll drink on the move. Not alcohol. No.
Not the devil's bush either, yeah?
No, not when I'm driving, mate.
No, you don't want to do that while you're driving, mate. No.
Driving.
No, mate.
But
that
with the amount of change just on holiday, with the fishing tackle and stuff like that, all that weight in an EV would mean at least 3 or 4 3/4 an hour to an hour stop on the way.
That's if you can, though, because mostly when you stop, they're already taken up, so you've got to wait for them to bloody finish.
Yep.
Yeah, but can you imagine trying to get all the rods, all the fishing tackle, a suitcase each, and everything else on the train?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because these batteries take up all your fucking boot, don't they?
Well, it's like they got this tram system in Birmingham. Who the fuck is going to go into the tank and carry half a dozen bloody carrier bags home on a frigging train or a tram?
What did you say tram or trans?
Tram.
Used to.
Right, and Angela wanted to say something there. She wanted to respond to somebody.
Yeah, just that comment there. Yeah, I wasn't talking in it. I was listening to it. And do you know, like when you go onto YouTube and you need help, and so you've got community, and then so do you know when you've been in there for ages, they like make you a community like moderator and stuff, and then but you've got it all over Google, like with maps and stuff, and just other things around, like say you've got Google, you've got YouTube, you've got photos, you've got all the different ones. And because I have no life, I've never had a life for many years, that's how you end up getting certain stars. Like I say, I've got no life, and then
Angela, you have a life. You have a life, Angela. You just live it the way you want to live it.
I've got like 1 million views on a picture I put on fucking Google reviews, right? A million fucking views, and they've given me fuck all.
No, yeah, 1 million views, nothing, man. Have you not seen what you have to do? You've not seen what you have to
It
do.
obviously wasn't a
Right.
bad one, because that one would have got you 5 days in, Nick, and being investigated.
No, it was a review on a carvery. It was a carvery dinner with like 3 Yorkshire puddings on, 90 potatoes, fuck knows how much meat. It was just fucking massive part. I took a photo and I was like, Google review of this place, and I've got like 1 million fucking views on that thing. I keep getting emails saying, "Oh, well done, you've had like 1,100,000 views. Well done." Like, well,
Talk about the pigs. Talk about the pigs. Did you get your stuff back, Dan?
Not all of it, no.
Man, you want to get your fucking stuff back, mate, because they have no reason to hold it this long.
I'm looking into at the moment. Sorry, Angela, I just interrupted you. I do apologise.
No, it's fine.
I'm looking into at the moment the Police and Property Act to get it back, but you have to pay a cost. I have to pay the court in order to get an order for them to give me an order to get my stuff back. Then I've got to take it to Metropolitan Police, and I've got to wait for them to give it to me. It is in the process of being done at the moment.
Every way to fuck you over, really.
I know. I mean, it's in the legislation. It's in pace. They should only keep. Sorry, Angela. It's in pace that they should only keep it for as long as necessary. Okay. It's electronic data. They can download it and then give me my shit back. Okay, simple as that. They can download it, then they've got their own fucking copy. There's no reason for them to have kept my memory cards on my phone for over 1.5 years. No reason at all. So
that just takes a piss.
Something.
Was that what I think it was? Just trying to get back in the Discord server, Dan?
Who? I don't know. I don't know. I did give them. I'll message you privately.
Is there something on that footage they might not want you to see, Dan? Did you get something that might incriminate them somehow?
No, apparently they've got stuff that could incriminate me. Apparently,
yeah. Well, if that's the case, then why haven't they handed them over?
Exactly, Dan. They've got to hand it over to your solicitor so you can say that, so you can see what they've got on you. They have to give that to your solicitor.
Yeah, the problem is, inverted commas, they're still investigating.
Oh, that's bollocks. That's bollocks. But they might be investigating, but they still got to keep you up to date in the investigation and your defence.
So they're supposed to. I've not heard from my solicitor for over a year.
What are they investigating?
I've contacted them directly several times to ask them for the stuff back. Initially, it took me about 2 or 3 contacts in order to get my cameras back, but they kept all of the memory cards and they kept a £1,500 mobile phone.
I think what they're trying to do, Dan, is because where you said that he contacted you to go down there, but yet you're not knowing what he was going to do. But because he contacted you, I reckon that's what they're going to hold on you.
No.
Well, yeah,
that you knew about it.
They're going to try to. Conspiracy to commit criminal damage. That's what I was arrested
But
for.
they've got to fucking prove that, though. They can't just have suspicion.
No, of course. And that's allegedly why they're keeping hold of my phone and my memory cards. But again, there is a limit, really, a reasonable limit that they can keep, or time frame that they can keep that shit for. And then they're supposed to give it back. But
that email, Dan, that email that he sent you to ask you if it was an email, the email what he sent you to ask you to go down there, do you still have that?
No, I was nicked. I actually got nicked. I was held for 24 hours.
Yeah, I know you was nicked, mate. I know you was nicked, but before you went down to London, he contacted you to ask you, would you go down there to film?
Oh, that was on WhatsApp. No, it was a phone call. It was a phone call.
A phone call?
Yeah.
Because if it was, I didn't know if it was a phone call or through Messenger or through WhatsApp or through an email. Because if it was through like an email or text message or something like that, there's something to prove that. Well, yeah, he asked you to go down there and film it, but he didn't tell you what he was going to do.
I could supply it to them. Yeah, of course. I could say to look, here it is. There's a fucking screenshot of it or whatever. Do you know what I mean? But no, they don't want to do that because they want to be as awkward as possible. So they kept everything that I had. They kept my body cam. They kept my phone. They kept my microphones. They kept everything that I had. Right. Then I managed to get back my microphones, my body camera. But they kept my phone and all of the memory cards, and that's what they've still got at the moment.
And but a year and a half later, they probably still haven't downloaded it. Bollocks! It takes a couple of hours, if that, for them to fucking stick it in a computer and download it.
Yeah, which is why I need to go. Which is why I need to go through this process. But unfortunately, this process costs 250 to 300 quid. In order for the court to write an order for them to give me my stuff back.
So they take your fucking stuff, they seize it, and you got to fucking copy it at the end of the day to get it back. What a bunch of cunts. Sorry, Dan, my language, sorry.
Case where a judge has said a reasonable amount of time to collect the data from a device is 60 days. And that is already a ruling.
They should, yeah, but it should be free though. If they've had it over at least a year, it should be free to go to court and get your stuff back. You shouldn't have to pay fucking 200-300 fucking quid for it.
No, I'm with you on that. I agree.
What a bunch of cunts, mate. What a bunch of wanks.
Yeah, but when you find out that they waste all your time and stuff like that, then you'll be able to claim it back.
I could understand if they took it and then within like 6 weeks you wanted it back, then you know what I mean. I could understand them saying, "Well, you got to pay for it if it's been downloaded." But a year and a half is taking the piss.
It's their way of harassing you. They've been doing it for years.
I would suggest if it was me in charge, I would suggest that the police have say 6 months at the absolute maximum. They've got 6 months to get everything that they need off of an electronic device. If somebody wants that shit back before the 6 months, they've got to pay for it. If it's after 6 months, then the police have to pay for it.
Yeah, I vouch for that. That's fucking straight up.
That's how I would do it anyway. But listen, guys, it's 3 minutes to 2, and I am gonna have to get the fuck off. I'm afraid, but I've got to have to wait for Roger to come back now. He's going for a piddle. But I'm fucked. I'm afraid.
Sent you a picture.
I will look at that shortly. I've only had half a bottle of brandy. I've run out of Coke, and I've not had a drink for like 3 months, and I'm a little bit pissed. especially since I've not eaten anything apart from some Pringles. So I'm going to have to wrap it up there, I'm afraid, guys. But I want to thank everybody that's been involved in the comments. Thank you, everyone who's still watching, who has watched this evening. Thank you very much.
In there.
You know, you have my gratitude for being part of the community, and for you guys on the panel as well. Thank you for jumping on. Thank you for being part of the chat.
Thank you, Dan, for letting me come up.
You're welcome. But before anybody on the panel goes anywhere, I'm going to end the stream. So if you want to say goodbye to everyone, we'll get that over and done with.
Everybody in the panel, if you're watching my videos, there probably won't be one tomorrow. The next one will be Tuesday.
Yeah, sorry, Roger, I've kept you up late, haven't I?
No, to be honest, I normally try and keep Monday clear because I know Sundays is always a late one. And so I'm under no pressure in the morning then. I haven't got to get up. I haven't got to look at my notes. And I've got to go shopping tomorrow as well. There's some bits I've got to get. So that it takes a bit of pressure off for a day, like, you know.
No worries. But thank you.
Anyone left watch? Hit a thumbs up before you go.
What was you saying there as well?
It's quick 2 minute plan, not even 2 minutes, sorry. About, shall I save it for another time? I'll save it for another time, don't worry about it. But it was about where we can put immigrants.
Where we can put what?
Immigrants.
For the shutdown.
Because off island, immigrants. Off island, there's an island for sale for about £800,000 and it's got 30 acres on there. Worked out the other day that you can 20 acres of that is is usable, and then you could fit on every acre you can put 30 static caravans. For every static caravan you can put 2 glamping pods. And then so
don't bring up migrants, man. This country's had enough of migrants.
No, wait, what I'm talking about, but they can have their own island, chill, yeah. And so therefore 2,400 could be on there, and the government is spending £6 million a day just on hotel bills. Either money making scheme or Jane Rishi, all that land he's got. I'm sure he's got 30 acres. Why can't he have them in his backyard? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. The way I see it is get them all fucking working, paying their own tax, and they can fucking pay for hotels.
Especially the ones that should be here, though, Dan.
Right.
I'm sorry, the ones who are coming over on them things.
I think this is a conversation. I think it's a conversation for another time, to be honest.
Yeah. Because you're trying to go down. Sorry.
I am.
It's fine. We'll
I'm right
have this discussion next week. The week after next, I'm not going to be here because I'm going to be with my kids, which I'm really fucking looking forward to, by the way.
Good on you, Dan.
Oh, that's amazing.
But the next week is going to be my last one for 2 weeks. So please make sure you join us next week.
Dan, when you see your kids, because it's been a long time, when you see your kids, spoil them like nothing, man.
Been 20 years, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Spoil them like nothing, Spoil them like nothing, because I know I would.
I know my youngest one knows that. He messaged me when I spoke to him a little while ago. He said to me, I didn't know you fucking done YouTube. So I don't know if you're watching this. So to my 2 youngest boys, because my eldest boy has been too badly indoctrinated. But my 2 youngest boys, if you're watching this, then know that I love you and know that I'm proud of you for what you've achieved so far and what you're doing.
And you're a good man. You're a good man, yeah. I've watched you for a long time. I've only not long recently come up on your panels, but I've watched you for a heck of a long time. As I said, since Civil, and you're a good fucking man. And your children should know that, man. Your kids should know that you're a good fucking man.
Oh, well, some people disagree with that.
Yeah, well, then that's their view, though. That's their view. They shouldn't push it on other people. But, Dan, man, you're a good fucking man.
I try to be honest. You've always mentioned how amazing your kids are, and you've been looking forward to this day for God knows how long. And That's amazing. I'm so happy for you,
The
honestly.
thing is, whether people agree with what I say or not, okay, as far as I can be as honest as I can be, I am as honest as I can be with people in everything that I
Dan,
do.
when you've talked about your kids before, and this was in the early stages when I first watching you, but when you used to talk about your kids, you used to get teary-eyed over it. And that's because that's the passion, man, of a father's fucking love. So, you know, you're a good man, and your kids should know that, as I said.
Hopefully, in a few weeks' time. I mean, I'm hoping to be with the kids for maybe a week or 10 days. So it may be that you don't see me for 2 weeks, but I will try and jump on at some point, even if it's only for a short.
Don't bother, Dan. Don't fucking bother. All your time, spend it with your boys. Spend it with your children.
No, but I'm only going to see them for a little while during that time. The rest of the time, I'm going to go see my family, and I'm going to go see a few friends as well. So
Yeah, but that's your time though, man. Take it off, Dan. Take it off. You do it every fucking week. Take it off.
Dan will do what he wants to do.
He's
You know
doing.
that.
It's taking 10 days to go down and see them all.
Yeah.
Dan, just take it off, man. You do enough.
Let you get to bed because you're tired.
It depends on how long I'm down. I don't know how long I'm going to be there. I might only be there for a week. I might be there for 10 days. I don't know yet. So I might be gone for 2 weeks, but it won't be any longer than that.
Yeah, well, take it off, Dan. You know, spend your time. Get refreshed. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your kids.
That's what he's just been saying for the last quarter.
No, but he said he might pop on. No, but he said he might pop on.
It depends on whether I'm or not.
And that's what I'm saying. He does enough, but he shouldn't really have to. Like, he does a lot, doesn't he, on YouTube?
The only time he'll try and go live while he's down there is if he's pissed, like he did last time.
No. The last time I tried to go live, I fucked it right up, and I thought I was filming a copper arresting somebody. I was like that with my phone, thinking it was a fucking like a video camera. I had it up to my eye, and I'm trying to film this fucker live on YouTube. In the morning, my mate said to me, "Did you know you was trying to film that copper last night?" I've opened my phone up, and I was still on the YouTube page, and I hadn't gone live. I tried to type in the title of a live stream, and it was like fucking ZQAD19 fucking question mark, where I couldn't type properly. I was fucked, and I was trying to film this copper arresting somebody or harassing somebody, and I was off my tits. It was quite amusing, but we'll see.
I don't want to sound pushy, Dan. I didn't want to sound pushy, so sorry.
No, listen, I get it. All I'm saying
I was just saying, like, you know, you said you might come on, and you do a lot on YouTube. You really do. Like, even with your live streams, you're on it every week. And when you said you was going to go and see your family and you might pop up, I was like, well, you really shouldn't, you know, even if it's 10 days or 2 weeks, you should take that time off and, you know, not come on YouTube and spend it with your family, man, and have a good time and relax.
I won't come on while I'm with other people. So if I'm with my friends or my family or my kids, I won't come on. All I'm saying is if I do come back within 10 days or within a week, I don't know yet. It just depends how things go. If I do come back in time, then I'll probably be on the following week. But the chances are I'll be gone for 2 weeks. But I will put a community post out and let people know anyway. And so at least people are aware of what's happening.
Well, you're going back down to Essex, ain't you, Dan?
I'm going to see the boys, yeah.
Stay away from the red light district.
Well, there's one where I used to work in Southend, but they don't live there. My family live in Southend. My boys live in Epping Forest, in Loughton.
I was just taking a piss because of Essex.
Yeah, I know, but I'll be going to see the boys first, and I'll be going to spend some time with the family for my dad's birthday and that, and then
spoil your boys, Dan. Spoil your boys like nothing. It's been 20 years, as you said. Spoil them like nothing and show them that you love them. And when you show the good side of you, they will keep in contact.
The thing is, it might be too. This is what I'm saying. It might be too much for them. You know, too much of me in such a short period of time might be too much for them. It might be overwhelming for them. I don't know. So I'm going to go see them. You know, if I'm there for a day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, whatever, it's entirely on them how they
Oh yeah. Let them control it, Dan. Let them control it. But if they say by the end of the time when you're gonna go near enough, gonna go home, and they've warmed up to you, just spoil them, mate. That was all I was saying.
Yeah, I will do. And sorry, JD, York Road. Yes, absolutely. I used to work for the Freemasons by York Road, behind the Woodcutters Arms. When I say I worked for the Freemasons, I was a chef. I wasn't anything else. All right, so I'm not some shill. I'm not some fucking plant. I was a chef, and that's it. Okay. So, but yes, York Road is where.
What was you cooking up then, Dan?
Basically, where I used to work, and that was the prosy street of where I come from, York Road. Anyway, right, guys, that's it for me. Live is over. Thank you again for joining me. Much appreciated to every single one of you. I love you all. Without you guys, this channel will be fuck all. I know I keep saying that every week, but it's true. So thank you, everybody. And I will catch up with you next week, unless you're following me on YouTube. Unless you're following me on Facebook and Twitter, then you might see me slag the police off a little bit in between then.
Well, Dan, have a good night, mate.
Yeah, man. Thank you for jumping up. Appreciate that, Peter.
No, thank you for letting me come up, and sorry if I've been irritating to anybody on the panel or anyone.
Oh, and I'm sorry for not fucking remembering you.
Don't worry, man. I'm no one important anyway. So
only reason I remember this lot is because I speak to them on a regular basis.
I wish I could, Dan. I wish I could come up. It's just my mental health stopped me. Like, I see people that's on the panel, and I'm thinking, I wish I could go up, but I just can't. I can't bring myself to come up. If you know what I mean.
Mate, if you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. Nobody holds that against anybody. Everybody's different. Some weeks I can't do a live stream. Do you know what I mean? Nobody holds it against me. It's just part and parcel of, unfortunately, what
I just wish I could come up a bit more. It's just my mental health. When I see so many people that I've never talked to before or anything like that, even like tonight, it's like, yeah, I took that jump, but I don't do it all the time because my mental health.
But how do you feel after this? I mean, you've not, people, everyone's been fine. It is at the moment, yeah. As far
Sorry,
as
Dan. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Listen, all I'm saying is, from what I can tell tonight, I think everyone's been pretty good. Everyone's, welcomed you, accepted you, been nice.
I've enjoyed myself tonight, Dan. Thank you for letting me come up, even though it's been a short time. But thank you, man.
And this is what it's like most of the time. We won't have the shit. We won't stand for the bollocks anymore. I did go for a phase where the drama was fucking funny, but it got me down, and I won't have it anymore. So we've not had any drama on here for months now.
I guess what it is with me, it's not only people what's on the panel that I've not spoken to ever before that I get conscious of. It's people in the comments, because I can't see the comments, so I don't know what they're saying, like what people are saying, if they're saying anything. Like when I give my views about something, some people may not like my views, and obviously I can't see the comments, so I get my mental health goes on that as well.
Well, listen, if I thought somebody was being a dick about you having an opinion, I would call them out for it, as I did earlier, with somebody else. Do you know what I mean? I won't have anybody, slagging other people off on here. I don't mind if somebody's got an opinion. Somebody thinks that somebody's talking shit, and they said, "Look, I think you're talking shit because X, Y, Z." That's different.
Yeah. That's their opinion about someone else's opinion, but
yeah. But if somebody comes,
remember, as opinions are like assholes, some smell worse than others.
So then they'll get dealt with quickly.
It's just my mental health, Dan. My mental health fucks me around too much.
Just know that you're always
opinion. It's how they give it that counts.
Just know that you're always welcome on here, Peter. You've always been respectful. So I've got no issues coming up here.
Absolutely.
Roger, Holly, myself. If we see anybody being a dick, but and being malicious, we'll deal with it.
Nice to see you, Roger. Nice to meet you, Dan.
Likewise.
And you, Peter. Listen,
And
guys,
everyone else on the panel, obviously.
guys in the chat, Angela, I'll give you a message in a few minutes. Let me make a coffee first, and I'll sit down, and then I'll message you. Blair, Jack, Roger, Ofer, Peter, thank you for jumping on, much appreciated. Mrs. W, the wonderful, beautiful Mrs. W, as always. Thank you for making Roger's camera look good.
I just sit here.
He's trying to win her over now.
That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. I will catch everybody else as soon as I can next week, maybe before, we'll see. But thank you again for joining. Love to you all, and I'll see you soon.
I'll catch up with you at some point tomorrow.